Well, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl. We're happy to say it's still a fine, sunny day for the third day running. It's a Division 1 clash between Hampshire and Worcestershire. The state of play is that Hampshire, in their second innings, they didn't enforce the follow-on last night. They are 3 without loss. They batted for 6 overs and they lead Worcestershire by 192 runs. So we're at the halfway stage of this match. Your commentary team today is a little different than yesterday, but basically the same. A little later, Surrey Nicky is back. Nicky Chowdhury. And a bit of Dave Allen later on this afternoon. Hampshire's honorary archivist. He usually joins us for the middle session on day 3. He'll be here. But it's the usual two to get underway. Myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Hereford and Worcester, it's Dave Bradley.
Good morning. Good morning. What a lovely morning it is. Probably, certainly early doors, a couple of degrees cooler. But
yes,
the threat that you can see that away to our left, there's a haze over the trees, but you know that's going to burn away, and it's going to be a hot one.
Yeah,
another hot one
to make a change.
Just to make a change.
We made sure that the water was brought up.
Yeah.
To keep us going, because we really do need that. That's the most important piece of refreshment that we have up here. A couple of fans might be handy, but hey. So 3 without loss. Then it'll be Tony Middleton on 2 to face. Toby Albert is out there on 1, and Logan van Beek will get us underway, the Dutch right arm seamer, as Middleton pushes that out to the covers. Now, Dave Allen did actually email me earlier. Now, I know yesterday, Mr. Bradley,
yes,
you said that Worcestershire, with the points they've got in this game so far, which are 4, were enough to confirm them in Division 1 next year. Am I right?
Yes.
Great. Right. Now, as regards Hampshire, because it's a little bit, what's the word? Too hopeful for them to overtake Surrey at this stage with the gap. Van Beek bowls, that's good carry, but it's wide and it's left alone. Dave says, with all the first innings done now in this penultimate round of fixtures, if Surrey beat Durham, they will pick up 23 points.
Yeah.
It means that Hampshire now can't catch them, and it was always a bit of a well, forlorn really to think that they would. But if Somerset lose to Lancashire, and that could happen, Hampshire will go second, and Surrey will be confirmed as champions this week.
Oh, right.
So there we are. So that's something to look for. There's a bit of swing, and it's left alone by Middleton. Good again. Van Beek just seems to have something a bit different about him. There was a bit of shape. He does hit the deck quite well. He does get some good carry.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a nice action, and I think he was a little bit rusty when he came back into the Worcestershire squad. I don't know, but he's there's usually a 4 ball in every over. But.
Yes, bowls. That's a good straight delivery, which Middleton plays quietly.
Talking of records, Robin Heaney was on to me yesterday. I missed this. Apologies, Robin. We were talking about Phil Mead, and he got his 280 against Nottinghamshire. CB Fry got a duck. Hampshire scored 507 in their second innings and lost.
Oh,
507 and lost.
Wow.
And he says, I'm loving the stream. Great for us OAPs. You wait until you're old. Mate, I'll be lucky if I get any older. Never mind old.
Van Beek runs away from us.
Again,
it's wide of our stump, and Middleton doesn't play.
Let's just say I'm not happy with losing my winter fuel allowance.
Oh, of course, you'd be one of those, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Or would you? Did everybody got it, didn't
Yeah,
they?
we got extra bits last year.
On top?
Yeah. In fact, I used to, when you got a printout, say you got your winter fuel allowance, I used to copy it and send it to all the people I used to work with, saying, keep working, guys, pay for my fuel.
That's a bit mean.
It is, yeah. Well, it's a bit mean not getting it, you know. It's old folks.
It's Van Beek. Again, that's a good pacey delivery, which is left alone by Middleton, and again, good carry through to Gareth Roderick. Yeah, it's caused a bit of a stir, that, isn't it?
Yeah. It's one of those things, because very often when it came through, you think, oh, that's nice, you know, but you know, am I desperate for it? And I'm probably not. But now you haven't got it. We're all up in arms. Yeah. And a lot of people do need it. So I'm treating it a little light-heartedly.
Here's Van Beek. Oh, that's a good delivery. He's playing and missing at that one. Good length. Drew Middleton forward. And, well, on the whole, that's not a bad over. 5 without loss. You don't think that Tom Taylor is going to bowl here, do you?
I don't think so. I'm just looking around, and who's out there? Jack Home is out there, I think, as 12th man. So I think the general consensus is he has a hamstring strain, I believe, which is going to prevent him from bowling. So it's going to be Joe Leach from the pavilion end. I'm just looking around. I'm sure Jack Home is out there. Yeah, he is. So he's 12th man. So no Tom Taylor. I believe that he may not be available next week because his wife is expecting a baby, or his partner is expecting a baby. So hope that goes well. Some latecomers making their way into the stand away to our left. But Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. His ball turned off the hip. And there is no run. I never ever met Colin Ingleby Mackenzie, but from everybody I know, he was quite a character.
Apparently he was, yes. I did meet him in his later life, late Colin Ingleby Mackenzie now, unfortunately. But yes, he had some famous sayings, didn't he?
His quote was, "As long as they're all in bed before breakfast."
Yes.
Yeah, quite happy.
He must have been an amazing captain to play under, which I suppose you would only get away with in those times.
Yeah.
I'm sure you get away with it now.
Leach in. There's a big appeal. Gone. Caught down the leg side. And Gareth Roderick took a fairly comfortable catch in the end. But he was just tucked up a little bit, going for the leg glance. And Albert goes for 1. He's not had a great game with the bat. Caught by Roderick off the bowling of Joe Leach. And we saw so many twists and turns in this game yesterday. Hampshire was batted on, got their bonus point. Worcestershire 61 for 5. Then they fought back, and they lost the 5 wickets for next to nothing. So, is it going to be one of those days again? We ask ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one would turn up this morning and think that Hampshire looked about 2 sessions, maybe at most. Have a 400-run lead somewhere around there, 400 plus, and then. But that's what you'd think would happen.
Yeah. But
when a wicket falls early on in the morning, and you just never know. There's obviously a little bit of movement there for Van Beek. Leach just got a little bit of extra bounce there, didn't he, on that delivery?
Just tucked him up a bit.
Yeah, so you just think, oh, okay, maybe it might not be that straightforward.
That's why we turn up and watch, because we don't know what's going to happen.
And also because otherwise we wouldn't get paid. Which is
do we get paid?
Part of it.
Oh, no. Seem to have missed that part of it. No, I think
you got to pay for that fuel allowance you're missing out on.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, well, I've got. Yeah, I'm asking for extra games. You know, can we play till the middle of October so I can turn my heating on? Well, we had this conversation the other day. I've already turned it on a couple of times.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
So here's the first innings double centurion. Walking to the middle, that's Nick Gubbins, who equalled his highest ever first-class score in the first innings of 201 not out. And comfortably his highest for Hampshire. Sorry.
He did bat well, didn't he? Well, you're not going to get 201 and not bat well, but
no. We could only, what was it? I think we could only think of one edge that flew between keeper and first slip. I think it was his only blemish, wasn't it?
Leach to Gubbins, forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. He batted throughout the Hampshire innings. He fielded throughout the Worcestershire innings. So he's only been off the field for... How many overs have we had so far? I've lost it on the board.
We're 7.5.
7.5. He's only been off the field for 7.5
No,
overs.
he came in at 3
when
he did. Fletcher Middleton was out on day 1, 15 minutes into play.
Yeah. Leach in bowls, Gubbins a couple of steps down, and the ball goes past the outside edge. Wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick throws it straight back to the bowler rather than going round the circle. Yeah, that's true. So yeah.
How long did Hampshire bat last night? I know it was 6 overs, but what are we saying? 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
most, and 15 minutes on the first day. So he's been
For about half an
only
hour.
missed about 45 minutes.
45. Yeah.
40 minutes of the game
Yeah.
in the change room.
Yeah. Leach in. Gubbins forward beaten. Ball just angling across him, trying to play forward defensive, and whips into the gloves of wicketkeeper Rodri.
Oh, this looks a tricky little opening session, doesn't it, for Hampshire? You don't want to be losing too many wickets up top here. It's a 194 run lead, which is healthy, but the way Hampshire, the situation Hampshire were in at the start of day 2.
Leach again, and this time Gubbins. Once again, little step down, and pushes the ball away on the offside. That is the end of the over. A wicket taking over for Joe Leach, playing his penultimate game in County Championship cricket. 4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for naught.
Is that right? He's finishing at the end of the year.
He will, yeah, last game next week against Lancashire. Well, one assumes he would play in that one. He would want to play, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
His last ever game at New Road, and
Oh gosh.
he'll get a tremendous ovation.
I'm sure he will. He's given you guys great service, isn't he?
Yeah,
One club man as well, which
Yeah.
is... So I'm just looking, you probably got that record, how many games he's actually played.
ooh, Van Beek's first ball flies
So
through to the wicket
he's
keeper.
getting great. 136 first-class matches, so this is his 137th for Worcester.
Yeah. And in this day and age, I mean, a few years ago, when they were playing 20 odd games a season,
Yeah.
you could get there 6-7 seasons if you played regularly, but not in this day and age.
Apologies, I did miss that ball. Thanks for picking it up, Dave.
That's all right, mate.
Here he is running away from us to Middleton. That's a great delivery. That's shaping away from the bat. It's again having to be played at by Middleton, and it's gone past the outside edge. Just looking at this again, and that's a great delivery. That's pitched and straightened. When Van Beek bowls like this, if only he could bowl, you know, a 5 or 6 over spell
Yeah.
with balls regularly in that channel and length, he would be a serious
He's-
bowler. He's just not consistent enough, is he?
No, he's got a new ball.
Yeah,
Nice fresh morning.
yeah. His conditions are in his favour, that's for sure. That's hit high up the bat. So Joe Leach, 464 wickets for Worcestershire in his career. Surprisingly, best figures of 6 for 44.
Yeah. I would have thought in that period he would have taken a 7 or an
Yeah,
8.
you'd think so, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Burgled 1 or 2 extra wickets somewhere along the line, which just happens. But his 464 wickets have cost 27 apiece, which is not too shabby.
No.
18 5-wicket hauls, 1 10-wicket haul. Oh, again, that's bounced a little wider this time, but it's absolutely superb carry through to Roderick. The best carry we've seen in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Joe Leach joined Worcestershire as a batsman. He played university cricket as a batsman, yeah. I think in his first season in the second 11 he bowled about 20 overs in the whole season. And then came into the team, I suppose, as a almost as a batting all-rounder.
Van Beek again bowls a little wider, so Middleton's not playing at that.
Remember he got 100 at Cheltenham in the festival there. A good 100 as well. Sort of gradually over the years his batting became less of a forte, I suppose. He can still bat, don't get me wrong, and has got some very useful runs down the order.
Yeah, it's been a good serve. Debut in 2012
Yeah.
for Worcestershire. 12-year career. Middleton just pushes that out into the covers. Good over from Van Beek. It's a maiden. Hampshire are 5 for 1. They've added just 2 runs this morning, which means they are ahead by 194. It's always sad, isn't it, when I think I've done one or two bits of commentary with him as well. I know he's done loads with you, but I'm sure I've been at New Road a couple of times over the years, and he
often has a wander up.
Yeah, he's very good.
Did some T20 start the season because he wasn't playing. Yeah, it's always good to get the insight of current players. I always think it just gives us an extra dimension. I remember when I covered rugby, we used to get players to come and sit next to us, and there's one or two were absolutely brilliant. There's Leach is in. That's a nice shot, driven back down the ground, slightly over pitched and whacked to long off in the end. Nice shot. Yeah, there was one. So I can't remember names anymore because I'm old. Kerry Jones, and he, you get a line out. What's going to happen here? And he's going to say, well, he's going to throw it to the back, and the scrum half will come round here. And it happened every time. I said to him, well, if you know, surely the opposition know. Yeah, he was very good. So it is nice to get the opinion of the players, of the experts, if you like. Here's Leach's next ball. Forward. Solidly comes Gubbins.
But I thought it was quite interesting when Simon Hughes, the analyst, was with us on day one, and he said, and I felt this for a few years, that how much better perspective you get on a game when you're just removed from it.
Yeah.
Like we are here looking down on the game, and he said he never had that perspective on the game when he played, and I felt exactly like that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Joe Leach will tell you the same, that sometimes you just don't see the whole picture.
Gubbins waits, Leach bowls, Roderick takes, which gives you the clue, if you're listening on the radio, or online rather than on the radio, that the batsman did not interfere at all. Other than to let it go by. The wind is ruffling the sheeting at the far end of the ground that is providing a sight screen. But it is a lovely morning. It's funny, isn't it? Because I walked around this morning, down here in the sunshine. You get under those stands where the wind's blowing, it's blooming chilly. Yeah. Here's next ball from Leach. Dabbed away, I should say, on the offside, just pushed away to yesterday's hero, Ethan Brooks.
Oh, how well did he bat?
Didn't he?
Oh.
I chatted to him for an interview after the game. And I almost put the question to him, how much does it mean to you to finish above Warwickshire in the table? But I thought, no, because he's only going to come up with the diplomatic answer, isn't he? So, might ask him at the end of the season, how much does it mean if you finish above Warwickshire? Which is quite possible. Leach in again then, and this is well wide of the off stump. And again, the batsman is not drawn into it.
Well, I had a chat with Liam Dawson and mentioned obviously about that partnership, because it was a wonderful partnership in itself. 96 between Roderick and Brooks, and there were a lot of sweeps and reverse sweeps in that from both players, probably more Brooks than Roderick.
Yeah.
And it was and Dawson admitted, he said they found it, him and Felix Organ, he said they found it really difficult to bowl to.
Leach to finish the over. Played up to mid-on. Leach not to finish the over because there's one ball left.
I think sorry, Dave. No. I think I kind of suggested it to him, and I don't think I'd seen a pair bat better against Dawson this season. And he didn't disagree. He didn't actually say, well, yeah, but he didn't say, oh no, blah blah blah. But I think that's as good a batting as I've seen against his bowling.
Yeah. This
season.
I did point out to him, as Leach is in, played defensively out on the offside, and the total goes to 11 for 1, so a lead of exactly 200 for Hampshire. I said, did you realise you reverse swept a hole over? He didn't really. Did I? So I thought it was 5. No, you reverse swept a hole over, or attempted to. Yeah.
Dawson gave a little reason actually as to why he thought that their reverse sweeps and their sweeps were so good, because they were, wasn't there? I mean, there was one blemish, Roderick, wasn't there, after tea, where he was put down a reverse sweep. But other than that, the sweeps, the reverse sweeps, were played about as well as you could play them, and there were a lot of them, as we mentioned. The one reason that Dawson thought they played it so well is because he didn't think there was a lot of bounce in this pitch, so there wasn't really a risk of a top edge. So that's why he thought they played them so well. Here's Van Beek, short and worked away on the leg side by Middleton. He moves on to 3, and that's his first run this morning, which has come from 28 minutes of play. No, not 28 minutes of play, 18 minutes of play. Nearly 20. So yeah, a bit of an insight there. So maybe on a pitch where there may have been a fraction more bounce, perhaps maybe they wouldn't have played as many. Maybe they were so confident because of the lack of bounce.
And I think there was a certain, as Ethan Brooks said last night, there was a certain, you know, let's take the fight back to them. You might as well be all out for 120.
True. And big bowls, length ball to Gubbins. It's worked out to it. Extra colour. Alan Groves has emailed sunatcricket@gmail.com. It's under the heading of what could have been. Maybe it could have been a more end of season exciting climax if Hampshire hadn't had that disastrous 4-day washout at Durham. I know we got 8 points for it though, he says, but who knows how many more we might have got. Anyway, if we can finish second, I'll take that. Great commentary, says Alan Groves. I don't know the last time Hampshire finished second in the championship, actually. That's cut away by Gubbins through the covers, width from Van Beek, and that's going for 4. Gubbins moves on to 8, and the total for Hampshire in their second innings 16 for 1. Dave Allen will know, which will be handy when he comes in this afternoon. I've got a feeling it's a long time ago that Hampshire finished as high as second, so there is an incentive.
2-division cricket, which kind of comes into it now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
I think it might have been early 2000s, somewhere around there, but I could be wrong. I know third has featured quite a bit in the last few years. And big bowls, that's straighter. Gubbins plays that so straight it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end.
If Worcestershire finish 6th, that will be their highest position since 2-division cricket came in, 6th in Division 1, which is quite possible.
Which will be, that's all you can do, that's all you can ask, isn't it, of a team?
Yeah.
Just improve.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily need trophies to show that. You want to be going in the right direction. That's good carry as well. He's taking that about chest height, Roderick, from just short of a length outside off stump. Apologies if you're hearing
A wasp.
because we are, and it's quite annoying.
If you sat down looking around your sitting room for a wasp, or if you sat in your office at work and you think, there's a wasp in here. It's not, it's us.
I think it's only on the in-ground commentary, so if you're watching on the live picture feed, you're fine. And BBC Sport website and app, you'll be fine. And big bowls, it's straighter. He's fallen over on his follow-through. He's driven up to mid-off, fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. 16 for 1, end of the over.
I'm going to bring Nikki in here.
Thank you very much, Nikki Chowdhury, with us today and tomorrow, before she heads up to Leicester for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final on Saturday, where the Vipers won't be featuring for the first time in that competition's history, short history. 16 for 1 means Hampshire lead by 205. Gubbins has 8. He came in after 5 minutes where Toby Albert just nicked one down the leg side to Joe Leach. Well caught by Gareth Roderick. He was out for 1. And Middleton is 3. Morning, Nikki.
Good morning, how are you?
Yeah, good. Good trip down here again, because it's a bit of a trek for you, isn't it?
It is a little bit of a trek, but the traffic wasn't too bad this morning, so it was nice and the sun was shining, so I was just enjoying these last few moments of the summer sunshine.
Leach into Middleton, length ball. And the last remnants of the season, really, isn't it? There's not for only a few more days. You've got a game next week, haven't you? You're somewhere next week as well.
I am down at Hove for Sussex versus Middlesex next week, which is going to be a good game. Always love going down to Hove as well. It's nice, isn't it? Being by the seaside, and although we are by the seaside here, ish, you just can't see it. And you don't have seagulls attacking the ground.
That's true, luckily. Leach from the pavilion end with his right arm medium paces. That's worked down to fine leg. It's gone quite fine. And that's gone all the way. I think that's Logan Van Beek below us. He tried his best. 20 for 1. Middleton moves on to 7.
I must say, there seems to be a lot more carry on this pitch today than there was yesterday. So many occasions yesterday when the ball just suddenly just died, stayed low, through to the batsman or even the keeper. But today we've seen some good carry.
Yeah, we have. I mean, the ball's still, I guess, relatively new, into its 12th over. But certainly morning dew, skidding on a little bit. I'm sure the sun will burn that off soon.
It'll burn us soon as well, in a few hours' time.
Yeah, we've got that to look forward to again. Leach bowls. It's gone the other way this time, a little bit of a way shape to Middleton, who just pulls the bat inside the line at the last minute.
Made sure I put my sunscreen on today. I could just feel myself sizzling yesterday, so I've learnt from that mistake.
Yes, it's yeah, we haven't had too many days like the last couple of days in here. With normally whatever sunshine there's been this summer, there's been some cloud to complement it, so we have never really had prolonged periods of sun shining into our commentary position. Worked away to mid-wicket by Middleton. No run there. But it's a great scene, isn't it, with not a cloud in the sky
It's
again.
so pretty. There's not a single cloud. Blue skies. Sun is nice and warm, and although maybe I'm not sure how warm it is. There's 2 members of, I think, Hampshire support staff walking around the ground, and one of them's got a big puffer jacket on. So
Graham Welsh, the bowling coach. Yeah, you're right. It looks like he's in a different weather zone. Maybe he just feels the cold more than most. Oh, it's in the air, but safe, and it's hit through square leg. It will go for 4. But he wasn't completely over the top of that shot. There is a fielder at a fairly squarish mid-wicket. It was well to his right. I think that's Verdi there, but it certainly wasn't. He certainly wasn't in control. And immediately Worcestershire have posted a fielder in that area as they realise that might be a potential weakness for Middleton. 24 for 1. Yeah, shortest square leg going in. Leach in again. Middleton on 11 now. Leach bowls. And Middleton drives in the air. It's caught and bowled. Leach's second wicket this morning, and Middleton goes for 11. And Hampshire now 24 for 2 in their second innings.
that was a great caught and bowled effort there from Leach. He was hit back pretty sharp as well, and he had to stretch a fair bit. But his hands are safe as houses there. And wow, Worcestershire pick up another wicket this morning. Probably within 20 minutes of each other, if that. 24 for 2. Gubbins still at the crease. Played a big knock yesterday.
Well, the Hampshire openers haven't had a great game, has to be said, in this one. Middleton made 6 in the first innings, 11 in this one, and Toby Albert who made 11 in the first innings and just a single in this one.
Yeah, it's also going to be the end of the over as well.
It's been a good start by Worcestershire here. I mentioned all those wickets for Joe Leach. Dave was saying, you probably heard Nicky in the background there, that this is probably the penultimate match that Joe Leach is playing for the club. He's been a good servant since 2012. And he's on 466 wickets now for Worcestershire. So we've got James Vince, the Hampshire captain, walking to the crease. And his dismissal was the subject of much conjecture, wasn't there, in the first innings when he was sweeping Verdi?
Yes, there was a lot. That was on day one. I didn't actually see that until yesterday when you guys started talking about it. I had to look it up and see what happened.
Could you work it out? I mean, he's down bowled, but it was never obvious, was it?
No. It's safe to say I had to watch it through a few times to actually figure out what was going on.
Yeah, you and a few others, I tell you, including myself.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen again today. It's going to be Van Beek to Gubbins. at the top of his mark from the northern end, ready to go. He's shining the ball on the back of his left thigh as Gubbins taps his bat, leans down and looks up now. 2 slips in players. In comes Van Beek, and this one's clipped off the legs down to deep backward square. He'll pick up a single and brings Vince on to strike. 24 for 2.
Yeah, well, you never know. Another wicket here will just check Hampshire's progress, you would think. And it's a game where, apart from that partnership between Roderick and Ethan Brooks yesterday, it's a game that Hampshire have had it all their own way.
Yeah, that was a brilliant partnership though, wasn't it? Here we go, Van Beek in to Vince now. Runs away from us and Vince defends extremely close to his body, on his toes, and that's gone to point. Dot ball.
So a slight leading edge there. Nicky, just watching the replay here. Look, he was trying to play that away on the leg side. Yeah, he was.
It feels so strange watching a match from like so high up. I'm still not used to it. Aerial view as in runs Van Beek to Vince, who clips this off his hips down to deep backward square leg. He'll get himself off the mark. 25 for 2. 26 for 2. That's quicker than the scoreboard. That doesn't happen often.
Yeah, they're really on it here. And you're on it, of course, Nicky, as well, yeah.
It's all that coffee I've had this morning. Too many cups.
Did you grab one on the way down that long journey?
I got one in a takeaway mug from home. So I tried not to stop because I just like to get there. Get it done as in comes Van Beek now, and Gubbins is forward, leans into a defence, into the offside. It's picked up by Leach at mid-off. Are you a coffee or tea person?
Really neither.
Oh.
I haven't said that, I've got a coffee here, but this
It's
is
nice
now,
coffee here.
It is right, actually,
It's
isn't
really
it?
nice.
Yeah, it's good. You're winning the hearts and minds over slowly, Nicky, with all your nice comments here. Complimenting the hotel people here.
Hopefully I'll be invited
Fans.
back.
Oh, I'm sure you will.
Van Beek in to Gubbins, and this one a bit of width, and there's a slash through the offside. It's going to race the way down to the boundary. That's too much width there from Van Beek, and Gubbins has freed his arms through it, and it's absolutely raced away. Hampshire move on to 30 for 2.
Yeah, it's just that odd let-off ball that Van Beek bowls. He took such a good bowler when he gets the ball in the right areas. Such good carry.
It's when you make it so difficult and the batter is struggling to take a single or get some runs away, and then when you just bowl one like that, it just releases all the pressure that you've built up.
Agreed.
Van Beek turns, runs away from us. Along with his shadow, he's through, and Gubbins is forward, defends respectfully. And that is going to conclude the end of the over as well. 13 overs gone, 30 for 2. Gubbins on 13, Vince on 1.
Email here from Stephen Clark, who's up in the Shane Warne stand, as he always is, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, another great day in prospect, not only with great cricket, but with great commentary to go alongside. He's on the earpieces. As I said last night, I did actually say hello to him last night. He says, my buddies and I have had some hilarious times listening this week and commentating on your commentary.
Commentating on our commentary.
Yeah, I think there's a spell check needed there somewhere near Stephen. I think he might be commenting. Would sound about right, don't he? He says, oh gosh, he'd love that. He's put Dave Bradbury ?
I'm happy with the question.
Oh, he's happy. Oh, he's happy with the question mark. He says. Oh, Steve.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Amiverdi comes in. He's just rolling his arm over.
Dave Bradbury. He says, Dave Bradbury must rank as one of my best visiting commentators that we've had this year. He's so good he don't even know your name.
You left an impression.
Yeah. He's that good. He says, Neil, Chris and I have been joined by my mate Steve at the top of the Shane Warne today.
Give us a wave.
I forget exactly where he is, actually.
Trying to... I'll need Dave's binoculars.
He's up there somewhere. Oh, well, mine's much smaller. Here's Verdi then with his off-spin, and that's worked away behind square by Vince. There should be 2. Joe Leach is running after that one. He's had a good morning with the ball with 2 wickets already. 2 to Vince takes the Hampshire total on to 32 for 2.
I wonder if they can see us.
Oh yeah. Well, I tell you what, Joe, who's on the ground sometimes. Oh yeah, they'll see that. Yeah. If you jump up and down and wave like that, Nikki, they'll know exactly. If you go over the other side of the ground and look up here, you certainly can tell what's going on in here. Reverse sweep from Vince, gets wrapped on the pad, goes on the leg side. Called through by Gubbins. Is there a bit of bat on there? Oh, there is. There's a run. That was in the air momentarily.
You could start doing the Macarena.
What you need to worry about, yes. Well, you can do whatever you like, Nikki, really. Joe, who's on the ground regularly, has this camera. I haven't got one of these sort of cameras, but it's like an e-camera, where it must have it's got one of the most amazing lenses.
Right.
And then every now and then she'll post these photos where, like, looking into here, it actually looks like she's literally about a foot in front of us. It's that close, and she's on the ground, you know, from quite a distance away. And you think, wow, what a camera that is. But apparently it's just a little bog standard e-camera, apparently, or whatever they are. But quite scary.
You should get yourself one of those for your trips that you have.
Well, yeah, it just makes you look a bit close to the action. That's cut away by Gubbins out into the deep, on the offside, just a single, because there is a man out there patrolling that boundary. Hampshire move on to 34 for 2. Steve goes on. I must get rid because it's not long, but it's longish. I have to leave early today, says Steve, and tomorrow. So in case a future opportunity eludes me, thank you for all the virtual company this year. And Vince works that to mid-wicket, and it's just deflected off the field or up towards mid-on. They'll jog through for a single, 35 for 2. The new earpieces have really made a difference to the enjoyment of the game. May see you in a couple of weeks at the awards dinner, but we'll definitely be back with my emails next year. Cannot wait. He's been good value actually this year, Stephen. So Verdi around the wicket again to the left-hander Gubbins. Leg slip and a slip in for Gubbins, who cuts that to backward a point. No run.
You got some lovely emails up here, don't you?
It's nice, isn't it?
You get some really nice ones. At
Nice.
least you know you're not blabbering away to no one.
That's
And
right.
people are listening to our madness.
No, it's nice of you to comment, because I know this is your first game with us, and we've got our regular group, as you know, and that's wrapped Gubbins on the pad. No run there, 35 for 2. So the fact that you've noticed that as well, and I have to say, and I've said it many times, Nikki, and I will always say it, that for me, that's one of the best parts of doing this, is the emails that we get.
Interaction.
Yeah, I love it all, and I hope that never stops. And several people do stop me around the ground.
I saw that yesterday. You
Yeah,
got stopped
somebody
a few
stopped me. Yeah,
times.
Colin Sturmey, I think, who emails a few times, said, it's me, Colin, who emails you. I said, look, don't ever stop, because I love it. And it is good value. And it's nice that you've noticed that as well, Nikki.
Yeah, it's lovely. Van Beek, ball in hand. As he gives it a tough shine against his thigh. Inspects it, and I believe we're good to go. 2 slips in place for Vince, who leans on his bat and crouches low off the back foot. Tucks this round the corner, down to deep. Square leg will take a single. I think the danger is with Van Beek is he's bowling straight, but he doesn't want to go down that leg sideline. Then the field you've got set, it's not helping. So he's got to, the field he has, he's basically restricted himself to this extremely narrow channel that he has to stay in. And any slight movement off that channel, that runs for Gubbins and Vince, as in runs Van Beek now, and Gubbins off the back foot cuts this down to deep backward point. And will take a single. Brings Vince back onto strike. Hampshire 37 for 2. I kind of lost sight of the ball there for a second. So bright.
Yeah, he's as we've said, he just doesn't quite get enough balls in the right channel. You know, in an over, it should be 5 minimum, 4 certainly.
And he runs now to Vince. who's forward and tries to slash it through the offside, but it beats the bat and it goes straight into the gloves of Roderick.
Still a bit of shape on the ball, though.
There was. Just a little bit.
Bit of width, though. Vince is not really moving his feet on that one.
Kind of just went with his hands and didn't really take the body. Especially if it's a bit of movement, he's going to have to move his feet. As here runs Van Beek once again away from us, and Vince this time forward, defends to extra cover.
I'll tell you what, though, Nicky, with the ball doing a little bit this morning as it has, I guess 10:30 and also relatively new ball, Beek's got a little bit of movement, and Van Beek certainly has. I think if Taylor had been fit to bowl, it would have been a testing three-pronged seam attack.
It would have. But 2 wickets in this morning's session as in runs Van Beek now, and this one's tucked into the leg side, the vacant mid-wicket area. They'll take a single and brings Gubbins back onto strike. There's a 1 any day of the week over there. 38 for 2.
Penultimate day of cricket this season here on this ground, the Utilita Bowl. It's quite sad. Very sad. Assuming it's not all over today, of course.
Van Beek into Gubbins, who's forward, defends. Straight to Leach at mid-off, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 15 overs gone, Hampshire 38 for 2, and I think there is going to be a bit of a change, a bit of musical mics in the commentary box. Kev's going to leave us so that Dave can...
Dave Bradbury.
Dave Bradbury's going to join us. We'll hear from Kevin again very, very shortly, but in the meantime, Mr. Bradbury is going to get himself settled into the commentary box and can say good morning to him. Mr. Bradbury, how are you?
I've been called far worse, thank you, sorry.
We've got new nicknames here.
I was introduced once, excuse me, the independent radio station in Worcestershire a few years ago was Radio Wyvern, as Don Bradbury from Radio Wyvern. So there we are. Verdi is in and bowls. I suggest he's going to have a long bowl today because Worcestershire are a bowl assured. So that one's turned away on the leg side to Kashif Ali at short leg.
Mr. Bradbury, did you end up going clubbing in Southampton last night? Your voice is
It is
on
a
the
bit,
verge.
isn't it? Yeah, I'm a bit croaky, you know. I could probably make a living on an 0898 number this morning. Do they still have those? Here is Vince coming forward and just putting the ball back down the pitch.
Didn't fancy going and joining the new students on their Freshers Week.
Is that what it was?
I'm not sure. I think it's that
Bit
time of the
late.
year, isn't
It's
it?
a bit late for that, isn't it?
No, it's normally this time of the year.
Oh, is it?
I think so. I didn't start university till really late in September.
Oh, well. Yes, misspent youth. I only went to university to do the drains, to be honest.
What did you study at
Next-
university?
I didn't go to university.
Oh,
They didn't have universities when I was a boy.
really?
Well, they did. not for the likes of me. That ball was pushed back down the pitch for Verdi, who now jogs in and plays the ball up the pitch. A couple of years ago, my grandson asked me if we studied Shakespeare when I was at school, and I said, well, when I was at school, Shakespeare hadn't written anything. So he was in the class above me. But yeah, I don't know. It's a long discussion about university, isn't it? Verdi is in and bowls, and this has gone off something. I'll be quite honest, I'm not quite sure what. Shoulder of the pad? What's the umpire think? A bye has come off the wicketkeeper's glove. Interesting. And the total goes to 39 for 2. That's a lead of 228. It's a very good scoreboard here. It gives you actually the figure on the bottom right hand corner says the lead is 228. Saves working it out. Whipped away to mid wicket. Rob Jones, the fielder there. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, what do I know about education? But are less people going to university? Didn't I read a statistic the other day that
I read something similar, yes. I think fewer people are going to university for various reasons, obviously costs being one of them, and I think opportunities as well, as in there's so many opportunities outside of university, especially if you want to get into the workplace, that sometimes going to university doesn't mean you're actually going to get trained for your future job.
Apprenticeships are, I mean, when I was a lad, everybody took an apprenticeship apart from me.
Exactly.
That's coming back into it, I believe.
For example, with me, I studied economics at university.
Right.
But I am nowhere near being an economist.
Well, no. I mean, one of my daughters did American historical studies or something like that. Well, at least she's a teacher now, so that might have been
Transferable skill.
Yeah.
As here's Van Beek in to Vince now, who tries to play this down into the leg side, and that's slipped through from Van Beek, and that's gone into the gloves of Roderick.
This Lancashire Somerset.
I could be a cricket statistician if I've done
Statistician.
I can't even say the word, leave aside trying to get a career in it.
Could you make a living from being a cricket statistician?
No, I just don't like numbers. I did 3 years at university, and it was just pure mathematics. I think I've had enough. It's in runs Van Beek now, and Vince gets a bit of willow on this, turns this down to deep backward square leg, and come back for 2.
Yeah, that's a hurry.
Just about made it in time. 41 for 2. Hampshire. 230 the lead. Van Beek making his way back to the top of his mark, his shadow close behind him as he runs now away from us. And Vince, oh, a beautiful delivery, jags back, and it misses Vince, and it goes straight over the stumps into the gloves of Roderick. That was a lovely delivery.
Yeah.
Although I do think Vince may have made it seem slightly harder for himself, because I've just noticed a bit of lack of footwork getting through to the ball. Just kind of staying in one's position, and his front foot not really...
He's bowled that couple that have gone away. That would really cut back. Been a bit unlucky this morning, I think, Logan Van Beek. Another day, he might have taken a wicket or two.
Van Beek in again to Vince, bit of width, and this is punched through the offside, and that is going to go all the way. That's a beautiful shot. A bit of width there. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we've spoken about from Van Beek. He's bowls a tight line, 4 balls, 5 balls, and then he gives one away, and that one again has gone all the way. Hampshire 45 for 2. Vince moves on to 13.
Yeah, that is... It's been Logan Van Beek's little problem, really. Bowled really well. Just said the ball before, probably unlucky not to take a wicket, and then a bit of width outside the off stump. And these two, as we know, are in a bit of form.
Van Beek in now, and a straighter delivery, a good comeback as Vince is forward, defends, although on the move as he defends into the offside, it's picked up at extra cover.
Such is the time of year. You mentioned Van Beek's shadow, which will be on his other side by about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Mainly because the sun goes round. You may have noticed this, folks. It goes round and it sets on the other side.
You should have known this when you were like 7 years old, but if you didn't.
No.
Van Beek in now, and Vince is forward this time with a bigger stride, defends into the offside. It's picked up at extra cover, and it will conclude the end of the over. 17 overs gone, Hampshire 45 for 2.
Just to say, if the sun does stop going round, we'll let you know. The BBC first with the news. The sun has stopped going round.
You'll hear from us first.
Yeah. You heard it here first.
Although I think there'll be much larger implications of that suddenly to do.
We'll be in, you know, Worcestershire were in big doo-doo yesterday. We'll be in big doo-doo today.
We'll all be in big doo-doo today.
The sun stops going round. I think we may have lost one or two of our listeners with a technical problem, but you're back with us now. Not really missed a great deal. 45 for 2 Hampshire, and Amaverdi is going to bowl from the pavilion end. A slip and a leg slip. The two close grabbers. Verdi right arm round, bowls. Forward comes Gubbins, who's got 15. Vince on 13. 2 men out this morning. Albert caught Roderick down the leg side off the bowling of Leach for 1. And then Middleton caught and bowled by Joe Leach for 11. So he's picked up those 2 wickets, Joe Leach. He's not bowling at the moment because Worcestershire are a bowler short. As Verdi is in. This is turned away on the leg side. Towards mid-wicket, Bob Jones, the fielder, and they pick up a single 46 for 2. So with Tom Taylor not being able to bowl for Worcestershire, they are that bowler short, and as we were saying, Verdi's going to bowl a long spell from the pavilion end, and Worcestershire will rotate their remaining seamers from the north end, which we've called it. Vardy in, and this is I keep calling him Vardy, don't I?
We've all
Amar
got new
Verdi.
names today, I think.
Amar Verdi, not Vardy.
Mr. Bradbury.
Yeah. And I've got a croak as well. Next ball is reverse swept by Joe. We saw a few of those yesterday. And Joe Leach is the fielder.
I think we saw one full over, didn't we? Where
We did.
Brooks was just down on one knee, reverse swept every single ball.
Yeah. Yeah. That's single. Takes Vince to 14, Gubbins to 16, total 47 for 2. Hardy in around the wicket. Did it again then. 30 in around the wicket. That's just tapped to backward point. No run. It's definitely Vardy bowling, folks. Trust me. This ball is just a forward defensive, basically. Pushed on the offside. Slightly backward of square. End of the over. And 6 overs, 3 maidens. 10 runs, no wickets for Amar Verdi. Not so many in today, I don't know, I suppose. Yeah,
I think it's pretty much what it was yesterday in the
Yeah,
morning. And
maybe.
after lunch, we did see a few more people come in. I saw more spectators under the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand.
Yeah,
Maybe it
and
was
if I was them, I'd be moving round. You'd follow the sun, wouldn't you? As the Beatles did, of course. But you'd sort of move round to the sunny bits. Unless you didn't like the sun, then you'd move round to the shady bits, the shady parts of Hedge End.
Well, change in bowling. Joe Leach is coming back into the attack from the other end. He started the morning from the pavilion end, and now he's running away from us at the northern end as he's into Vince, who's on his toes and defends. Straight back to Leach, who does the fielding on the back end of his follow-through.
Lancashire Somerset game could be really interesting. Lancashire still batting, 325 for 7, so they lead by 319. So as we were saying, if Somerset lose that one, Durham are 39 for 4. Look as if they might be heading for defeat against Surrey. So if Surrey win and Somerset lose, it's good night nurse.
Leach in this one, tucked off the legs down to long leg where Verdi fields. Will take the single. Score goes to 48 for 2.
And I believe my very good friend Mr. Kevin James, pictured here, tells me that Hampshire could finish second if that is the scenario, if they win at Taunton next week. Although the man on the golf course this morning told me it was going to rain next week.
Yeah, next week's the forecast doesn't look too good. I had a look this morning, and I feel like if you're out and about today, enjoy the most of this weather, because after next week, I think we'll officially take a turn for more autumnal weather.
Well, it is nigh on winter when we're still playing cricket, and you could argue that days like today.
Here's Leach round the wicket to Gubbins. He's edged this, and it's quite a slip. A bit of a loose shot there from Gubbins. It was slightly wider delivery from Leach. Gubbins throws his hands at it.
I think he edged that and it came off the wicket-keeper's glove. up in the air, did he?
It was a wider delivery. He's kind of
It took
gone
a
with
long
his
time.
hand. He's edged it off the wicket-keeper's gloves
Yeah.
and straight to slip.
Yeah, well, Rob Jones caught it, but I think it's come off the wicket-keeper's gloves because of the amount of
The
time
impact,
it took.
it kind of ballooned to
Yeah.
slip.
Yeah. Well, Joe Leach, the veteran, I can call him that now, has taken 3 wickets.
So
Hampshire.
467 wickets now. I think Kev James had a stat for me before he went off air. Leach had taken 466 wickets, and now I believe that is 467.
It would be.
Yeah, that ball pitched on fifth stump, and Gubbins, his foot was only just about on off stump, so there was a bit of room to cover, and he didn't. Any day of the week, he would have actually driven that through the offside. It was a lovely delivery to drive through cover.
Another twist in this
Another
game.
twist in the tail.
Well,
I love a twist in the tail.
let's say Hampshire were all out for 120. Worcestershire needed just over 300 to win. It'd still be a lot, to be honest, I think, on this pitch, which is looking very dusty, with a very good spinner in the Hampshire lineup. But, yeah, you don't know.
Well, 3 wickets this morning. Hampshire 48 for 3, and all 3 of those belong to Joe Leach.
That's why we turn up and watch, because we don't know.
We love twists in the tails.
Wow.
It keeps us entertained and on our toes, that's for sure.
You think you know, but you don't.
Well, that was a wicket of Gubbins, and that means to the crease. I believe we've got Ben Brown. And it is Ben Brown, as he's currently having a chat with his teammate, James Vince, who's decided to take his helmet off. Now decides to put it back on. As Vince makes his way to the non-striker's end, Brown digs out his guard with his sharp spikes, taps his bat, 2 slips in place, as in runs Leach, right arm over, and this is defended by Brown off the front foot to mid-off.
Yeah, it looks as if in Division 2 that Sussex are going to win. Never take anything for granted in cricket.
A twist of the tails. It's quite a tongue twister as well, that actually.
The tongue twisting twist of the tails.
Gosh, don't start now, Mr. Bradbury. Mr. Leach runs in away from us now, and this is defended. Is that defended? That's beaten the bat.
I think that's gone through to the keeper.
That's gone through to the keeper. He played a defensive shot, which beat the bat, and it was taken swiftly by Roderick with the gloves. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a deep square leg and long leg in for Leach, who's through, and this is defended into the leg side by Brown, and that will conclude the over as well. 19 overs gone. Hampshire 48 for 3. Joe Leach bowling 7 overs, 3 for 15, all 3 wickets this morning.
Thanks to Glyn, who messaged us on Thursday when he was 4 miles north of the Arctic Circle, and then yesterday he was 10 miles south of the Arctic Circle, and I said yesterday, what you doing? And he's just sent me a message to say, I can't tell you what I'm doing, which is even more mysterious.
That sounds extremely mysterious.
I'm wondering if he's based just outside Hereford. He's working for a certain army unit. He can't tell us. Here's Vardy from the pavilion end. Bowls driven. Nice shot. Couldn't that be cut off? Brett Oliveira is on the chase. And the answer to the question is no, he can't.
I don't think he was going to get there.
Well, there's some wide open spaces.
That
because,
was.
What have we got on the? We got a long on, a mid wicket, and a square leg on the boundary. A shorter mid wicket, a fine leg. So on the offside, all we got is a slip. D'Oliveira at mid off, and Joe Leach at backward point. So there's a massive gap through there if he wants to drive against the spin, which he did. Vardy bowls, and this time a big appeal, mainly from the bowler, to be honest. No, I don't think the wicketkeeper really joined in. That 4, by the way, takes Vince to 19 and Hampshire to 52 for 3.
The way D'Oliveira chased that ball to the boundary actually reminded me of how I was chasing Kevin round the ground to get to lunch yesterday.
It was gradually getting, it was always a certain length away from him, a certain distance away from him. Vardy bowls, sweep shot played, but it's not going to get past Jack Home, who's the 12th man fielding a fine leg. Clearly a 6-3 split field here, but that's there's a huge gap through cover, extra cover, cover point. Vardy bowls, and he's got that away, and that is that gap. And really, if you bowl into a split field like this, you can't afford to bowl it there, because a batsman of Vince's experience and talent will smack it through there comfortably. I don't know, maybe Brett D'Oliveira will think about bringing an extra cover over, because that's 2 boundaries in this over that have gone through there. He's going to bowl round the wicket now, so to increase that.
I think if he bowls round the wicket, he'll have to be aiming at his ankles. He wants to bowl that tight line. It will
be interesting to see if Vince, I mean, an excellent one-day cricketer, just comes inside the line and biffs him through at that cover area anyway. He doesn't on this occasion. Biff, by the way, is a very good shot.
Oh, what he has done is come round the wicket, and actually his release point on his arms is actually slightly lower.
Yeah.
So he's created that angle and gone
spearing it in. That was a dot ball, by the way, just to push away on the leg side. This next ball is outside the off stump. He's just because there is no extra cover, he's able to drop a dead bat on it and just walk through for a single. I think we may have some technical problems online, but it should be coming to you round the ground and elsewhere.
I believe we're due for a change as well, but I think I'll continue until Kev has sorted out all our technical difficulties.
He's beavering away like a beaver, and we are, I believe, back with us.
Okay.
You are back with us.
I'll take you through this over and then we can do a swap. Oh no, Kev's
He's
ready. He says I'm ready.
He's on his way.
I'll catch you in a bit,
He's
Mr.
keen.
Bradbury.
Thank you very much. Sorry. See, the trick is to get your barbed comment in after the microphone has gone off. There's no chance of reply. Joe Leach is bowling. The ball's pushed away on the offside. 57 for 3. Still a bit misty, hazy away in the distance as we look. Sort of the trees in front of us, fine, but away to our left and right, away to the east and west, still that little haze in the sky has yet to be burnt away by the sun. But it is a lovely day. And we've got cricket, which makes it even better. Leach in, bowls, coming forward, pushing the ball into the onside. Good stop there. Is that Adam Hose getting down to his left? Because if he hadn't, I suspect that might have gone away to the boundary. Vince on 24. Ben Brown yet to get off the mark, but he's only faced 3 deliveries. Sun shining on the scoreboards. On one scoreboard and the other one. My eyesight ain't good enough to see it, so. Are we all right, mate?
Yeah, apologies. There was one or two little technicals on the BBC Sport website and that, but I think we're all good to go. I'm just going to double check it on my phone, so we're all right.
Leach's next ball pushed away. Kashif Ali from extra cover jogs around. Oh, there we are. There we are. Going out across the world, which we do, of course, don't we? Across the world, you can.
It's quite scary. Don't say that.
Listen to it. We had a guy in Bhutan listening to us. Was it last season? I don't know much about Bhutan, to be honest.
I thought you were big in Bhutan.
No. His next ball just pushed into the ground in front of him, and there is no run. The lass who finished the Olympic marathon an hour and a half after everybody else, which I thought was one of the highlights of the game, and the whole crowd had stayed because they knew she was still out on the course.
Yes.
And she was from Bhutan.
Oh.
And she came It was, say, an hour and a half after everybody else. Wonderful. Great. So I love those sorts of things. I'm go to athletics a fair bit. There's leeches in and bowls. Not to compete, by the way. This is turned square on the leg side, and it's a single. Jack Home comes into field, and the total goes to 58 for 3. Commonwealth Games when we went a few years ago, and the one lad, I don't know where he was from, he was a 10,000 metre runner from Mauritius or somewhere, and he was lapped 3 times, and he finished the last 3 laps, and the officials tried to stop him, and the crowd booed. But he kept running. He ran the last 3 laps on his own, and every time he came round, the whole crowd stood up. He got a standing ovation going round the stadium. Here's Leach in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and it goes through to wicket-keeper Roderick, who takes it in a somewhat crab-like position, shall we say, but takes it quite comfortably. End of the over, at the end of it, 58 for 3 is the total. 247 is the lead. Brown yet to get off the mark. Vince has 25. Out this morning, all to the bowling of Joe Leach. Albert made 1, Middleton made 11, and Gubbins made 16.
And the sun is still shining, which is the main thing. A couple of emails while I was off and busy doing some technicals, which is a bit like the blind leading the blind, believe me. But I work on the theory that if you push enough buttons and wiggle enough things and then dial a few things, then...
Well, and then, of course, the standard BBC engineering comment is, as far as in, this is down the leg side, taken by wicketkeeper Roderick, switch it off and switch it back on again. That's what they always say, BBC engineers.
Now, interesting enough, looks like it's gone off again. So it might be my kit.
Oh, okay.
Which is a bit of a worry.
Next ball, it just dribbles away on the leg side, and there is no run. Well, talking technically, grab that one if it is.
Well, it's back on again.
Oh.
It's flashing green light, which is not good.
Red light, green light, flashing in the dark light, flashing in the pouring rain. I've got to see Jane. Next ball, swept. Could go to the boundary. It's beat Jack Home. Down to the rope. It is a boundary. 4 more to the total. That goes to 62 for 3.
This is only affecting BBC listeners, so picture feed is absolutely fine on the BBC, on the Hampshire Cricket website. Going to the Worcestershire Cricket website, you've got no problems there.
Okay. Also
around the ground, I don't think there's any problems. It's just BBC Sport Online. So as long as the green light's on, we're okay. And it's on at the moment, but it had been flashing.
Okay.
Not good.
Perhaps pedestrians can cross if it's a flashing green light, but you've got to hurry up. Vardy bowls. She's turned off the pads. This is rolling. It's one of those. It's rolling away. It was never more than about 3 metres in front of Logan Van Beek, but he couldn't catch it up. It just rolled and rolled and rolled. And as we said, this outfield looks really lush and green, but by Jove,
it is, isn't it? Yeah.
He just couldn't catch up with it, could he?
It must be cut very close.
Yeah.
As they say in grass cutting land.
Yeah. Now, wicketkeeper Roderick is up talking to his bowler. Not quite sure what he's saying there, but this is a long conversation. So the skipper, the wicketkeeper, and the bowler are in tripartite talks. I believe that's what it's called. Didn't they say that when it's...
I hear that phrase all the time.
The Balkan peace talks,
yes.
and tripartite talks. I never know. It sounds good though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds important.
Somebody, I keep going back to starting in radio many years ago, and somebody once said, use some big words, because you can guarantee that not all your listeners are going to know what those big words mean. So you're going to sound good, aren't you? So
yeah, and knowledgeable.
Renaissance, that's one of yours.
Yeah, I couldn't say that properly.
You'll have a renaissance with your renaissance. Anyway, at the end of that conversation is that we now have a leg slip in. We have a leg slip and a fine leg on the boundary, just in front of square on the leg side, saving a single. Man out on the boundary, long on. And the mid-wicket. That huge gap is still there on the offside. This next ball is pushed to mid-wicket, who is Rob Jones. 66 for 3. Vince on 33, waits the next delivery, sweeps again, and this time it is straight to Jack Home, the 12th man, who is on the boundary. And that completes Vardis over. He has bowled 8 overs, no wicket for 28. Joe Leach, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 16.
Terrific figures. Yeah, terrific stuff from the veteran.
The veteran.
The
I believe
veteran.
we can call him that now.
Well, he's 33. That's veteran, I suppose, in just about veteran in cricket terms.
Yeah. I think you're a veteran if you're about to retire.
Yes, I
That covers
certainly
it,
then, yeah. 67 for 3 means Hampshire have added 64 this morning for the loss of 3 wickets. Here's Leach from our commentary end, the northern end. And he's bowling to James Vince, who's forward. And that goes out on the onside. Now, earlier today, literally at the first few minutes of the game, we were talking about where both these teams could finish. We certainly mentioned that Worcestershire, with the points they've got in this game, are okay for next year, and they could finish probably in the highest they've ever finished in the First Division if results go their way in the next couple of weeks.
It's a bit comparative because they finished 7th in a division of 9 before, so
Yeah.
there's a division of 10. I think they finished 6th in a division of 10. It's a better achievement, a bigger achievement.
Agreed. Here's Leach with the keeper standing up. It's a length ball to Vince. Quietly defends that one. I said that it's been a while, I think, since Hampshire finished third, which they finished second, which they can most definitely do as they go to Somerset next week, depending certainly on Somerset's result today and tomorrow. Stephen Easton, sullencricket@gmail.com, says Hampshire definitely finished second in 2005 when Nottinghamshire were champions. I'm not sure, but I don't think they've finished that high since then. I think you're right, but of course Dave Allen will give us a definitive answer later on, but I think Steve's right. Here's Leach again. That's nipped back on Vince. That looks close. Was there a little inside edge onto that one? I'm not sure. But that nipped back for Joe Leach, who's found some life this morning. Just watching that again on the picture feed. Bowls and that's definitely nipped back. I might have done too much actually. Some good bowling here from Joe Leach. If I say Jack Leach, apologies, I probably said it already a couple of times this morning. It's definitely Joe who comes in and bowls, length ball, and Vince watching that one carefully onto the bat. The score remains on 67 for 3, lead of 256. I don't think Worcestershire will mind this position too much. It's not great position, but from where they were, or the position they were staring at the start of yesterday, and the fact that the batting didn't quite go to plan, apart from Roderick and Brooks, I think they can consider themselves to be in a situation that could have been a whole lot worse. Here's Leach again. It's down the leg side. Good take, Roderick. 2 hands right into the gloves.
Yeah, an email from Dave, who's enjoying the commentary. Worcester got to where they are. Worcestershire got to where they are this season by never giving up on matches. So you never know in this game. A lot of what he says is something that we've said before, being galvanised by a closer team working ethic.
Yeah.
So thanks, Dave.
That's certainly right. A little earlier we were talking about Joe had this camera that was a super duper camera that could see in here. Nikki didn't believe me. Now I can show her because Joe has actually sent me a picture of us on the balcony here. She's on the ground, but look how scarily close that feels. That is close.
What's it like?
That's really
Maiden over. Joe Leach just bowled a maiden over. It's all to do with your camera, isn't it?
Yes.
Actually,
Funny enough, yes.
Yeah, no, it's all to do with the camera rather than the lens.
Right.
Because there's a guy I know who takes cricket pictures quite a short lens. I mean, Tony is a photographer here, sports pictures. He's a professional. He's got a huge, great big lens thing. He can, you can see a butterfly on the moon if there was a butterfly on the moon. But the quality of the picture, and then of course with modern technology you can enhance it and enlarge it, was the phrase I was actually looking for. So I'm told by my very good friends who know about these things, which clearly I don't. Here is Vardy to bowl from the pavilion end. And this first ball is just tucked away by Ben Brown down towards square leg. He's not off the mark yet, Ben Brown, but he's only faced his 6th delivery since he came in some time ago. Still got this very leg side field. Brown forward, big appeal, gone, fingers up. The wicket-keeper Gareth Roderick was leaping up and down in the air, and Ben Brown goes for naught. So another twist in the game. Not had a great game with the Ben Brown, but he's gone LBW to Vardy without scoring, and the total, which has just nipped off the board, but we'll be back very shortly.
67.
67 for 4. Thank you.
Well, I'm watching it again on the replay. He's round the wicket. That's got to straighten a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
It's more, he's got to pitch in line. So
yeah. I mean, look at that on the live picture feed. He is a long way in front of the stumps. So that ball has got to straighten.
I mean,
watching this again from behind the bowler's arm. He's round the wicket, so remember it's going across him, then it pitches, and then it has to straighten a lot. Is it straightening enough?
Well, the umpire was of the opinion that it was, and certainly, I don't know, you can say wicket keepers appeal, don't they, all the time, but that was a genuine leaping up and down appeal from Gareth Roderick, so it wasn't a let's test the umpire out and see what he thinks appeal. So,
well, this is not going to plan for Hampshire this morning, is it?
The other thing is,
good morning for Worcester.
This is now taking time out of the game. There's a lot of time left in the game. You know, if this was the last morning of the game, then it would be 24 hours different. But you know, if Hampshire thought they would, come in this morning, batter on, get a 120 on the board by lunch, which they may still do, but it's only 45 minutes till lunch now. So. It's a funny old game, Saint.
Yes.
As Jimmy Greaves used to say.
Yes, I think that you're right. There's been a few passages of play in this game that probably haven't quite gone to type.
No. Not gone to script.
No.
So Vardy. To the new batsman, who is one Dawson. Oh, that turned a long way. That probably pitched outside off stump. We got a good view of that, even though the batsman is between us and the ball. But Dawson went across, and then all of a sudden it turned and leapt and was taken down the leg side by wicketkeeper Roderick. Leg slip and a slip. The close catches, that flicked away. Dawson goes back onto his stumps and pumps it away through mid-wicket. Who's that out there? Ethan Brooks? Yeah. Total goes to 68 for 4. A lead of 257. Vardy in, bowls forward cautiously this time, Vince. Still that big gap through the offside. There must be a great temptation just to get us inside the line of the ball and smash it against the spin through.
Well, that's exactly what the bowler wants, isn't it? And
yeah.
You shouldn't really be looking for that.
Vardy in again, driven down the ground, won't get past Rob Jones, who comes from a short mid-wicket position away to his left to do the fielding. That is the end of the over. Verdi's figures, who's a bit like Vardy, but he isn't. Verdi's figures are 9 overs, 2 maids, 1 for 29. I think I've called him Vardy about 10 times. You want to make your Jack Leach? I think I've called him Vardy.
Reg Vardy.
Reg, yeah.
On the buses.
I remember him. Get that buzz out, Butler. Blakey, wasn't it? Blakey was the. We used to play a cricket match up in Stourbridge, and the bloke who ran the ground there, who looked after the ground, was just like him. Blakey. Every time we. Get that buzz out, Butler. Sorry, folks, if you're under the age of 60, you have no idea what we're talking about.
68 for 4. Joe Leach to continue. Email here from Sue Dewey, sonarcricket@gmail.com, says, please say hi and get well soon to Chris. He's at home listening and unwell, or as unwell, and unable to come to our last home game. Always here with our little gang next to the pavilion, and we're missing the laughs and the banter, as that's work behind square by Dawson. No run there. Loved the commentary all season. Winter well, and see you next year. Thank you, Sue. That's a very nice email from you.
Yeah, thanks, Sue. Chris, was it? Who's not very well?
Yes.
We wish you well.
We do. Paul Williams has also emailed sonarcricket@gmail.com. So I've been able to listen to you on YouTube whilst working in the garden. I don't know if that's in Portugal or over here. You never know with Paul. We have our first cloudy morning for ages. Sounds like he's in Portugal.
He's in Portugal.
And rain is forecast tomorrow, as Dawson pushes that out square on the offside this time. The rain is forecast tomorrow for the first time in 11 weeks. Really enjoyed the commentary so far in this match and hope we can get the result I think we deserve.
Is that not a bit boring when it doesn't rain for 11 weeks?
I don't know, I've never experienced it. I don't think of you.
It's like, it was the old fast show, wasn't it, when it was Scorchio every day was Scorchio.
Yeah.
On the weather map. And then they had a cloud. Come so. Oh.
Is that, you can speak Portuguese.
I can.
It's amazing. As Dawson works out onto mid-on. It's incredible.
I do all them languages, mate. All of them. Yeah. Slowly. Deux vins blancs, s'il vous plaît.
Chris Hutchins says he can hear us fine on the BBC Sport app. Yeah, I think it has gone in and out. I apologise. My green light here every now and then does actually switch off. So apologies if that is the case. But as I say, everybody on the picture feed, everybody on the ground commentary, no problems there. Leach again. 2 slips weight. Bowls and Dawson gets one. It keeps a little low. It's gone out square on that offside.
I think I'm about to...
At the end of the over, yeah.
Foxtrot Oscar.
No problem. Mr. Bradbury's off.
Yeah.
Brian Budd, on that subject, sonarcricket@gmail.com, says, for Nicky and Mr. Bradbury...
Sorry. Sorry, and Mr. Bradbury.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Nicky.
Sorry with
and
a
Mr. Bradbury. He's saying something about the earth that goes round, not the sun, or something. You were talking about that earlier.
Well, I didn't want to get into that.
No, it's too late. Cut away by Dawson, half stopped at backward a point, but they will come through for a single. Dawson moves on to 2, 69 for 4. Hampshire lead by 258.
Oh, I thought that was the end of the over.
Not yet.
No, we were trying to point out that, Earth, Sun, whatever it is that moves around, and if it doesn't, because we are the BBC, we will let people know immediately. But it's not going to. So I can quite see what he means. My knowledge of the galaxy ends when it was a bar of chocolate. That was the end of that.
Right. Thank you, Patrick Moore. That's driven in the air. He's got a fingertip on that, as Joe Leach.
He's
probably asking a little too much of him to catch it.
He's got to get up now.
He's taking his time. But it was a wonderful effort.
I know that feeling.
Ball makes it up to mid-off. Yes. In the morning, takes you about 10 minutes to get out of bed, doesn't it? Yeah. No, don't worry. We don't need to hear a comment. End of the over, 69 for 4. 34 to Vince, 2 to Liam Dawson. Dave Allen is in the house and ready to go this afternoon. And Nicky Chowdhury is back in for another commentary stint.
Afternoon.
Oh, it is afternoon now. No, it's not yet.
Is it not?
No, 8 minutes.
Okay.
Or
Good
9
morning.
minutes on the clock here on the stadium.
Good and nearly afternoon.
It's close enough.
Is this my over, your over?
You go for it.
Okay. Verdi. Hopefully I'm not getting influenced by Mr. Bradbury's pronunciation. I was going to stick with me. Let's call him Mr. Bradbury from now on.
No, it is, for the record, it is Mr. Brayburn.
Verdi round the wicket. This is pushed off the back foot down to deep mid-wicket by Dawson. And take the single.
Actually, I've forgotten. It's Bradley. Of course it is. It's Dave Bradley. I'd forgotten for a moment.
Oh, gosh, it's all happening here today.
Oh, gosh.
We're forgetting names, getting new names, forgetting if the sun rotates. Birdie in now. to Vince, who's off the back foot, defends it to short mid-wicket.
I tell you what, though, it's been an interesting 50-odd minutes or so, Nikki, isn't it, this morning?
It has been indeed.
4 wickets. Bit of movement. Bit of spin.
Birdie skips in now from the pavilion end, tosses it up as Vince is forward and stretches into a defence as the ball dribbles into the offside a few feet away from him. Roderick goes round to do the fielding.
And you could say, once more, Hampshire relying on Dawson and Vince.
Yes, once again. As Verdi's in now, and this one off the back foot. Vince looks to turn it into the leg side. It's fielded at square leg. We are meant to have lost like a buzzing sound. I think we've...
Yeah, we're okay. We've lost the BBC Sport Online for a little while, but otherwise we're okay.
Okay. Verdi in now. Through to Vince. Uses his feet down the track. Drives to long on. Will take the single. And that takes Hampshire to 71 for 4. As Dawson takes his guard. Uses his spikes to make it more visible. As he taps his bat now, ready to go. Verdi in, through as Dawson's forward, defends straight back to Verdi. And that will conclude the end of the over. Just 2 from it, 26 overs gone. Hampshire 71 for 4. Verdi having bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. And Dawson with 3, and Vince has moved on swiftly since I was last on air to 35.
Yeah, always back swiftly, as our Mr. Vince. Yeah, I was saying, I mean, these two have been together, grown up through all the age groups at Hampshire and played a lot of cricket together. Here's a spooky fact.
A fact.
These two are both playing their 196th first-class fixture for Hampshire in this game. I mean, can you believe that? And that's a lot of games.
That's a lot of games.
And they're mirroring each other.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Yeah, incredible.
And I'm assuming there must have been occasions where one has played and the other hasn't played, but still to end up having exactly the same.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Leach bowls, length ball to Vince, who's getting right in behind that one, just in case there's any further movement, which is subtle movement, but nevertheless has been enough for 1 or 2 of the Hampshire players.
The final ball of Leach from that last over, where he got a finger to it, he was almost disappointed with himself to why he didn't catch it, but it would have been a grab and a half had he, because it was hit uppishly, but it stayed pretty low. So on the back end of his follow through, that was an ask.
True. Leach again runs away from us, slightly shorter. Vince in behind it on the back foot this time. So Hampshire resuming this morning on 3 without loss, find themselves 71 for 4. We're on the morning session, day 3. Promise of a full 2 days if we need it in this game with the weather we've had. We've been very lucky. And Worcestershire are hanging in there, 260 behind. As Leach comes in again and bowls. Vince works that to one of 2 close infielders on the leg side on the drive. That one's Brett D'Oliveira that picks up that one. A couple more emails to get through, which
Got quite a few today, haven't we?
we have, yes. Dave Gullis, cricket@gmail.com. He says, I can't stop laughing. He says, can we have a segment where Dave has to comment on his myriad of different accents? He's talking to Dave Allen at the moment, so he didn't hear that, but I will pass that on. Here's Leach bowls, and Vince quietly works it to D'Oliveira this time. Sean McFarlane, cricket@gmail.com, says, hi from a sunny Somerset. Great commentary as usual. Another 100 partnership between Vince and Dawson would just about wrap this match up. I wouldn't disagree with that. 71 for 4 here. Leach again with 3 for 17 in his 11th over. Vince works that little squarer this time, but 2 fielders are there for anything that's hit a little harder and in the air. this game has certainly moved rapidly forward. It's quite interesting because in the end, after 2 days, 20 wickets fell, which I suppose is about right if you're playing a 4-day game, 10 wickets a day, 40 wickets. But
they happened in quick succession. I think that, like, when the wickets did fall, they were so close to each other.
Yeah.
Wasn't there? I think there was a point yesterday when we lost 5 wickets just for 16 runs.
Yeah, the second half of the Worcestershire innings. Yeah. In very quick time, late on yesterday, Vince again quietly plays that on the leg side. 71 for 4. Leach 11 overs, 3 for 75, and that is his 6th maiden from those 11 overs.
That's incredible figures. In his first innings, Vince put on 57 and Dawson had a brilliant knock with 109. I can see why we'd be looking at those two to hopefully steer the ship once again, get a partnership just like the other. It's going to be Verdi to continue from the pavilion end, and so I think something is being asked for in the dressing room because arms are being waved by D'Oliveira, and now he's resumed to pointing his arms around the ground. He's turned away from the pavilion, now he's pointing his arms round the ground to set the field. We've got a slip and a leg slip in place for Verdi, who's in through to Dawson now, and Dawson's forward, defends straight back to Verdi, who casually picks the ball up on as he completes his action. Now rubs his hand on the soil and is ready to go again at the top of his mark. From the pavilion end, there's a nice little breeze through the ground as Verdi's in, tosses it up, Dawson forward, drops it into the offside, will quickly take a single. There's a gap in the offside. D'Oliveira is deep, and he'll manage to take a single as D'Oliveira strolls in, I'll say jogs, quite casually to stop the single. 72 for 4. D'Oliveira is slightly deeper, that extra cover as Verdi's in now. And this time Vince looks to tuck it off his hips. It's gone straight to square leg. It's fielded. Verdi's now decided he likes to stay around the wicket with this angle, and I think just makes it slightly harder for both the right-handers. He's aiming at their ankles as well as he's in through now, and this is slightly straighter as Vince defends. He hits it so late, the ball's dropped dead in front of him. He's picked it up and flicked it over to Roderick himself.
It's nice of him to do that, wasn't it? Do the fielder's job for him.
Yeah. Multi-talented, eh? Here's Verdi through again, and this one on the off stump, which off the back foot is pushed to D'Oliveira, who tumbles to his right to stop the ball. It's another dot ball. I've always been told that if, as a batter, you're able to defend the ball and you can kill the ball right in front of you, that's when you know you can hit it. Like, you've got the control, you have control over the ball, as opposed to the ball and bowler still having control. As this one swept away down to long leg, a slightly straighter line from Verdi. Vince gets a single, and that will also conclude the end of the over. 28 overs gone, 73 for 4. Dawson moves on to 4, Vince on 36. That's the only, then you know everything has to be right then, and you've got to control your bat lift as well, and your head position, how soft your hands are on contact. Because when I used to do some coaching, or I've worked with my dad, and when I've been growing up, trying to do that initially, I think kids especially have the tendency of trying to reach the ball, push for the ball. So trying to instill that skill can take a long time.
That's right. Yes. If you're playing late and with soft hands, the ball shouldn't go very far at all.
Yes, and initially everyone finds it very difficult.
Yes. Change of bowling from our commentary end. It's Ethan Brooks with his right arm medium pacers coming on, replacing Joe Leach. Andy Cook has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com with another fact that links Dawson and Vince. He says they're also both from Wiltshire, which is right. It's on the line of leg stump, not timed by Vince, as it works its way out to Brett D'Oliveira once more.
I used to live in Wiltshire.
Did you? Whereabouts?
I used to live in Devizes.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice spot.
It was really nice. It was fun. I think I was only there for like a year or something, but
did you?
Yes.
Yes, it's nice out that way. Here's Brooks bowls and wrapped on the pad this time. Thank you to Chris Bruce, soncricket@gmail.com, who says you can hear a dialing tone every now and then. Yes, you will do. Nothing to worry about. It's just me dialing a certain number, which keeps dropping out. So don't worry about it. It's a small price to pay for excellent commentary. I can't believe I said that. Anyway, 73 for 4. Hopefully we're okay, and it's locked in now, but it hasn't been. I think the kit's just got over hot in the last couple of days. That's pushed out towards mid-on. I do remember this. I'm using the same bit of kit that I've used for a while. It's not hot. Yeah, it's not hot yet. But it has in the past,
Overheat.
with particularly hot days, it has played up a little bit, and I suppose I am blaming it for the last 2 days. But whether it's just had a delayed reaction, I don't know. Anyway, that's my technical. That's the limit of my technical know-how. Vince is forward. Goes out on the offside. A email here from David Ackland, who follows Hampshire around an awful lot, home and away. silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, please can you say hi to Michael Whitlock, who I believe is in the ground today, having missed much of the season due to a serious accident. Welcome back, says David. I have greatly enjoyed bumping into you at grounds around the country. There, he's just emphasised that. My cricketing season is over, but I'm listening to you whilst working in the garden. Vince gets another length ball. See you in the spring, says David. Here we are. So he's obviously not going down to Taunton, which is the next port of call for Hampshire on the final week of the season. That final week goes over the weekend as well, doesn't it? Starts next Thursday, the final round.
Next Thursday.
It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, yeah. Well, it's been a good morning so far for Worcestershire. Again, that's straight, and Vince just works that into the onside. You do get the feeling now, with Hampshire having lost 4 wickets inside the first 45 minutes, that there is a bit of a re-evaluation of where they're at in this game, and they're batting very sensibly, both Vince and Dawson here, as they look to repair this Hampshire second innings. I nearly said an hour and 5 minutes, as if it was 11 o'clock that we started.
I still think in my head we start at 11, and this morning when I came on for my first stint, I looked at the clock, it said 10:58. I was like, oh, it just messes with my mind a little bit.
Yes, it's only a month. We start at 10:30, but it does take a little getting used to. And Verdi's having a chat with Brett D'Oliveira here.
Trying to think how they can mess with the minds of Dawson and Vince. Slip and a leg slip in place. Mid-wicket and square leg as well. As in comes Verdi now, and use of the feet down the wicket. Dawson's lofted this one all the way over the rope. And that is, I believe, the first 6 of Hampshire's second innings. 79 for 4 they go on to. It's such a bright day here down at the Utilita Bowl that you can almost lose sight of the ball. It's so bright. And Dawson really getting to the pitch of it, made enough space. Now, will he disrupt the length of Verdi? What is Verdi's comeback? What's he going to do? Dawson taps his bat now as Verdi's in and down through on the off stump. He uses his feet again and kind of slashes across the line, along the ground, down to deep mid-wicket. Will take the single. Score moves on to 80 for 4.
It's interesting he's taken the fielders on there, because they're, well, in fact, deep mid-wicket wasn't quite on the rope, the ball before, but
he wasn't, but still the larger boundary,
yeah,
I think.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's got to come out the middle of the bat.
I do think they were both equal, but this leg side boundary does seem slightly bigger. Verdi in to Vince now, who stays in his spot and drives down the ground towards long off. There is no long off, so long on is going to have to come round and do the chasing. They'll come back for 2, easy 2. 82 for 4, score moves on to.
Yeah, you always think that's a risky shot with such a big, wide expanse away on the leg side, but Dawson certainly middled that one. I think the ball after, it looked like he was attempting something similar. Fortunately for him, it went along the ground.
Vince taps his bat now as Verdi's through, and this time pushes it through the offside where D'Oliveira skids to his left to field the ball. Big gap through the offside. Vince could use his feet to adjust through the offside. This one's off the back foot and so fine, it runs down towards long leg. We'll take the single. 83 for 4. It is a hard shot though, isn't it? There's this big gap through the offside. It's there to tempt him, but he'll be having to go against the spin and adjust his feet, which will be taking himself away from the ball. So there's more risk factors in this one as Verdi's in, and this time it's defended by Dawson. Straight back down the line of the wicket, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 30 overs gone, Hampshire 83 for 4 with a lead of 272.
10 runs off that 30 over. Hampshire 83 for 4 here in their second innings. Lead by 272. A couple of more emails as we move into the last half an hour, or last 20 minutes or so until the lunch break here on day 3. Ralph Brooker, solentcricket@gmail.com says, Hi Kev, Dave, Surrey Nicky. You're going to be known as Surrey Nicky from now on, whenever you turn up.
It's when someone met me at Essex the other week, and they were like, oh, are you Nicky? And I'm thinking, if I ever come up here, someone's going to say, are you Surrey Nicky? I'll walk around the ground for lunch and be like, hey, it's Surrey Nicky.
It is, yeah, that's it. That's your name now.
I might have to wear my Surrey jumper just to make it more obvious.
It's your adopted name. Brooks bowls, and Vince wants a single as it's hit out to the covers. Dawson says no. He says, firstly, well played Worcestershire. Well, they've done really well, actually, considering there was a couple of batting collapses, but they, as I say, they're not out of this game. 272 is the lead currently for Hampshire. As so often when chasing batting points, with a solid score already on the board and with wickets in hand. He says Hampshire have been a bit muddled since the last session. Well, they've been outdone by these early wickets this morning, which hasn't helped. He thinks at the moment it's nowhere near enough runs with 6 batters left. Here's Brooks again. It's just quietly plays that out on the onside. So we have 20 minutes until a lunch break. Hampshire resuming this morning on 3 without loss. Toby Albert for 1, Fletcher Middleton for 11, Nick Gubbins for 16. All fell victim to Joe Leach. Those wickets fell with the score was on 5, 24 and 48, and then Ben Brown out for no score, LBW to Amar Verdi. That was 67 for 4. As Brooks comes in, that's pulled away by Vince off the front foot. Along the ground, out to deep square leg.
I'm starting to think that the message may have just changed, and they're going to up the ante a little bit. Just the last few shot selections indicate that may be the case.
I think you're right. It does feel as though they've been a little more positive, don't they? In the last over or two, Dawson just pats the wicket down, just makes Ethan Brooks just wait a minute to bowl his next delivery. Fine 100 from Ethan Brooks, his first-class 100 yesterday. Comes in and bowls. Dawson works that to short mid-wicket. And not really seeing from Verdi more turn than I think we've seen on any other day of this game so far. Talking to Liam Dawson last night, he was hoping that with more sun on this pitch and pitch wearing a bit more, that there might be some more turn for the spinners later on. Doesn't seem to be too much more at the moment. As Brooks bowls another good length ball to Liam Dawson.
Starting to like this nickname actually, Surrey Nicky.
Are you?
But you know what? It doesn't have the same ring to it. So here's a fun fact: Nicky's actually not my real name.
Is it not?
No. Officially, my name's actually Shweta. I'm Shweta Chowdhury, not Nicky Chowdhury, which is definitely more of an Indian name. But I've always been known as Nicky since I was a kid.
Okay. Here's Brooks bowls another length ball. Dawson again is happy just to defend. End of the over, 84 for 4. Surrey Nicky is staying on, and she'll be joined by Dave Bradley. Is his proper name.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'm sure Mr. Bradley or Mr. Bradbury, whichever you prefer. I prefer Bradbury too. It has a better ring to it. Will be with us in just a few moments.
You'd gone. You'd switched your microphone off and walked away last time, which is a dangerous thing to do if you're taking a mick out of me. Well.
Wait, what happened?
No, you switched your mic off and then you went away. So I was. It's this thing that about got the last word in. You see, it wasn't too bad, mate.
You got the one up.
I
Birdie has ball in hand as he has a quick chat with D'Oliveira, who now throws both his arms up in the air, a bit of a "what are you doing" sort of movement as Vince on strike taps his bat now, looks up and waits Birdie, who has a straighter line, and this has worked off the back foot down into the leg side to deep mid wicket along the ground. Vince walks through for a single.
Who's that running around the boundary at the far end?
They're not on the pitch.
Where are my binoculars?
Your massive binoculars. Here's Birdie to Dawson now. So off the back foot, pushes it to mid wicket, has to release his bottom hand off the bat as he makes contact, otherwise probably in danger of hitting it slightly uppishly. It was a tighter line and quite close to him. Birdie in
Matthew
now.
Waite, sorry.
To Dawson, who again this time makes space through the offside off the back foot and runs us down to deep point. Will get the single, takes the score to 86 for 4.
Sorry, it's Matthew Waite, who was going to play in the game but was poorly. So he's 13th man, it seems, for Worcestershire today. Jack Home being the 12th man. Where are we going with this game then, Nicky? Where's it going? What's happening?
Twist of the tails.
It is, isn't it?
Birdie to Vince, who's tall and leans on his bat as he awaits the full delivery. He's down on one knee and he sweeps. And he doesn't go all the way because we have protection at long leg. And it's going to be just the single. He hit that with quite some force.
So, what's the lead?
276.
76.
A lead of 276. Dawson on strike with 12. As Birdie round the wicket, comes through wide of the crease, tosses it up and it's driven through the offside. They'll take a single. D'Oliveira runs to his left, cut off the angle and will stop any further runs being taken. It was a bit of a poor throw as well over the head of Roderick, but backing up means it's only going to be a 1 and the score moves to 88 for 4. Vince on 42 on strike now.
Wonder what's in Hampshire's mind, the target that they would like to leave Worcestershire. Got to be 400.
Birdie round the wicket, flatter delivery, worked off the back foot between mid wicket and square leg, down to deep mid wicket, and we'll get the single. A rotating strike with at ease here. There's not much of a challenge for Dawson and Vince, getting a fair share of opportunity between them. 89 for 4 at the end of the over. 32 overs gone with a lead of 278.
So if they wanted to lead a 400, there's another 120 odd, 122 to be exact. So if they got that, that's going to take till probably getting on for tea, isn't it? Even if because they will get on with it, these two. So, and the thing about this game is there's a lot of time left in it. Here we are, what are we? We're not two and a third days in.
2 and a bit.
Yeah.
Change of bowling as well.
Here is Ethan Brooks, Worcestershire's hero of yesterday. Gets that one just to fade away outside the off stump. And, sort of a prod at it, really, from Vince. Bit of breeze across the ground today. The tops of the trees are being ruffled by the breeze. As I was saying to Kev earlier, I walked around the ground this morning. You get in the shade of the stand with the wind blowing. Jeepers, it's a bit fresh. Here's the next ball. Vince comes part of the way down, turns it down to fine leg, where Birdie is the fielder, and there is no run. Ethan Brooks, third over of the innings, only conceded a couple of runs so far. Generally very economical, medium pace and not much above. Probably a bit quicker than he looks, I think, Ethan Brooks. Good line of length with this ball. Treated with due respect by Dawson.
You get a few bowlers who are like that, aren't they? The action is a lot quicker than how they release the ball.
Yeah.
And some of them really like sprint through their run up, and then as they approach the crease on release, the arms come through at a much slower pace, and it's a bit of a deception. It's a variation itself, actually.
Next ball, again, a step down, which probably tells us how much is in the pitch here. The batsman is able to take that step down and get into a position, drives it back down the pitch. Ethan Brooks shows some excellent footwork, tapping the ball up with his boot and then doing a couple of keepy uppies before it ends up in his hand. Turning again, and this time flicked to mid-wicket where D'Oliveira is the fielder. There will be no run. Very time-wise, so 10 minutes till lunch.
10 minutes lunch. You know there's a test match, India playing Bangladesh today.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
Well, apparently there's a one-day international between England and Australia, which I wasn't really aware of until this morning. Afghanistan have been coming up with some results, haven't they? Talking of international cricket. Next ball from Brooks. Pushed back down the pitch. And there is no run. That's a decent over from Ethan Brooks. One run coming off it. And at the end of it, Hampshire are 90 for 4. They lead by 279 with Dawson on 13, Vince on 44. They've beaten just about everybody, haven't they? Afghanistan in the last 12 months.
They've really come through, haven't they? Just looking at the score here for India versus Bangladesh. India 327 for 6, but they were 96 for 4 at one point.
Ah. Where's that being played?
That's being played in Chennai, where it's going to be sweltering hot.
Oh, well, be hot and sticky, wouldn't it?
Hot and sticky. Nothing like that here, though, where Amir Verdi has ball in hand as he's ready to bowl his 14th over to Vince. He's on strike now. And goes to sweep, and he's been bowled! Verdi gets a wicket. He gets his second breakthrough. It's full delivery. Vince down on one knee, and it was too full to sweep, and that's gone through, beaten the bat. And Hampshire lose another one. 90 for 5.
They might not be too bothered if they were bowled out here, Hampshire, because it would save conjuring up a declaration. They wouldn't want to be bowled out for
Still wouldn't want
130, but if they were bowled out for 200, they'd be quite happy, wouldn't they? And also, it's not doing the pitch any good. Not playing cricket on it, is it? So it's going to break up even more. So by the end, towards the end of the third day, is what I'm trying to say. And batsmen in the third innings, knowing that they're going to have a declaration, they might sort of run slightly up the middle. Everybody does it.
And when the umpire says something, oh sorry.
Yes, oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
sir. I'll
Bit late
make
now.
sure. It's also when the keepers sometimes get involved and fielders start throwing the ball into where the batter normally stands, and then the keeper has to go round, and unfortunately their spikes might just run across the wicket. It's all old tricks of the book. Well,
They are quite hot on this, particularly in one-day cricket, aren't they? The umpires in white ball cricket. You know, you throwing it in one bounce. You know, if it comes in from way out, maybe. But if you're throwing it from inside the circle, they don't like you throwing it in on the bounce.
I feel like if it's in the circle, you don't really have much of an excuse. From the boundary, it makes sense, and you can't really do anything, whether it's a legitimate case or it's more of a tactical approach to soften the ball up so it doesn't go the distance. But right here now at the Utilita ground, well, James Vince has to depart for 44 of 82 balls. He was just bowled by Amir Verdi, who picked up his second wicket of the innings as he just begun his 14th over.
Well,
Been bowling well, and
he's on 7 for.
He's on-
He's got 7 wickets. So. It's a long time since he played county cricket in 3 years.
it's a good way to come back, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Come back with a bang. You're here for the party.
Proving a bit of a point to his employers, who are, of course, Surrey.
Tom Prest at the crease. New batter. He takes a glance around the ground to have a look at who is who and where his gaps are. Birdie ready to go. Skips in now and Prest forward and defends this short mid-wicket as he takes his front foot across the line slightly. 90 for 5 here. Hampshire lead of 279. As Verdi at the top of his mark, besides his shadow, is tall next to him as skips in now, tosses it up as Pressed forward, defends softly once again to short mid-wicket. 7 minutes off from lunch. We might probably get another 2 overs in. As Verdi in flatter delivery, Pressed off his hips now, plays it to square leg along the ground. It's fielded. Once again, could be on track for a wicket maiden. As the crowd is slowly starting to get a little bit busier on the Shane Warne stand. I've noticed a few more heads pop up. Birdie in, this one tossed up and Press uses his feet down the ground through the vacant mid-off area. That's going to go all the way down to the boundary and that is going to be Pressed off the mark with a beautiful well-timed shot. Gets to the pitch of the ball and Hampshire move on to 94 for 5.
Is that a full toss?
He made it a full toss. He made it. Yeah. It was a fuller delivery. He used his feet, got right to the ball before it could bounce. Made it into a full toss. Probably not that bad of a ball from Birdie. Probably think it was slightly fuller, but that's the danger when batters use their feet. Not much room for mistakes, as this one's a flatter delivery and looks to work it off the back foot. It's skidded back on him and it will conclude the end of the over as well. Just 4 from it and the wicket, of course, of James Vince in Hampshire. 94 for 5 at the end of 34 overs, the lead of 283. Got roughly 6 minutes left till lunch.
Yeah. It's a funny old game. I've got to stop saying that. I must say that 40 times a day. But
if I had £1 for every time you said that.
Yeah. You'd be 40.
I could get a chopper back home and not have to drive.
You'd be £40 better off. It's going to be Ethan Brooks to bowl from the north end, where we are seated in the cool at the moment. Till the sun. Well, I'm not going to get into the sun going around the earth and the earth going around the sun again. It's way too complicated. Brooks right arm over, bowls to the right-handed Dawson, pushes the ball out on the offside. Kashi Valley is in there. So the field for this one is mid-off, extra cover, backward point, slip. And then on the leg side, on the onside, there's a fine leg, a deep square, man in front of square, probably saving the single, a shortish mid-wicket and a mid-on. As Brooks bowls, and it's played to mid-on, where Van Beek is the fielder.
Just to interrupt you there, Mr. Bradbury, you've just seen that Sussex have posted they are back in Division 1.
Well, they've done enough to do it, have they?
They've done enough to do the deed, and
good.
They're going to be back in Division 1 from 2025, promoted.
Good. I'd like a trip to Hove. Next ball from Brooks, full length. Maybe just a little bit of swing on that, pushed away on the offside. Kashi valued extra cover is the fielder. That's good. I like Hove. Just
have a look at the quick scorecard. Sussex have won by an innings and 7 runs against Gloucestershire. Bowled out Gloucestershire for 109 and 195.
What's happening in Lancashire? Are they still batting?
Lancashire lead Somerset by 382 runs and 2 wickets remaining.
As here's Brooks with the next ball. Turned away to mid-wicket.
And the Middlesex have won by an innings and 66 runs against Derbyshire.
So it's building up to some sort of a conclusion.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the other scores as well after this delivery.
Brooks in, bowls, turned away. Into the leg side, D'Oliveira, who is the short mid-wicket, just trots to his right to do the fielding.
So
do cricketers still play for lunch? I don't know.
Well, I'm looking forward to my fish cakes, that's for sure.
Sorry, carry on.
In Div 1, Surrey, well, Durham trail Surrey by 61 runs and got 4 wickets left at hand. 92 for 6 at the moment.
Brooks bowls. And Dawson defends, just pushes the ball to mid-wicket. That's a good over from Ethan. But 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs for no wicket. Doing a good job for his team here, keeping that end quiet while the spinner continues at the other end.
Yes, indeed. Kent 189 for 7. They trail Nottinghamshire by 18 runs. And Lancashire, I've just mentioned to you. Glamorgan versus Yorkshire in Div 2. Where Yorkshire 220 for 6. Yorkshire lead by 342 runs and 4 wickets remaining. Verdi just getting himself set as he's in to bowl his 15th over now against Prest, who's on 4. He's a new batter, came in after Vince. As Verdi's in now and presses forward, opens the face of the bat as this one's run down towards 3rd. And they will come back for 2. Ball hasn't got quite enough on it to go all the way. And that will take the score to 96 for 5. And we just said the Derbyshire Middlesex result as well, where Middlesex have won.
Okay.
And apart from that, I think that's all of them. We've got some international games going on as well, some test matches in the men's stuff, and Australia women taking on New Zealand as well, as Verdi's in, and this one's poor delivery down the leg side as Prest doesn't even go to play a shot, and Roderick has to take 2 steps to his left to take that. Ball back with Verdi now.
Vardy.
Slip and a leg slip still in play. And Verdi into Prest, who off the back foot pulls this one through to deep mid-wickets, all along the ground. And he will take the single. 97 for 5, the score is. Australia playing New Zealand women in a T20 game, which is prior to the main event happening in the UAE. The Women's T20 World Cup kicks off on the 3rd of October. Unfortunately, had to be moved from its original location, Bangladesh, as Verdi's in now, and this is tossed up slightly, and Dawson's forward defends into the leg side off the front foot. It's now going to be taking place in the UAE, where it's still going to be extremely hot.
I think it's always hot, isn't it?
It's always hot, but sometimes you get nicer weather, as Verdi's in now, and this one off the back foot. Dawson opens the face of the bat. A bit of spin from Verdi as well as it runs down towards 3rd, and that's going to be another couple of runs added to Hampshire's total, taking them to 99 for 5. They say that the best time in the UAE weather-wise is potentially from end of October through till March end.
Okay.
And then after that, it does get pretty uncomfortable. I was once there in August and September, and I think the average was 41 degrees each day. And
Can't do that.
I was sizzling like a sausage as Verdi's in now. This is defended by Dawson. Straight back down the line of the wicket. Verdi picks up the ball to conclude the end of the over. And that is the end of the 36th over, and it will also be lunch here at the Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire have a lead of 288 against Worcestershire. Dawson on 15, Prest with 7 to his name, and Amin Verdi has bowled 15 overs, 2 maidens and 2 for 57. He's got a 7 for so far in this game, with potentially more to come.
Yep, we'll pop off another whatever. And we should be back at approximately 10 minutes past 1. On whatever you're doing, folks, I hope you enjoy your lunch as much as we're going to enjoy ours.
And welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. The faint applause you can hear in the background is the two umpires, Mark Newell and Rob White, leading out the Worcestershire fielders as we prepare to get ready for the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Worcestershire. The state of play, Hampshire in their second innings, 99 for 5. They lead overall by 288. Liam Dawson is 15 not out, Tom Prest is 7 not out. 5 wickets fell this morning for the addition of 96 runs. It was a better morning for Worcestershire than it was for Hampshire as they look to build a sizable lead here. And Joe Leach leading the way with 3 wickets early on. He has 3 for 17 from 11. And Amar Verdi picked up the last 2 before the luncheon interval, and he has 2 for 57 from 15. Your commentary team this afternoon has increased by 1. So Surrey Nikki is still here. She's still having a bit of lunch somewhere, I think. Dave Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester, he's also having a long lunch, although as I speak he's back. But it's myself, Kevin James, and Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen for the first time in the game. Welcome, David.
Thank you.
As Joe Leach comes in with the keeper standing up. That's nipped back and bounced, and that's hit Roderick in the chest, I think. He looks hurt.
He does.
So
He does look hurt, does
he does.
Yeah.
Wicked.
Oh, he's okay.
Wicked delivery first up after lunch.
I'm just thinking if Nicky's now known as Surrey Nicky, can I be Pompey Dave?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not sure actually. There might be some of the people I was sat with this morning won't approve of it. Actually, they'd still done it. Hello.
Well, you'll just alienate all those people, all your friends from Southampton.
Yes, I've got. I mean, it makes people laugh when I'm in Pompey that I tell them how many friends I have got in Southampton because of the cricket. Yeah. And they look at me askance, but it's
Really?
quite true.
You have friends
It's absolutely true.
west of Fareham.
Yeah.
Here comes Leach again. That's another good length delivery, which Prest is quietly forward to.
And of course, as football fans, we're all suffering equally at the minute. Saints, Bournemouth, Pompey, everybody really. Somebody was telling me yesterday about all the non-league sides that have been stuffed recently down here. I think Aldershot are flying the Hampshire flag. Anyway, that's enough football.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic game. I mean, for a neutral, particularly, you can't call it, can you?
No.
It just keeps shifting.
We were saying earlier, as Prest is forward to that one, that there's been passages of play which you wouldn't quite predict.
Yeah, completely. Which is one of the things that I absolutely love about this particular format. That there's time for that to happen. And I mean, this morning hasn't gone to plan at all in terms of Hampshire deciding to bat again last night.
No.
Not at all, really. You'd have thought they'd be hoping for 120 for 2 or something, really,
Exactly
and just
right.
pushing on. But
There was a little bit in the wicket for Leach, wasn't there?
yeah,
And Prester's off the back foot, punching that out into the covers. Toby Albert caught down the leg side of Joe Leach. That was the first wicket this morning after 5 minutes of play. He went for 1, didn't add to his overnight total. Fletcher Middleton caught and bowled to Leach. I think he ball may have just stopped in the turf a little
yeah,
bit.
that's what I thought about that one.
Yeah, he went for 11. He added 9 to his overnight total. Hampshire were 24 for 2 there. Nick Gubbins, I think he was trying to leave that. I didn't actually see the live action at that time. I was just momentarily distracted. Press drives, doesn't time it, goes up to mid-off. And he was caught by Jones off Leach for 16. That was 48 for 3. Ben Brown, LBW's Verdi coming round the wicket. He was well forward, but the umpire judging that even though the ball is angling across him, that when it pitched, it straightened sufficiently to give him out. He went for no score, 67 for 4. And James Vince bowled by Verdi, trying to fetch a foolish delivery outside off stump, tried to sweep it away on the leg side. It was like a bottom edge onto the stumps. 44 he went for, 90 for 5 was the total. That's flicked away fine, that'll be 4. Got the line a little bit too straight there, Joe Leach, even though he's got his hands on his head. I'm not sure if it's more because he knows that the line was wrong or whether he thought that maybe if Prest hadn't got a little tickle on that, there was a chance of an LBW shout. I'm not sure. That was always going down the leg side for me. And Hampshire have passed the 100 mark, even though the board's not showing it. Oh, there it is. 100 up for 5 wickets. The lead now 293. But you're right, Dave. It's it did feel yesterday that Hampshire gave up a really, really good position in the game.
Yes.
To search for maximum batting bonus points.
Yes.
And lost some wickets doing it.
Yeah. which, given the way that games are panning out at the minute, might, I'm not sure that 1 point is crucial, but it might secure them second place rather than third, which is where they've been for most of the recent seasons. But yeah, it did sacrifice it, and then had Worcester 60 odd for 5, and couldn't. I mean, to be honest, yesterday, initially at least, they didn't have the support bowling to do that job. Eventually, Liam came in and mopped them up. But
Verdi's bowling around the wicket to Dawson, who's turning it away behind square on the leg side, looking for a single. No, says pressed.
I've got various stories. I haven't been for a while. I think I've got various stories. One of them is we've 2 centuries in this game so far by Gubbins and Dawson.
Verdi from that pavilion end. Dawson prods forward,
which takes Hampshire to 18 centuries in the season, and they'll play a maximum of 14 games, even if you include the one at Durham that never started. So they are averaging more than 1 century per match.
Verdi looking forward to this stat, Dave, as that's just turned into the ground on the leg side.
And the really interesting thing about that, I think, is that Hampshire are the last side of the 18 counties to have a season in which they've averaged more than 100 per match.
Is that right?
They've never done it before, and every other county has done it.
Ever?
Ever. Never done it. No.
Verdi bowls. Dawson's on the back foot. There's a shout for a caught behind. Not out, says the umpire. Roderick had thrown the ball in the air, and one or two of the fielders are looking a little quizzical. So, yeah, the keeper, leg slip, and the bowler all shouting. Umpire saying not out. That's an interesting stat, Dave. You think over the, well...
Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you? I've checked, I got help.
Dawson comes down the wicket and works that away. I think he was trying to hit that a little straighter. The ball's squirted away down to fine leg, trying to heave that away. 104 for 5.
Worcestershire, for example, have done it 4 times. All quite recently, 1996, 1997, 2006 and 2022. They've more than 100 in a championship per match in a championship season. But this is the first time for Hampshire, and they're the last of the 18 counties to do it.
On the back foot is pressed, prods it out square on the offside. Quickly around is Roderick. No run taken, 1 off the over. Hampshire 104 for 5 in their second innings, lead by 293.
And I mean, if somebody had said to me, guess, the first thing I did actually was to look at Phil Mead, you know, in seasons when he scored 1300s or whatever, but other people weren't scoring them around him. Then I would have guessed the team that you played in. Chris Smith, Robin Smith, Mark Nicholas, Paul Terry, Gordon Greenidge, you know, sometimes they'd let you come in for a couple of overs at the end.
Have a hit, Kev.
But, you know, I would have bet that team, you know, and actually the year before you came, when Trevor Jesty was scoring all those runs as well, but never quite did. And yeah, so they were. It's interesting. The best ever was Middlesex in 1947, and I've 3700s in 26 matches, and that was Compton and Edridge.
I was going to say,
it was the glorious summer. 47.
Leach in with 2 slips, and that's worked off the back foot. A little bit of extra bounce there to Dawson, who takes the bottom hand off the bat as it goes out into the covers. Looks like there's a little spot there developing.
Well, you called that one for Middleton, didn't you? The caught and bowled it. I absolutely thought that it stopped on him, and there haven't been a lot that have done that. But I think you said to me earlier that Hampshire are quite keen to bowl 4th because they think this pitch is going to get harder to bat on.
Yes.
As the game goes on.
That's right. Yeah, interesting actually. I missed an email this morning from Chris Giles just before lunch. I'll come to that in a moment as Leach comes in and bowls. Dawson's on the back foot. Again, he's just bounced a fraction. He rides the bounce, works it out to backward a point, finds the fielder. Score remains on 104 for 5. Chris Giles, who emailed just before lunch, but he makes some good points here. SolentCricket@gmail.com. It says, considering the way Hampshire batted yesterday morning and their progress so far this innings, the quest for the 5th batting point yesterday seems to have put them in a less strong position to win the game. Exactly. Surely, had they batted more conventionally with good bats like Prest, Fuller and Organ to support the untroubled Gubbins, Hampshire would have totalled around 600. Well, I think most of us would agree with that. Here's Leach, a little straighter. Go, have to hurry here as it goes out square on the leg side. Dawson gets in as the throw comes in at his end. 105 for 5. They clearly expect the ball to turn more on days 3 and 4, so why not carry on batting when in a clear ascendancy to give your opponents an even harder task? Hopefully my concerns are unfounded and that a maximum points win is secured tomorrow, says Chris. He says, working in my Fareham trophy shop, not drinking pints at €2 each in Lanzarote. Like Mr. Kimber says, he was emailing us yesterday from Lanzarote. Here's Leach, bowls, and Prest is on the back foot. Well, again, just to explain that point was, and Liam Dawson explained it quite well yesterday, speaking after the game, that they went for maximum batting points because at that point there was a mathematical chance, if Surrey imploded a little bit, that they would somehow just nip ahead of Surrey. Well, that option was on. I think that was fully justified. It's just that you're right, but at this game, it's just setting them back a fraction.
The irony is that
as Leach comes in and bowls, forward is Prest.
the 1 point doesn't make any difference to third place. That's a second and third place. If this game if Hampshire win this game, they're on 195. If Somerset, as looks probable, I think, Somerset lose, they're on 193. So we will be 2 points ahead of them. So that 1 point, well, it would only prove relevant if...
Thanks, Bowles, and that's worked away. Between two fielders on the leg side, will they come back for 2? They will. That's a good pick-up right on the boundary. Prest moves on to 13, I think that is. 107 for 5. Yes, 13.
It's a while since I've done higher mathematics, as you can probably tell, but I was going to say that extra 1 point will only count at Taunton next week if Somerset get 1 more point than us and they've won more games and therefore finish second and we finish third. But tonight or tomorrow night, if Somerset lose with 3 points and we win with 24, we're 2 points ahead of Somerset in second place.
Interesting. And, as has been pointed out earlier, and in your email earlier, Hampshire haven't been second in the championship since
2005, when they reckon they were done by David Fulton's declaration for Kent against Notts.
Verdi bowls, sweep shot, but may just have wrapped the pad or the glove, goes to ground though.
And then people might well remember that Warney was absolutely furious. He hadn't captained Hampshire all season because he was in that wonderful Ashes series, of course, but he was captaining then, wanted to win the championship, hated that declaration, although I don't think it was that unreasonable, really.
Verdi bowls again, sweep shot, again he's wrapped on the pad, big shout from the bowler mainly.
But Notts won it, and the interesting thing was that Notts had finished first and second division the previous season. We'd finished second. We both came up and we finished first and second in the first division. But when Notts came here for the final game, we made our highest ever score in excess of 700.
Verdi bowl slightly quicker, pulled by Dawson along the ground. There is a man out at deep mid wicket. 108 for 5. I just watched that LBW decision again there, Dave, while you were explaining that. It did look as though the ball at the very least pitched outside leg stump.
I think so. I've just got it on here now.
Just watching it again.
Yeah, I've got the live stream on, which is behind us in terms of time, so it's quite handy.
There's Verdi. Reverse sweep this time from Prest. There is a man, Joe Leach, out for that shot. Brings Prest a single. Moves on to 14.
I made an observation this morning to somebody, Kevin, that in terms of second place, we finished second in 1958, Ingleby Mackenzie's first season as captain. We could have won it, but fell apart in August. We finished second in 1974.
Verdi again, that is flighted Dawson's forward.
Which I refuse to talk about, especially when we're playing Worcestershire. We finished second in 1985, which was your first season. And we lost a game on the last ball to Northants at Northants Road, the penultimate game, but Middlesex were always
favourites. Dawson just quietly pushes that to mid-wicket. End of the over. Verdi's completed 17 overs, 2 for 60. Hampshire 109 for 5, lead by 298.
They were always making the pace, really, Middlesex. They were very strong in those days. And then 2005, so there have been 4 seasons in which we finished second, and you could argue that in all those 4 seasons we could and indeed perhaps should have won the title, but I wouldn't argue it this year.
No.
I think Surrey are the I think Surrey are going to be the champions because they are the strongest side.
Now they are on paper.
And they've lost people to international games that we haven't, and they keep winning it.
Just to back up what Dave was saying earlier, as that's neatly played by Press. Played it late, opened the face to the bat, started a new over from Leach, and that ball has worked its way all along the ground up towards third, pavilion end of the ground, and Press picks up 4. For 18 he moves on to, same score as Dawson, 113 for 5. Somerset are batting second now in their game against Lancashire. Lancashire were bowled out for 398. So Somerset 8 for 1.
Right.
They require 385
Yeah.
from here on in. So well done to Lancashire, 398 all out, giving themselves a modicum of chance of staying in the division.
The daft thing is that both sides are going to curse that they didn't get the runs in the first innings because they've lost out on batting points, and Lancashire could easily still go down.
So Leach bowls, forward is pressed, quite out in the middle of the bat. That's right, both sides bowled out in the 140s.
Because Nottinghamshire look like they're beating Kent, which isn't particularly surprising, and then that will just it will negate anything that Lancashire managed to do. And Warwickshire, who were awful this week, clearly, despite a 50 from Danny Briggs incidentally, but they just look like they've got enough points really. I don't think Lancashire can catch them, so it could well be Lancashire going down, and our near neighbours Sussex coming up.
Yeah, looking forward to that. They've already won their Division 2 match against Gloucestershire, won by an innings and 7. There was a third man out there. That third was about halfway to the boundary. I thought, what's going on here? But right at the last minute, sprinted to the boundary. That's a length ball. That's made up to mid-off. So, as regards the other games, and you were talking about Kent, Kent 208 for 8 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire. The scores are level in that game.
Right.
But Kent only have 2 second innings wickets remaining. So, they're certainly struggling, and have been, as we know, for virtually all of the season. And Surrey, well, they're in a good position against Durham, because Durham in their second innings 119 for 6. They still trail Surrey by 34 with 4 second innings wickets remaining. Leach bowls a length ball, Prest works that into the gap square on the offside, and with that single moves on to 19, 114 for 5.
They got second there. He kicked the ball away from himself. Didn't feel it.
Don't do that.
Came back for 2.
So 115 for 5, and Hampshire lead by 304. So not quite the progress made this morning. I mean, I suppose 96 isn't a bad session, but you would think Hampshire might have got a few more than that, but hampered by those wickets, 5 in total. But for me, anything 350 and above, I think they'd be reasonably confident. They're probably reasonably confident now, but you always think if 2 players get in, 300 it may not be enough. Nicely cut by Prest, out on the boundary, and even with a third down there, who seemed to get behind it, but maybe was a little too close to the rope. Means that that's another boundary. Prest moves on to 24, run a ball 24. 119 for 5.
I was suggesting to you at lunch, wasn't I, that I reckon if we set Worcestershire 350 or more to win, and they win it, then good luck to them.
Agreed.
You know, well done, especially when you think 60 odd for 5 in the first innings.
Yeah.
You know, but I suppose it would be exciting to a degree to go to Taunton with the 2 teams battling it out for second and third. There's probably a bit of prize money worth enjoying.
Each bowls a little fuller, driven up to mid-on. Fielded by Logan Van Beek, end of the over.
Gonna give a mention to Liam's current situation, having another magical season. Probably going to end up as the Player of the Year on that PCA thing. Yeah, but the thing I would like to mention is that he started this game, started this innings on 856 runs, and he's got another 18. So he's well past 500. And he's got 48 wickets. He's never taken more than 49, which was last year. And I tend to think nowadays that we don't talk about the double, the all-rounders double anymore, but we used to talk about it. 1,000 runs, 100 wickets in 30-odd games usually.
Here's Verdi. Down the wicket comes Dawson, hits it high over mid-off. There's nobody there. One bounce 4. Little bit into out because there is a deep mid-on, although that hasn't worried him over the 2 innings. This time he's decided to play it a little safer. He moves on to 22, 123 for 5.
So he's well over 500 runs. He's well over 750 runs, if you want to count that. He's only playing in his 13th game, as opposed to people who used to get the double in 30-odd games and often clinched it in the festival games at Scarborough late on. And he needs 2 more wickets for 50. And I reckon 500 runs and 50 wickets makes you an all-rounders double for the season. So 2 more wickets he needs.
Do you know what? I'm glad you mentioned that earlier. Now Dawson goes into out again, over extra cover this time, 1 bounce 4, using his feet to Verdi, and he moves on to 26 now. And Hampshire on to 127 for 5, lead by 316. I was going to say, has he ever taken 50 wickets or more in Hampshire? And I'm glad you've answered that question.
49 last year.
So
So he's got potentially 3 innings in which to get 2 wickets, and you wouldn't bet against that the way he's playing this year, would you?
Wouldn't bet against him getting 1,000 runs, are they, the way he's playing? 100
Actually,
in the first
that's
innings.
right. Yeah.
Down the wicket again. This time he plays it along the ground up to mid-on.
I think only 2 men so far have got 50 wickets this season, Hannon Dolby and Jamie Porter, who both got them in that very one-sided game Essex-Warwickshire this week. So at that point, when this round of games started, nobody had 50.
Verdi again stays round the wicket. Presti's just using his feet but stabs it out to mid-wicket.
And Dawson is the leading spinner in the country. He might play for England.
If they'll have him.
Shouldn't have said that.
I'm sure they really wanted him half the time. I think he felt that way as well.
Yeah. He's been training John Turner, hasn't he? Roll.
Well, they're playing today, England, aren't they? I take it Turner's not in it. There's a sweep shot which goes along the ground to leg slip. Well, England are playing.
They're batting, aren't they?
A one-day international currently against Australia. I'll just look up the score. Where are we? Here we are. England 79 for 1 in the 14th. I must admit, I haven't looked at the teams, but I'd be surprised if he is. It doesn't look like he is. A quick glance. That's pushed to mid-wicket. End of the over. No, the name of John Turner is notable by its absence. Right, Dave Allen is staying on. And then next to him from BBC Hereford and Worcester will be Dave Bradley.
Thank you. Well, Hampshire have pushed on a bit since lunch. They've added 20 minutes. They've added better than run a minute. And the lead is going up now to 317, and there are still 60 I think overs to go, so plenty of time today. Hello Dave.
How are you?
All right, thank you.
Good.
I said to you earlier, didn't I, that what we need to explain when we're both on is that one of the Daves is a tea drinker and one's a coffee drinker.
I don't think I've had a cup of tea today.
Oh,
I've had a slight upset of the
oh yeah.
I won't go into it.
No, you did
but,
say. No, don't describe it.
Drinking a lot of water today.
Yeah.
Last player to do the double. I heard you talking about the double.
Franklin Stevenson at Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Didn't he have to get something like 160 runs on the last day or something? Dan?
Could well be. He was short. He wasn't short on wickets, but he was short on runs. And yeah, I haven't looked at his last score, but he just got over the line with 1,000 runs. Yeah. 1988 that was. So 36 years without a double. That's why I think it should be adjusted with 14 games in the season.
Nobody will ever do it again.
It's quite fun to.
Logan Van Beek is the bowler, turned away on the leg side to Brett D'Oliveira, who's at mid-wicket. Pretty straightforward the field, third man fine leg, deep square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover point, and one slip in there. And we were discussing earlier the last time that Worcestershire won here, which was in 2003. I think probably the only time they've won on this ground. Would that be right?
Yeah, I think that could well be right. Yep, and there is a story around that.
Next ball is short, pulled away, down to the boundary. Very short from Logan Van Beek. We can hear it actually clattering into the boundary from here. It's just it. There's at the bottom of the steps, there's like a metal barrier and crunching into there. The total goes to 132 for 5. The lead is 321.
That 2003 season, Hampshire were in disarray. They'd expected Warne to come back and captain, and he got, if you remember, he got suspended for all sorts of taking the wrong things at the wrong time, a bit last minute.
Van Beek bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and that's smashed away as well. That's going to be 4 more. Not going to miss on that, miss out on that, Dawson. That was a wide half volley. So 2 poor balls to start off by Van Beek, or his second and third deliveries anyway. But a batsman of Dawson's calibre, and the form he's in.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Last 2 overs, he's just clearly now showing a sign that Hampshire want to push on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that 2003 season, we started without Warne. So Crawley, who'd just come, took over captaincy.
Van Beek bowls. This is whipped away. It's in the air, but it's short of 12th man Jack Home, who's coming in from the square leg boundary. Throws to the non-strikers end. 1 more to Dawson, 136 for 5.
And then we signed the retired Wasim Akram as an overseas player, and he lasted about a month. And we signed, I think, the retired Ed Giddens as somebody else who took the wrong substances because we couldn't have Warne. And we had, apart from 1980, the worst season we'd had for over 100 years. We finished next to bottom of Div 2.
Next ball, wide of the off stump, driven but straight to Kashif Ali, who's at extra cover.
Without looking it up, I've got a feeling that one of the very first championship matches played here, which would have been in 2001, was against Worcestershire. I've got a feeling that Dimmy Masqueradeness got 100, but I think somebody got 100 for you, and I don't know if there are Worcestershire people listening that would like to check that out and send us a message. I've just got a sort of vague memory of it.
Please do. That's a good ball. Occasionally Van Beek just bowls the unplayable, and that one just swung away from the outside edge of Dawson's bat. Hampshire 137 for 5, Dawson 36. Prest has 24. And I'm old enough to have done games at the old Northlands Road.
Yeah.
With John Hughes.
John Hughes.
Yeah,
John Hughes. Yeah, Radio Silent Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly, no longer with us.
No.
But he did it. Ian Henderson was another one. For some time, Mike Barnard worked on Radio Silent, but that was further back, probably. Yeah.
Good company, John.
Yeah, he was super. And he did a lot of football as well, John, didn't he? And so he was on the BBC most of the time.
Amir Verdi is going to continue when he gets there.
Was it that little box? Did you have to climb up a ladder in that little
that's
box?
Right,
you did, didn't you?
The bottom end of the ground.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I remember we did a Sunday game there, Sunday League game, when that used to be on and popular. 30 in and bowls, and that swept down to 12th man Jack Home, who was inside the boundary. Well, he wouldn't be outside the boundary, would he?
There is a boundary bar down here, so you never know.
Down at fine leg, and there's 1 more to the total. And we were doing the game, and there was a balloon festival in the park opposite.
Oh, yeah.
And we were describing Superman coming up, and all of a sudden, as down he goes, and that's all smashed. Is it 4? Is it 6? It's 6. Right over mid-off. There's obviously some intent here.
Yeah.
Partnership of 53.
61 balls, I mean, they're just getting on with it now, aren't they?
38 minutes, so they are.
People have said they might bat till tea, but I don't think they will, looking at this.
No. Yeah, there was all these balloons coming up, and all of a sudden Rupert Bear came up over, and as he came up, the wind caught him, and he swung round, and he looks as if he's waving at us. There was 3 of us there, and we all creased up. It was way too much for us.
Lovely. Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a Pompey boy, really, so I also remember quite a number of Worcestershire games down in Pompey over the years.
Combined the old...
quite often. United Services.
Well,
I still live about a quarter of a mile from there.
Oh, dear.
I go past, I drive past it every time I come here, and look nostalgically.
I've covered 1 game there, which was a Sunday game.
Yeah.
I don't know, in the mists of time.
Yeah. And one of the people from Worcestershire that used to play down there sometimes was Phil Newport, who was a Portsmouth Polytechnic student.
Oh, right.
And I always used to say, well, why didn't we sign him then? Of course, he hadn't come from Portsmouth, but he was studying down there. And the ground is now overlooked by well, it's university now, university building.
Belongs to the university, does it? The ground.
The ground doesn't. No,
Oh,
it's
right.
surprising that it doesn't. But all around it, there are university buildings.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, we were discussing this the other week. As Verdi's in, this is swept, but straight to Van Beek, who's almost at square leg. The number of different grounds that I've been lucky enough to cover cricket on.
Yeah.
So there's 3 Hampshire grounds, Northlands Road here, and
Bournemouth.
the Services ground. No, I've been to Bournemouth, but never a game there.
Oh, okay. That's interesting, because Bournemouth's Worcestershire side of the country, isn't it? West.
Yes, really, yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Just waits for that, Press. Just waits for the ball to come onto the bat. He's almost in position to reverse sweep it before the bowlers let the ball go, but he just waits for it and taps it down to what was third man for a single.
Now, you'd have been very little,
Okay.
but we did once play Worcestershire on the Isle of Wight,
Oh, yeah.
back in the 50s. Yeah.
Yeah.
At the old Cows ground, not the one that we now play at occasionally, but
Right.
the old Cows ground.
Next ball, forward defensively, pushed away on the onside. Jonesfields, no run. And of course, back playing games on the Isle of Wight.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you know, I think, here's another thing that Worcestershire fans can look up. I think we played an infamous game against you at Bournemouth in 1965.
Here's the next ball, which is swept in the air, but it's beyond the reach of Kashif Ali, and the home comes round to field from fine leg, and they are back for 2. Was this the game where Hampshire beat Warwickshire and Worcestershire won the title?
No.
That was 64.
No, it was the game when you beat us, and Northants were on for the chance of the title, because Ingleby Mackenzie declared, set an interesting target in a rain-affected match, and I can't remember, but you bowled us out for 32 in about 5 overs. Coldwell and Flavel, took 5 for 0 each or something.
Yeah.
Somebody could look it up and tell us, but and I think Northants never forgave us, to be honest. But there we go.
147 for 5. I was talking about that game in 64 because it's 25th of August this year was exactly 60 years since Worcestershire won the title for the first time. And I remember being on the ground and Joe Lister was ringing, no internet in those days, as Van Beek bowls, turned away, down square on the leg side for a single. Total goes to 148 for 5. To find out the score, because Worcestershire had beaten Gloucestershire, and if Warwickshire lost, Worcestershire were champions. And I always remember he said, I am on the phone to the Hampshire secretary, and then he was giving the updated scores, and then he said, you can charge your glasses because Hampshire have beaten Warwickshire by 17 runs and Worcestershire are champions. I remember that as clear as yesterday. I can't remember what happened yesterday, but
no, that's a lovely story. I like that.
Here's Van Beek in bowls, pushed out to mid-off.
And it would have been especially sweet that we beat Warwickshire for you, wouldn't it?
It's yeah. I mean, it sounds a bit cruel, but if Warwickshire did go down, it would be great to read out the scores now. And in the second division, it's not a bitter rivalry. It's just a bit of fun, honest folks.
Well, you'd look at it this week and wonder, but I think they've probably got enough points to be safe, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, here we are.
Van Beek is in bowls, pushed out on the offside. He could get a single here. Kashif Ali has to go from extra cover round to cover point to field. Dawson has 40. Prest now has 32. 149 for 5 is the total. A very good friend of mine who was at Edgbaston yesterday. Apparently they got a members forum today, and the game ended yesterday.
I bet they'll all go.
Well, I think after the season they've had, they'll be.
Well, they're odd at the minute, right?
Oh yeah. Van Beek bowls, just gently guided away. Libby has to come in from the point boundary, cover point boundary to field.
Yeah, I mean,
150 up.
they normally make a pig's ear of their chance of winning the T20 on their own ground, don't they, every year? But they've also been champions in the last 3 years, and narrowly escaped with that extraordinary performance against us right at the end of the season, escaped relegation a couple of years back. Not probably in danger now, but pretty poor record in the Championship this year. Very odd.
Next ball pushed out on the offside. Kashi Valley jogs into field. The lead now is, I can't see that.
339.
339. Thanks, Dave. Your eyesight is.
Yeah, well, I had to peer quite hard, to be honest, because my eyesight isn't very good actually. I normally explain, Dave, that I don't do ball by ball anymore because I did it last year, and a couple of times I just missed how people were out. I just couldn't see anymore with eyes that are 74 years and 11 months old.
You're a mere boy. Here's the next ball pushed away down to square leg.
I've been looking for a new pair, but nobody's
given any.
Nobody's given them yet. No.
151 for 5. What are Hampshire looking for here? 400?
Oh, maximum. Oh, yeah. I mean, I said to Kevin earlier that I think if we set you 375 and you got it, we'd just hold our hands up and say, well done.
Well, there's still 57 overs left in the day, so there's a long way to go.
Yeah, so even with change of innings, there's 150 overs. So I suppose you wouldn't want to set less than about 3.5 and over, perhaps.
No.
Just to put a bit of pressure.
No.
But
a blue Mayflower bus has just headed out the ground, folks.
Yeah, you were talking about a bus depot, weren't you?
There's some buses every morning parked up the top here by the trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I assume that's why they're parked there. They look as if they're usable buses. I don't think it's a scrapyard.
I'm very fond of buses since I got to the age of having a free pass. I use them all over the place. I do really. Well, I live in the middle of Pompey, so driving is a nightmare. Parking's awful.
Yeah.
I cycle quite a lot, and I catch buses loads. Yeah, love it. And in London, I love buses in London. You sit on the top deck and see everything happen.
Yeah. Ball is very short, and Jack Home is down at fine leg. I don't think he knew where it was. No. Mainly because it was going way over top of his head. For 6, Dawson goes to 47. I had went down in London and caught a bus about 10 o'clock at night. But and as I was going to sit down, and there's 2 other people with me, the bus took off and I fell over backwards onto a bloke's lap. And the 2 people I was with, the next morning we went back to visit some relatives. They couldn't wait to get through the door to tell these people that I'd fallen over on the bus. Much to the shock of the bloke whose lap I landed in, I have to say. Here's Verdi, and this is a nice little dab this time. Is that going to beat Leach? No, it's not. He's going to pick up coming around from third man. Dawson goes to 49. He's having a decent game here. I mean, he's having a decent season, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things when you get to that certain age where instead of falling over, you have a fall.
I'd never thought of that. Collapsed. Here's Vardy in again, turned away. And that's his 50. And the stats will come up on the board, as they do. 63 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes.
And he's gone now past 900 runs for the season, and with a game to come, you wouldn't bet him against him getting 1,000.
Blimey, there ain't many do that these days. Well, if you're a specialist batter, yeah, but I mean, as an all-rounder, coming in at 6 or 7,
it's tremendous.
That's a great effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
Vardy in again, short, back foot, pushed into the offside. There's a little bit of hesitation there, and if the ball hits, well, this is wicketkeeper Roderick coming round from behind the stumps. I get the impression if the ball had hit because of that little bit of hesitation, it might well have been a run out. I think we've got
a
change. You,
Nicky from Surrey.
Nicky and Kev
replaces Dave from Pompey.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just see this over out, and that's all right. 2 balls to go. Here's Vardy in, turned away on the onside. Rob Jones does the fielding. And Hampshire 161 for 5. Vardy to complete his 20th over, and whipped away on the leg side. Jake Livy comes in from the boundary to field. That indeed is the end of the over, and Hampshire are 162 for 5. Kevin James is going to sidle his way in, as he normally does, into the commentary position.
Thanks very much, Mr. Bradbury. Is that what? I got the last word in this time. 351 is the lead. As Kevin and I take over the reins for the next 20 minutes. Also, how much? 162 for 5. It's going to
Liam
be...
Dawson, what more can you say about him, Nikki?
What more would you want to say about him? Van Beek with ball in hand from the northern end. Runs away from us now. Ooh, it's a delivery that just chopped back in, and it's defended into the offside. And did something just fall?
Yeah, one of the black panels in front of us, yeah. They're not all tied up, so...
What are they for?
Well, they sort of act as trays when the cameras are here, and if anything sort of falls over the edge, they're supposed to catch it, I think. I think that's what it's about.
Would it catch me if I fell over the edge? I did nearly feel dizzy when I put my head over earlier. Van Beek, ball in hand. Dawson taps his bat on 51. It's what he's been bowled! Van Beek has broken through Dawson! What a beautiful delivery! And Dawson just goes to defend it, and that's gone through the gap between front leg and his bat. And off stump has gone cartwheeling. Hampshire lose another wicket, 162 for 6. And Dawson will have to depart after scoring 51 from 67 deliveries. I think you jinxed it, Kevin.
I
think you definitely jinxed that.
I'll say we both did. Good delivery. Looked like it just came back a fraction, would you say?
It did. It just dragged back a bit, but there was a gap as Dawson went to go forward. There's that gap between his bat and his front leg, and the ball just found it and decided that this is the way and the path it wanted to go through, and well, it succeeded. Off stump went flying.
72-run partnership between Dawson and Prest broken there. It's going to take a pretty good ball to get rid of William Dawson these days. He does have that ability, Van Beek. He's a bit of a mixture, but when he produces a good one, he produces a goodie, even with a ball that's 47 overs old. So Hampshire still not far, for me, nowhere near far enough away in the game ahead. What were you think? I'm thinking. I think I think ideally they want to get out just before tea, but that may not be the case, assuming they're not bowled out before that. But
I did initially, at the start of the day, I was thinking tea. 351 lead, and I'm guessing, or assuming, that the message now for the rest of them is to get as many on the board as you can, because if you're at danger of being bowled out now, you might as well try and score some runs with it. Get as many as you can. Get it close to 400, and if you end up giving it away, then
420 ideally 425, somewhere around there would be. I always thought 400 as a minimum personally, but yeah, that's not a gimme.
It's going to be Van Beek to Fuller. As he takes his guard. 2 slips in place for him. Van Beek with ball in hand. All charged up. With the momentum of that wicket is in again, and Fuller outside the off stump goes to spray his hands through this one, and it's gone straight into the gloves of Roderick. That was a wideish delivery, and Fuller deciding didn't really fancy moving his feet there.
Well, no, he didn't fancy playing himself in. But you're right, there wasn't a lot of foot movement there. Just hit through the line of the ball and away you go. But yeah,
still have to move your feet a little bit if it's outside off stump. Here we go, Van Beek in again. Fuller delivery off the legs, clipped into the leg side, and Leach is going to be chasing the ball as it makes its way down to a wide, long-on boundary, and unfortunately that chase is not enough as it brings up another boundary for Hampshire. 166 for 6 the score moves on to, and Fuller gets himself off the mark as well.
Yeah, nicely timed shot.
Joe Leach was chasing the ball almost as it was trying to run away from him. Two slips backward point, extra cover, mid-off, as in runs Van Beek. And Fuller forward again, tucks this into the leg side, but it's gone straight to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. And we've got Joe Leach at mid-on, D'Oliveira at mid-wicket, backward square leg and a long leg in place. Starting to get a little bit warmer as well. I can just feel the rays.
Yeah, it won't be long.
It won't be long till we're sizzling in the gantry.
Frying again.
Van Beek runs away from us. At the back of a length, this is guided down towards the vacant third man region, and it is going to go all the way. It's 2 boundaries from this over so far for Hampshire, and both of those from Fuller as well. 176 the score moves on to.
Andrew Ball is emailed. This is obviously a conversation that Dave and Dave had a few minutes ago about bus passes, like you do.
Far off from that age still.
Nicky's looking quizzical at that one. Andrew Ball, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, make the most of your bus pass. He says, hi Dave, so I don't know which one he's referring to. It will probably be withdrawn on October the 30th. Andy, who's on the Isle of Wight. I presume that's budget day, is it? So there we go. Bringing a bit of politics into the cricket. Verdi to continue from the pavilion end. 20 overs, 2 for 90 from the on-loan spinner from Surrey. And there is nobody catching for Tom Prest. He's over the wicket. Prest works that into the gap on the leg side. Maybe just working the angle. One or two fielders got excited, I think, the bowler. But they got 2 runs there as the ball went out to mid-wicket, with Jake Libby having a lot of work to do to come in off the boundary. Prest moves on to 36 from 37. Hampshire 172 for 6 in their second innings, now lead by 361, having started the day leading by 192. Prest sweeps, it's in the air, bounces just before the substitute fielder Jack Home picks it up in a nice green cap. Nice Worcestershire green cap there. I think it'll be a cap player's cap.
Are you a floppy cap sort of person, or do you like your normal?
I didn't wear caps a lot, if I'm honest, but a cap was more me. Yeah, just a normal one, really. 173 for 6. Prest is 37, but Fuller's on strike. Field is changing. An extra fielder going out deep on the leg side, expecting Fuller to have a go early on. There are 4 fielders now on the boundary on the long leg side. Fuller's on the back foot, quietly plays that back to the bowler. So they're not giving Fuller a chance to hit out of the ground without actually making sure it's out in the middle of the bat. It'll need to be a good shot. Well, he's beaten outside off stump.
It's a bit of turn there.
Oh, was there? Yes. Let's have a look again if you're on the picture feed. And outside of stump. Well, it looks like it's gone the other way a bit, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Does he bowl one that goes the other way?
Well, if he didn't, he does now.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's one. A mystery ball. Verdi bowls. And that's down the leg side. I think he's trying to bowl a leg break again there, actually. There's going to be byes. There'll be 2 byes at least. It's just waiting for the umpire's signal to confirm that. I just wanted maybe the ball before he bowled out the back of his hand. That certainly was the last one. Takes the Hampshire total on to 175 for 6, and they are 364 runs in the lead. There is not a breath of wind. There might be actually in other parts of the ground, but not at this end. Still afternoon as on the back foot drives it back to the bowler. End of the over. Verdi's completed 21 overs, 2 for 93. Hampshire 175 for 6, with Prest on 37 and Fuller on 8.
More people have made their way through as well. I think a few more around this side, just under us, to our right hand side of where we are in the gantry. Van Beek heading back to the top of his mark. His shadow slowly moving, as Mr. Bradbury pointed out earlier this morning. As the earth rotates, so does the shadow. Only one slip in place now.
Fairly wide at that.
Yeah, it's fairly wide. As in comes Van Beek to Prest, who turns this round the corner off his legs to long leg. Will take a single. 176 for 6.
Still a lot of play left in the day. 53, just under 54 overs. Still another 22 before the tea break. A lot of time left in this game still. Although I don't know what your weather app was showing, Nikki. There was talk earlier, and I think my weather app was saying it earlier, that there might be a thunderstorm or two tomorrow afternoon around this time.
This time tomorrow, I'll have a look at what my one says as Van Beek runs in now, and this one's back of a length, and Fuller defends straight back down the line of the wicket. Van Beek fields as he finishes his follow through. I know next week the weather changes, it takes a turn. But yeah, tomorrow there is some weather warnings issued, but that's not meant to come into place till probably 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So yes, bang on, 24 hours from now. As Van Beek makes his way into Fuller from the northern end. Fuller crouches down his stance and slashes through, and he's edged it, and it's been caught. That was a bit of a loose shot again here from Hampshire, and Fuller saw this one outside the off stump and just threw his hands at it once again without any conviction. And Worcestershire pick up another wicket. Fuller has to go after scoring 8. Caught by Roderick, and Van Beek picks up his second wicket as well into his 10th over. 2 for 44.
Yeah, not a lot of foot movement there either, Nicky, which went with his shot to get off the mark, or his first attempted shot.
Almost half-hearted.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, not a lot of foot movement, I'm afraid. So 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. Dawson for 51, Fuller for 8. Hampshire's lead is 365. They're certainly not putting too much distance between themselves and Worcestershire. There is a big distance, but you do feel that at points in this game it should have been a lot more. Email here from Matt Tozer, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks to you and your colleagues for another summer of great commentaries and companionship. After 50 years of it being on my bucket list, I've had a membership this year and caught many of your commentaries on the new earpiece from the top of the pavilion. What a fantastic way to enjoy Hampshire cricket. My first Hampshire matches were at the 1974 Cricket Week in Portsmouth. Ooh. He's already a friend of Dave's. One match was against Warwickshire and the other was against Worcestershire. Memories of Richards, Greenwich and Roberts are still very clear, as is the PA announcement that Nixon had resigned in the wake of Watergate. There you go. So you got the news on the PA as well as the information on the ground. Yes. Yeah, before he was signed by Leicestershire. There was, of course, the connection with the current game of grandfather and grandson D'Oliveira. Thanks again, says Matt. Thank you for that.
176 for 7, Hampshire, the lead of 365. We just had Felix Organ walk out to the middle as he takes his guard now. Gives the ground a scrape with his spikes. Gives his bat a tap as he arches his back over. Tall in his stance, Van Beek in and outside the off stump, and Organ again slashes his bat through, but it beats the bat and he goes into the gloves of Roderick. Clearly Hampshire getting tempted by these deliveries outside the off stump. Just not getting close enough to the ball. I feel like it's easier to not have to, you don't need to have so much footwork if the ball's straight or on your legs, but outside off stump, you still have to do a little bit of work for it as Van Beek's in, and this is a full delivery, and he drives and he misses this one as well as it goes through to the gloves of Roderick. Not much balance as he go through with that shot as well from Morgan as he takes a few steps, loses balance. Broderick takes the ball, and there's a bit of dust as well now. As Morgan overbalances, managed to take up a bit of the ground with him as well. Van Beek ready to go once again, runs away from us. This time off the hips into the leg side, fielded by D'Oliveira along the ground. And that will conclude the over as well. Just one run from it, and of course the wicket as well. And Hampshire 176 for 7 at the end of 49 overs. We just lost the wicket of Fuller. He was caught behind after swaying at one outside the off stump. He had to go for 8. And Worcestershire would be looking to finish off these last few wickets as quickly as possible now, especially looking at the style of game that Hampshire now decides to take on.
Yeah, looks like again they're trying to kick on, aren't they? Quickly. I've got some more information from Matt Tozer, actually, that email I've just read out. Dave Allen's just provided me with some extra info. Here's the reverse sweep, which cannons into Prest's pad. He was mentioned about that cricket week at Pompey in 1974. Dave Allen has just passed me a note to say that the club have published a booklet, or he's published a booklet about that Pompey week, that very week you've just been emailing us. There's a reverse sweep. It's gone fine, and it's half beaten the dive. There is a hand on it which has taken the pace off it, so it won't go all the way to the boundary. Prest picks up 2. Moves on to 40, 178 for 7. It costs £5 and it is available in the club shop right now. So Matt, does it include the announcement about President Nixon and Watergate? Dave thinks it is. It's included in that book. So there you are. There will be a memento of that week, Matt. So if you're still listening, I'm sure you are, up there in the stands, then pop along to the shop. If you've got £5 in your pocket, of course. Attempted reverse sweep, although these days, Nikki, of course, nobody carries cash.
I don't remember the last time I had cash.
Do you not?
I found a few coins in my bag yesterday and I was like, wow, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Did you go, oh, what's these?
What is this? Not used to this.
Oh, he's wrapped on the pad and he's out OBW. And Prest just shows he's back there a little bit. I think he thinks he might have got a little nick on that, but to be fair to him, he hasn't really hung around too long. But I think if I had to have a few pounds in my pocket as a wager, I might just say that he might have got a slight nick. But anyway, he's out. LBW for 40. And Hampshire have lost their 8th wicket with a score on 178.
Birdie into the wickets again. I think that brings up his... He's got an 8-fer in this game now, hasn't he? 4 wickets in the first innings, 3 now. Or 5 in the first innings, sorry. My maths is clearly off. No wonder I don't carry around coins, because I'd be overpaying for half the things.
So he goes for 40. Dave has just shown me actually on his computer a transcript of that pamphlet, and it does mention the President Nixon Watergate situation.
What year are we talking about?
1974, Nikki. You weren't even, well, not thought of, but maybe your parents hadn't even married, let alone that.
They were still in school.
Some old players there. Glorious week in 1974. Mike Taylor, I can see. John Stevenson. That's on the front of the pamphlet. So there we are. So there we are, Matt. As much information as you need, really, without giving it away and not having to bother to pay £5. Kyle Abbott, the new man, he may just have caught that on the stadium announcement. So 3 wickets since the lunch break, 5 wickets this morning. Hampshire have lost 8 for 175.
Not as bad as losing, was it 5 for 16 yesterday when Worcestershire had a bit of a tumble in the evening after they broke that big partnership, and then after everything just seemed to go on a downward spiral after that. But I'm holding on to those coins, by the way, Kevin. You never know when you need them. I've decided I'm going to keep them in the car, because you never know, sometimes you just need a coin. But even like parking, it's all scan your, tap your card on car parking units as well.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, well, you have to download an app as
30 bowls, and that's driven out square by Abbott, and Organ wanted a single. What happened there in the field?
Leach just took a tumble when there was literally no need to take a tumble.
Do you go anywhere where they accept coins?
I do. I just never have them with me.
Right.
I went to Spain at the weekend, which I'll tell you about this after.
On the back foot, cuts that away. Now Leach has got more work to do running to his right this time. Are they going to take the throw on? They are. It's going to Abbott's end. He's home. 180 for 8.
And I went for the weekend and I didn't have a single euro on me in cash.
Right.
Because it was all contactless. I did not have a single euro on me in cash. From the airport, getting the metro, getting the bus, getting the overground train, nothing. Did not need to do anything with cash.
Well, I'll tell you what, here's a man who's still got pesos in his pocket and pesetas and Dutch Deutschmarks, Mr. Dave Bradley.
I believe we're going to have a change in bowling as well from the northern end as Joe Leach comes in to replace Logan Van Beek.
And a few Corona as well.
And of course I've
No
got the
cash.
I've got the
No
delight.
cash, Nikki. You can't go to a car boot sale because you haven't got any cash.
But I don't really fancy going to a car
What?
boot sale.
What? Goodness me. Should be part of your education, a car boot sale.
It is Leach in from the northern end. And it's a straight delivery which is defended and it gets the outer edge and runs down to third and will pick up the single. 181 for 8 the score moves on to. I was going to give you a nice little welcome.
No, you're all right, mate.
And
Don't worry.
then you just tell me.
I feel welcomed. I'm all right.
You're always welcomed. I just don't have cash on me.
No. Cash is. They do say these days that cash is king. If you
Is it
offer-
still?
Oh yeah, offer people cash. you
But
get
some
upset.
places don't even accept cash anymore.
No, they
as
don't.
Leach is in, straight delivery, and this is tucked around the corner, down to Verdi at long leg by Abbott.
I suspect this cricket ground doesn't accept cash, does it? New
It's
road.
a bit annoying though, because let's say I had a £20 note and I went somewhere and something cost me £4. The amount of change I'll get back, it just gets in the way. And
Well-
also, if I have cash, I spend money like I'm
Well,
playing
okay.
Monopoly. It's a bit of a joke.
A lot of people are the other way, aren't they? Because it's so easy just to flick your card on top of a machine.
No, because when you get your statement at the end of the month, Leach is in, full delivery, defended by Organ to extra cover.
Yeah.
So,
Do you know what's confusing about bank statements? Is if you go into, I don't know, the Hilton, we're in the Hilton Hotel. You go in the Hilton Hotel and spend some money, but it doesn't come up in your bank statement as the Hilton Hotel.
it will come up as someone else,
It's
somewhere
that's it.
else, and then you're confused thinking, did someone take
Yeah,
my card? And,
that's it.
And then I have to click on it and look at the location and maybe Google it, and I can reassure myself that no one's nicked or stolen my card. Leach to Organ. As there's a straight delivery blocked out with a full face of the bat towards mid-on. It's picked up by D'Oliveira, who runs across from short mid-wicket. But I do like having cash in other countries, though. Especially, it is fun. I do take cash with me when I'm in India. I need cash in India because that is still the main.
Oh, is it?
It's still, yeah, especially if you're taking public transport, be it on a rickshaw or you're taking a taxi, they just prefer cash. As Leach is in now, and there's a straight delivery again, blocked out by Organ. Straight back down the line of the wicket. Another dot ball. So yeah, India's probably the place where, if I'm going around in public transport, but Europe's fantastic for contactless.
I think probably the last 3, 4, 5 years, cash has come back into it. A lot of businesses prefer cash because if it goes through their machine, they have to pay a fee every time they take money through a machine.
Is it every time? Is Leach in, straight delivery, blocked out once again, and on the bounce it's picked up by Leach as he finishes his action, and that's going to conclude the end of the 51st over as well. Hampshire have a lead of 371 to fairly new batters at the crease, Organ and Abbott. But I thought it was just with certain card holders that those machines charged you a little
I think it's
bit
with
more.
everything. Yeah. just checking up on some scores. There is an international 50 over match taking place. England 157 for 1. Ben Duckett 73, Will Jacks 57. The 1 wicket to fall taken by former Worcestershire bowler Ben Dorsius, who I think had played something like 80 white ball games and never played a first class game. But he has now. This looks to me as if it's Amar Verdi to bowl. His 23rd over of this innings from the Purlian end. Forward, stretching is Abbott. Ball trickles away. They go through for a single. Throw comes into the non-striker's end from Brooks, who's run from slip to pick it up. Through very comfortably for a single. Hampshire are 183 for 8. They lead by 372. Yes, 372. It's alright, the figure went off the board for a minute. Not that we shouldn't be able to work that out. Birdie still bowling around the wicket. Swept. Big shout of catch. Libby runs towards it from deep mid-wicket, but doesn't get there before the ball is pitched in front of him. There's still... Where are the overs on the ball? I can't. Still 50 overs left in the day. 50.4. 50 overs and 4 balls at the moment. Forward, pushing the ball up to mid-on. Mid-off, rather. Sorry, I'm trying to find you some more scores, folks. Particularly a couple of games that we're really keen to find out what's going on. Off the back foot, and this is going to be runs down towards third man. Joe Leach runs after. It does well, Joe Leach. Slides past the ball and hurls it back in. Lancashire against Somerset. Somerset 57 for 1. Still need 336 more for victory. And as we were saying earlier, if they lose that, sorry win, then it's all over. Birdie in again. Flicked off the pad by Morgan for a single. It's all calmed down a little bit in the last over or so. Certainly when Dawson was in, it was all a bit hectic, wasn't it? Going all over the place. Durham leads by 4, but they've only got 3 wickets left. So that looks like a Surrey win. Quicker delivery. Bowler gets excited because Abbott goes back to what looks a full lengthish delivery and then just drifts away on the offside. End of the over, and at the end of it, Hampshire are 186 for 8, and they lead by 375. 3 to Organ, 5 to Abbott.
Forgot to ask you, how was your lunch? How was your...
It was all. I didn't have
what
too
did you
much.
have? Quiche?
I had some shepherd's pie.
Oh.
Didn't have too much because my inner parts have not been great today. We'll leave it there, folks. We'll
leave the rest to your imagination.
We'll move it on. Yeah. But yeah, the lunch has been very good. It's top quality. So thank you very much, whoever does those. Prepares that food, yeah.
Here's Leach to Organ, who's forward, and it's a beautiful delivery. Just moves away from Organ as he attempts to drive. He misses the bat and goes through to the gloves of Roderick. Yeah, just slightly overbalancing on a couple of occasions here. Here's Organ as he goes to play the shot. There's a bit of movement. He takes a few steps afterwards. Just as he potentially hasn't got to the ball. He taps his bat now. His shadow behind him. As Leach is in now, and there's a straight delivery. On his toes, he defends to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket.
It's just beginning to warm up in our...
Did you put your sunscreen on?
On our gantry. No, I'm fine. But it's just beginning to get
I can just
a little bit sticky.
I can just about see the sun, and it's going to peer through. And there's no clouds for it to hide behind this afternoon. There's Leach. from the northern end, runs away with us from number 23, printed on his back, is through, and Organ defends to mid-off. Off the front foot, and it'd be a nice day for an ice cream van.
Yeah. I don't know, is there an ice cream van on the ground? I haven't seen one.
I haven't seen one either.
Yeah.
Maybe they should come round towards the gantry so we can...
Good money. Yes, come round here, give us some ice creams and we'll advertise it liberally. We are easily bought.
I think Kevin and I went and got ourselves some ice cream at the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day. As in runs Leach now. It's Fuller delivery, which is pushed into the offside. They'll take on the single as mid-off chases, but it's a bit of a fumble, and they'll get in comfortably in the end as the score moves on to 187 for 8. Abbott comes on to strike. And I think that the scoreboard is potentially overheating a little bit as it's suddenly blacking out in certain corners where it tells me what the lead is. On the right hand side, I believe it's 375 if the scoreboard on the left is... If I can see what the digits are. I'll need your binoculars in a second, Dave. But yes, here comes Leach now once again, and this one's dropped into the offside, hit a bit too firmly. Abbott did want a single, but it's gone straight to the fielder quicker than planned. And yeah, talking about ice creams, Kev James had decided to treat the entire commentary team at the Charlotte Edwards T20 finals day.
I bet he got a receipt. Really?
It was a warm day and it was all from his heart, he says. He's a kind man, Kevin James.
Okay, I believe you.
Here on to Leach now, away from us, and it's just cut back a bit. There's a shout from Leach, and they'll take on the single as the ball drops onto the offside. I believe that's definitely too high. We will have to watch it back on the replay. That is also going to conclude the end of the over. 53 overs gone. Hampshire 188 for 8 with a lead of 377.
Yeah, the men out today. Let's go through this. All the Hampshire men out today. Albert for 1, Middleton for 11, Gubbins 16, Brown 0, Vins 44, Dawson 51, Fuller 8, and Prest 40. So far, 2 for Van Beek, 3 for Vardy, and 3 for Leach, which gives us 8 wickets, and the runs total is 188.
Vardy.
And, yes, Vardy to continue.
I've started saying it wrong now.
Yeah.
You're such a bad influence, Mr. Bradbury.
Easily done. Now, I announced the Sri Lankan team the other week. Here's the next ball, which is in the air and over D'Oliveira, mid-off and away for 4. Clubbed away. Smashed away. Yes, so actually the Sri Lankans with that, there's only 2 really difficult names. And there was a couple of names that we've seen before, the Silvers and Jayasurias and all these. But yeah, I remember the Sri Lankans originally came. They were pretty difficult to, their names were a bit tough. Verdi, always again this time, but stretches forward, pushes away on the onside. He's got 10 Abbott, and Hampshire 192 for 8. Just one slip, the only close catcher. Pushed away to Rob Jones. He tries to do that thing where the ball hits your boot and then kind of rolls up your leg and catches it, but he gets it all wrong. Which is...
Oh, he's going to go over the wicket now.
Yeah. He's got the extra cover now, which he didn't have in before. Abbott stretches forward. Pushes away to Jones, who doesn't try the ball running up your leg trick this time, having suffered a failure the previous occasion. Vardy, right arm over to the right-handed Abbott, who's forward, and a big appeal only from the bowler, and not a big appeal, I suppose, in the end. I over-egged that. It was a very mild appeal. Kashif Ali, who was saving a single, goes out to deep square leg, so 3 now. 4 if you count mid on the boundary. And Abbott comes forward, solidly defensive, pushes the ball out. End of the over, and at the end of it, Hampshire are 192 for 8, and they lead by 381. Organ has 4, Abbott has 10, and Verdi has bowled 24 overs and taken 3 for 105.
I can feel the sunshine on our feet. It's
Yeah, we'll start moving gently backwards to find.
so we end up literally pushed up against the wall, trying to avoid any direct contact with the sunlight. As Leach continues from the northern end. He's coming in for his 17th over now with a slip in play. He's bowling to Organ, who's forward and gets an outer edge, and there's no second slip, so he'll get lucky here as it goes down to third and picks up a single. 193 for 8.
Rather reached for that.
We've seen a few of those sort of shots today, though, from Hampshire. Outside off stump, they've reached for it. Some of them have gone that way, and then some of them clearly haven't, and henceforth they're 8 down. Here's Leach. Runs away from us. This one's cut away. Down towards third. Has it been stopped? It's a dive, but with no success. It's a great effort down in the deep. Again, a bit of wit there from Leach. That takes Hampshire to 197 for 8. 386 the lead.
If you're going to flash hard. It's the old saying. So he flashed hard.
And it raced away. Abbott moves on to 14 after that boundary. He takes a look around the ground. We've got a long leg, deep square leg in play as in runs Leach. Now straight to delivery and blocked into the offside. It's quickly picked up by a scurrying extra cover.
Ooh, bit of breeze, lovely.
Never say no to a little bit of breeze.
Never say no to a bit of breeze.
Have you got this buzzing noise in your ear as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, it's not just me. Not just me going doo-doo. Here's Leach running away from us. Once again. This time it's defended respectfully by Abbott into the offside, and he actually holds his ground as he plays the shot this time.
Kyle Abbott, formerly of Worcestershire. 2016, he played for Worcestershire. It has to be said, without the success he's had playing for Hampshire.
Here we go. Leach to Abbott. It was through, full of delivery, and it's up and over Leach's head, down the ground, and that is 4 runs. That was struck firmly by Kyle Abbott. It was a fuller pitch delivery from Leach, and that takes Hampshire to 200 runs as well. Claps around the ground, and that was a shot hit with pure determination, and my goodness was it struck hard.
I'm not sure how close that was to Joe Leach, but he would have done well to get out of the way of it.
He moved his head and ducked it pretty quickly, otherwise it was hit so hard you wouldn't even want to stick a hand out in front of it, if I'm honest with you. That takes the lead to 390. Abbott moves on to 18. He taps his bat, ready to go again. Made his point in the last delivery. What's he going to do this one? As Leach is in through the crease now. Short delivery, bumper, and he lets this one go through into the gloves of Roderick. And that will conclude the end of the over. 9 runs from it. 55 overs gone. Hampshire with a lead of 390.
I think it's blowing out bits of paper around.
I'm having a bit of a mare today.
This
I
gentle
spilt
breeze.
coffee on the table behind us. Nearly got it all over my own laptop and
Lucky.
on the cables and your headset as well. Gosh.
There we are. It's going to be Verdi to continue. A yellow bus goes down the road out of the ground. They're normally blue. I am quite excited that it is a yellow bus, folks.
Easily impressed.
Oh,
Clearly.
says much about my life, I think, that I'm excited by a yellow bus. Here's Verdi to start his 25th over. Worcestershire, if you weren't with us earlier, a bowler light because Tom Taylor is injured. Turned this off the pads for a single. So Organ goes to 6, Abbott has 18. And the lead is 391. Wonder if they've got a 400 in mind.
Make a nice whole number.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much time left in this game. There's the rest of today and all of tomorrow. Next ball pushed back up the wicket to Verdi. Next one, Abbott on the back foot plays the ball down the pitch to the aforementioned bowler. 202 for 8. Verdi is smashed down the ground this time. I think that's
It stopped.
Van Beek down there. That is a good stop. Excellent. Bit of commitment there. And Abbott goes to 20.
Beautiful stop.
204 for 8.
Put everything behind that one.
He bashed his knee. And bowled him. Going for a big eat, Abbott, and he's clean bowled by Vardy, who's on for a 10 for here. So Abbott goes.
Come back to county championship cricket after 2021 and pick up a 10-fer.
Yeah. For a bright 20. And Hampshire are now, wait for the board to flick back up, there it is, 204 for 9. I think at this juncture we could do a little changeover.
I think it's a perfect time.
Yes. We'll get young Dave and old Kevin. Did I get that wrong? Young Dave? Old Kevin? Sorry. Freudian slip there.
Oh, Mr. Bradbury should be on the stage. Right, so we're going to be treated to a little bit of more of Moabass with bat in hand. And he's going to make a grand entrance because he's not yet down the pavilion steps.
I think he'll get rapturous applause when he appears.
He will. He's still not down them. He's halfway down. Here he comes. It's like waiting. Enter stage left. Big build up. He's still not even over the rope yet. Come on, Mr. Abbas. In you come. Right, 204 for 9 then. 393. And whilst we were off air, Dave. Oh, here he is. Oh, here he comes. Chase Vince doesn't get that applause when he walks to the wicket. Whilst we were off air, Dave, we noticed a landmark. Where's the pressman? He also helped me. A landmark for a Hampshire on loan player, didn't we?
Oh, I'm sorry, a non-loan
Sorry.
player. Yes, he's elsewhere. Yes, indeed. Yes. Sorry. Scott Curry. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to give you the honours of mention.
Thank you. Well, Scott
It's got a
Curry.
maiden first-class 100 for
Yeah.
Leicestershire.
Yeah. He was sharing a good stand before lunch with Tom Scriven, who of course was also here.
Yes.
But Tom has moved permanently to Leicestershire alongside Ian Holland. But Scott is on loan, and we're all hoping that he will come back and do the business here next season.
Well, let's have a look then, because Mo Abbas milks the situation. Scott Curry is 107 not out, and Tom Scriven is out for a 48.
Right.
in that game against Northamptonshire.
They're battling against defeat, aren't they, Leicester?
Yeah.
But they're giving them a chance.
Only lead by 90.
Yeah.
Only 2 second innings wickets remaining as Mo plays it out square on the leg side. They could have taken a single, but Felix Organ says, no, I'll stay where I am, thank you very much. And the umpire's having a chat with him there. Don't quite know what. Still having a chat with him. It seems a longer chat than normal.
Yeah, it's not just about where he's going to have supper tonight, is it?
Did he take offence as to how he said no? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
The lead is 393, and yeah, for me, 400 was always a minimum. I think Hampshire might say that actually slightly less would be okay, but I think to be reasonably happy with the match situation, you'd want to be 400 ahead. And they're still 7 short of that.
The other consideration is having 2 spells with the new ball either side of tee, so there's about, if you allow 2 for change of innings and wickets or something's got to happen in this over, there's about 10 overs.
Yeah.
Might be slightly too many. Fancy about 8, perhaps 4 each, and then have a little bit, have a cup of tea and come back 20 minutes later and have another go, something like that perhaps with the new ball. It's quite warm out there. It's quite warm in here.
Yeah, don't worry, David. This is just the start.
It's like Southsea Beach for me, mate.
Oh, Ethan Brooks bowls. Forward is Organ. They could take a single down to third, but they won't. Maybe understandably, but I'm not sure the over rate's been that brilliant over the last half an hour or so, but maybe understandably there's no point in Worcestershire racing through the overs. They're well ahead of them anyway, but it just feels as though things are a bit slow.
Well, it's phony war for them, isn't it? They're just waiting for a conclusion of one sort or another.
Yeah.
And as we were suggesting earlier, if they chase down whatever this final target is, then good luck to them and well done, because it'll take some doing.
Right, so a couple of emails to get through before the end of the innings. He drives on the up, doesn't really time it as it goes up to mid-off. Peter Chapman, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for all the commentaries this year. It feels like everybody's getting their emails in as if it's the end of the season. It's not quite, but...
I'll send you one next week.
Please do, Dave. Yeah. We won't be on the picture feed down at Somerset, unfortunately. Even if there is a race for second place, it'll just be BBC Online there, the commentary. It'll be just the Somerset people doing their own picture feed, so... just to make everybody aware. Thanks for all the commentaries this year. It's, as ever, been a great pleasure to listen to you all, whichever game you're commentating on. Says Peter in Penzance. I bet it's nice in Penzance.
Yeah, I love Cornwall.
Do you?
I've not been this year. Yeah,
No.
usually go all the way down to St Ives, and most years, I guess, but not been this year, but I do. Very fond of it.
Bypass Penzance?
Yeah. Well, I do, I suppose, yeah. There's too many pirates there.
Now there's an extravagant drive, but only as far as extra cover, which is misfielded. They could have taken a single again, but they don't.
What's that, 4th ball?
Yeah. Now this is not helping the overall tempo here, because obviously now Felix Organ is relying on at least one big shot and over, and then a single, which I have to say, we've seen Hampshire do this in recent games, and it has actually come off, but you need to keep the tempo up.
I don't get it when you're 393 ahead. I think there are contexts for, protecting the striker, but in this situation...
I think there's going to be a big shot here somewhere. No, not this one. It's worked to mid-wicket. Of course, the danger is if you're only picking up a single and over, then the game really is dawdling along.
Yep.
And when you're a long way in front, that's not absolutely ideal. Michael Lee, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, was somebody working out a lead? Or what's a good lead? He says, to help work out the lead, knock 11 off the score and add 200.
Blimey.
Oh, is that actually unique to this game? I don't know. He's in Paul.
So that's 193 plus 393. That's what it is, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Is it actually unique to this game? Oh, right, okay. That's a good formula.
All right.
Yeah, there we go.
But he thinks we should stop now, presumably.
It's wide down the leg side, which in one-day cricket would be a wide, and that's just a dot ball. Right, so he needs at least a single off this ball. I don't...
Yeah, it's a bit odd. Now they've got to have a conference about it. I think it's crackers, really. Yeah, and all the field comes in, stop them getting a single, so they can have a go at Mo Abbas, forgetting that he got his top score for Hampshire in the previous game, and they're crucial 4 in the first innings of this game to win them the bonus point. So I think they're underestimating him.
Yes, at their peril. Yes. Long email here from Martin Hills, which I will try and get through hopefully before
I know
the end of the
Martin.
Hampshire.
Hello, Martin. Hi, Chichester.
Martin Hills, yeah. It goes for a reverse sweep, but it's gone straight to the fielder. Mo's running, which means there's going to be a run out. Surely Organ's going. He's in, or is he not?
Yeah.
No, that's it.
Well, that was completely stupid, that over. I can't find any other way of describing that. Completely stupid. But there we are. If they'd taken that single off the 4th ball, Mo would have hit the next 2 for 4. We'd have had 9 more runs. Bonkers. They're all out for 204. Take 11 off. It's 193, and the lead is 393. So that correspondent was absolutely right. And there are, I think, 43. I think there are 11 overs before tea from my calculation there. 11 overs before tea, I think, unless they take an early tea or something. I don't know.
Right.
It's quite late. No, it isn't. No, it's 2:40. No, that's okay. 11. I think 11 overs till tea.
Yeah. So thank you, Michael Lee. Apologies for being a little bit frivolous with that, really, because I thought I thought it was a jokey email, but clearly it was spot on, as most people who email here are. So Hampshire all out for 204 after 57 overs. The top run scorers in that Hampshire second innings was 51 from Dawson, 44 from James Vince, and 40 from Tom Prest. Wickets shared around between Amar Verdi, who took 4 for 108 and 9 wickets in the match, 2 for 44 from 10 Logan Van Beek, and 3 for 47 from 17 Joe Leach, who started the morning off with 3 quick wickets, which just set Hampshire back somewhat in their quest to build what you'd think they were expecting to get a bigger lead than this. So lots of time left in the game. We're here till tomorrow night, of course, if we have to be, and when Worcestershire come to bat in the second innings, they will require 394 to win. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you in a few minutes' time.
Welcome back to the afternoon session here at the Utilita Bowl on day 3 of this clash between Hampshire and Worcestershire, where Hampshire have set Worcestershire a target of 394 runs to win. The sun is shining here, and after the start that Worcestershire had yesterday in their batting innings, they'd be looking to rectify those mistakes and hopefully get a few more runs on the board. Hampshire in their second innings, well, top score from Liam Dawson, who put on 51 from 67 deliveries. And then we've also got James Vince, 44 from 82. Bowled out for 204 in their second innings. And alongside me, Nikki Chowdhury, I've got Dave Allen.
Hello, Nikki.
Hello, how are you?
First time ever.
First
You
time
and me.
ever. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Well, I said when Dave was on, I said, well, one of us drinks tea, but I think there are quite a lot of differences between you and me, so I think people probably won't have to
I do.
work too hard.
I am a tea drinker, but I'm
Oh,
a
yeah.
little bit fussy with my tea. I can be a
Okay.
bit picky.
Well, I'm not a tea drinker at all. So.
But I do tend to reach for coffee in the morning. And at the moment, reaching for the ball is Mohammed Abbas. He's going to be starting up for Hampshire with the ball from the northern end. We've got 3 slips in play as he takes his few steps at the top of his mark. Currently just running through his action without the ball, of course. But yes, I do tend to go for coffee, and I've recently discovered a cortado. Coffee shops call all their drinks fancy names. I never quite understand what the difference is. but
Cortado.
A cortado. I think it's equal
Sure.
amounts of coffee to milk. I think that's what it is, but it's really nice.
I see.
I go for a double shot cortado. It's my
I
new
see.
favourite of the season at the
Right.
moment. But if I do drink tea, I'm going to say I have to really indulge in a good old Indian style masala chai.
Okay. I'm no expert on tea, really.
Well, here's Abbas, runs away from us. And this one's a wide one outside off stump, and it's so wide that it's actually been signalled a wide, not something we see very often. And that's how Worcestershire can open their account in their second innings, 1 on the board. Mo Abbas bowled beautifully yesterday, picked up a few wickets as well. I believe he picked up 4 wickets.
Yeah, 4 for 27 yesterday. In fact, it's been going all right, really. 12 wickets in his last 4 innings, so hasn't been taking a lot this year, but it's good.
He's in again now, and this one tucked off the hips into the leg side to the vacant square leg area. They'll take a single. Roderick gets himself off the mark. Worcestershire move on to 2 on the board. They will set a target of 394 to win. Still a lot of time left in this game. Rest of the day and then all of tomorrow. Day 4, the final day, Friday, the 20th of September.
Almost 140 overs. Yes, Friday the 20th of September.
Do you believe that year has flown by? Here's Abbas to Libby. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery, bit of movement off the surface. It's gone in to the gloves of Ben Brown. Are you starting to get used to the sauna-like conditions in the gantry?
Well, I had I think I've been doing, well, not up here, I suppose, but I've probably been working up here for 6 or 7 years now. I've had some freezing cold days, so while this is pretty hot, I don't find it unbearable, really, because the cold sometimes is awful.
Abbas in now, and Libby forward and flashingly drives through this ball outside the off stump, but doesn't make contact, goes into the gloves of Ben Brown. Once again, no, I definitely agree with you, Dave. I prefer this sort of weather as opposed to it being chillier, because that starts to affect how you talk. And if you're listening to us, then you'd be able to hear our teeth chatter.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't mind terribly. There is quite a breeze today, cooler than yesterday, but we're not getting much of that up here.
We are
But
pretty
the trees are moving, aren't they, in the
yes,
distance?
they are. But we're protected here as Abbas is in now to Libby. Straight to delivery, defended to backward point. Off the front foot.
I was thinking about it being the what did you say the date is? The 20th?
20th of September.
Yeah, I mean, because
Tomorrow.
I'm so ancient, I grew up at a time when even first of all, there used to be a lot of what were called festival matches at the end of the county championship season, but even they would have finished by now.
But
and
it's
county championship, when I first watched it, probably over within the first 3 or 4 days of September.
Abbas to Libby straight to one. Has he got a bat on it?
No.
No, that's gone down the leg side. He looks to turn it through. It's a long leg, but he doesn't. I don't think he's got anything. That was a bit of a waste of a half-hearted appeal from Hampshire. But it's so nice to be able to see that we're still playing cricket so late into September.
Well, it is in this weather, absolutely, yeah.
I still think the weather we have in September is better than the weather we have in April when it's bitingly cold. As Mo Abbas runs away from us with number 38 printed on his back. And this one's left alone outside the off stump by Libby. And that will conclude the first over there from Mo Abbas. And Worcestershire 2 for no loss. A wicket from there and a wide at the start of the over.
The big problem in April is if there's rain, the earth is cold and it just doesn't dry out. Whereas at this time of the year, if you do have a day of rain, the drainage is okay, the earth is much drier, much warmer, and it can recover quicker. I mean, it recovers fairly quickly on here because of the international standard drainage, but in April, cold ground, wet weather.
Just
And
not.
we lost the first game of the season, the whole game, up at Durham. So
Yeah.
this is actually only our 12th match of the season, not 13th. So.
Yeah, not the best time to play in April. I still believe that they should start the season slightly later and maybe play it up until the end of September, but they are doing that this year. As here's Kyle Abbott in, and this is a full delivery which is defended by Roderick off the front foot towards mid-off. It's not going to be a run.
I think it was I'm not sure, but I think it was 1976 before Hampshire first played a day of county championship cricket in April. It seems quite natural now, and it wasn't early April.
You get matches in March, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, there were some warm-up matches.
Oh, warm-up matches, yeah.
But they were still
yeah.
playing at the end of March.
Yeah.
And
They should have been called cold-up matches, really.
they wanted to get warmed up, didn't they? As Kyle Abbott's in now from pavilion end. On his toes is Roderick as he defends into the offside. So, I'm not going to complain. And as long as the temperature's in its mid-teens, I think it's fine. April, you end up having single digits and your pockets are full of hand warmers. Like when you end up diving, you have an extra little bit of cushion as well because that's how stuffed to the brim they are. Roderick with his open stance. Once again, he's lined up with mid-on. He taps his bat now as Abbott approaches and is forward and pushes this towards mid-on. And it's a dot ball. Mid-on tumbles to his left and does a rather dramatic stop, I must admit. It wasn't hit that hard that he was going to, by any means, miss it.
Do you play regularly, Nikki, still?
I haven't actually played this year.
Okay.
Unfortunately, had an injury at the start of the season and then various other bits and bobs, plus work commitments got in the way, and where I just couldn't dedicate the time I wanted. As in comes Abbott now to Roderick off the back foot, defends this into the leg side.
Yeah, work is a terribly bad idea. It's always getting in the way of things.
I know, right? Who created that concept?
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy.
You got to do it until you're 60 odd or 70.
Yeah, I did.
We'll probably do it till we're 80 at the rate everything's going now.
I noticed, incidentally, that your lot, Surrey, have bowled Durham out and need 25 runs to win, which won't give them the title because it depends on whether Somerset win, but they've got a tough task, Somerset.
Kyle Abbott in now, and this one a straighter delivery that Roderick tucks off his hips and plays to mid-wicket.
Somerset doing quite nicely. They need still 303 to win, but they're 90 for 1.
Well, the news from Div 2 is that Sussex have been promoted.
They have.
They've been promoted for the first time in 10 years. That's apparently the stat that's come out of it.
I'm very pleased for them. They were relegated because we won a remarkable match at Trent Bridge on the last day of the season, and they went to Headingley and lost 10 years ago.
Abbott in to Roderick, and it's a beautiful delivery. It's left alone, and Roderick plays inside the line of that as that goes through to the gloves of Ben Brown, and that is going to conclude the second over here. Worcestershire 2 on the board, and it's a maiden over there from Kyle Abbott. But yeah, Sussex thoroughly deserved. They've played some brilliant games this season, and especially I think the change that they've had to their side, their squad. I remember a couple of years ago going down to Hove to commentate on some of the county championship games, and the team list then compared to the team list just a week ago, so many new names, different names, have all been given the opportunity, and luckily it's all worked out for them as well. As here's Abbas now, and this one a straighter delivery, and it's tucked off the hips and hits short leg, so he stops the runs. My gosh, that must have hurt though. That was.
Has he signalled a no ball, or is he just?
He's just signalling a no ball now.
It looks like they've not acknowledged it.
Might take a few seconds, but
perhaps he was signalling something else. I don't know.
It looked rather similar to a no ball signal.
Yeah, it did look like one, but no change.
No change.
2 for 0. Okay. Yeah, I'm really pleased for Sussex. It's very good for them.
Mo Abbas in now, off the back foot, punched into the offside. Point is running side by side. They should pick up a couple. It's not got the legs to go all the way. And it will be 2 more added to the score. Score moves on to 6 for no loss. And it has been added onto the board now because...
Yeah, it has, yeah.
I think the scoreboard maybe just be a bit too hot, taking its time. This time yesterday is when Kevin James suggested it would be an ideal sort of setting for a cold glass of rosé.
Did he?
He did.
He's a lad, isn't he?
You heard it here first.
I've got a cold carton of coconut water.
Full of electrolytes, as here comes
Absolutely.
Abbas, and this is a beautiful delivery. It drags back, and there's a shout, but
Mo's gone all the way down to the.
He's literally gone next to Libby, hasn't he? He's ended up next to Libby, pleading with the umpire almost. He's in disbelief as he walks back now towards the non-striker's end.
The scoreboard is odd because the font size is different. 273 is smaller than the and 6 for 0.
I think that's because that's from the first innings. So
Well, yeah, I know it's from the first innings, but I don't know why it should be smaller. Well, it's not irrelevant. There's a big long space on the right-hand side for it to be accommodated. It's because people don't think about old folks with bad eyesight.
Abbas in off the back foot, pushed into the offside, has gone to point, and there won't be a run. You might need something like this. Dave carries these
yeah,
around.
I saw those because you were talking about them yesterday. God,
I
they're
wasn't
enormous.
exaggerating when it's like 2 pint
They're
glasses put
enormous.
together. They're probably
Yeah,
bigger than
yeah.
pint glasses. What you get in Germany during Oktoberfest. As Abbas makes his way back to the top of his mark. Not that I've been to Oktoberfest.
I was just thinking, there are
Not
quite a
been,
lot
I've-
of references in your commentaries to the drinking of alcohol, aren't there?
There was a couple yesterday, but Kevin started it as Abbas runs in now, and it's a full delivery, and it's played into the leg side. And it's going to be 2 runs as it makes its way down towards the deep square leg boundary, but it won't go all the way as it's fielded well. Takes us total to 10 for no loss. Yes, it's nothing about me and my personal preferences. I think Kevin James started that conversation, so I thought, why not indulge? Abbas runs away from us from the northern end. The sun is shining in its glory, and this time it's it's defended by Libby off the front foot into the offside, and I believe I was 1 ahead of myself. Score is 8 for no loss.
There are some hints. The weather forecast here tomorrow that I've seen online is okay, although it then says in small type alongside it, there's a possibility of thunderstorms, but it says a slight possibility of thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon. That might muck up some plans.
Abbas in, and Libby on the front foot defends to extra cover. And that will conclude the end of the over as well. 3 overs gone. Worcestershire have 8 on the board for no loss. They need 386 runs to win. I did check that actually, Dave, because I think Kevin and Dave also mentioned it. And there are yellow weather warnings issued for tomorrow afternoon.
Right.
Here, it says we shouldn't get any rain till maybe around 2 o'clock. And then at 3 o'clock, it's expected to be 80% rain.
Is it?
Yes.
Right then, better
But
bowl them out.
one thing I've learned is that I never trust the weather forecast, because when it's meant to rain, it doesn't, and when it's not meant to rain,
Yeah.
that's when it rains.
Well, by 3 o'clock, we will have had about 80 plus overs.
Abbott in from the pavilion end, and Roderick off the front foot drives through cover. It's vacant. He won't get it to go all the way down to the boundary, but he will pick up a couple of runs. The ball just started to die a little bit, bearing in mind that Roderick didn't actually hit it too forcefully.
Actually, maybe even more than that. We might even get to a new ball before 3 o'clock and have about 10 overs of that. So you'd hope that Hampshire can, in a fourth innings, can bowl them out by that time. It'd be a shame if it was another drawn game. It would make it number 8 in the season of 13 matches. Mostly
Roderick
for rain.
shuffles across as forward, and this time gets a bottom edge as the ball goes into the leg side towards deep square leg, and I think it has all the power to go through to the rope, and it does. That wasn't where Roderick actually intended to hit the ball at all, but I'm pretty sure he'll take those 4 runs as the score moves on to 14 for no loss. And it's an absolutely glorious afternoon, I must admit. Blue, clear skies, the sun is shining, there's some birds flying around. They're not seagulls either, so nothing to be scared of, because seagulls do petrify me.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
Crikey.
They're angry creatures. Roderick in and off the front foot defends this time to mid-on.
It's a good job you don't live where I live.
Where do you live?
I live about 100 yards from the entrance to Portsmouth Harbour and the fishing ports, the Canberra.
I think they're fine when you don't have food on you.
They're everywhere.
But as soon as they get a slight sniff that you may be having something that is edible on your hands.
I think it's worse in some places than another, and I don't know why that would be. St Ives is terrible. I was talking about St Ives earlier. They'll pinch anything.
Abbott into Roderick, who's forward and defends, textbook style.
But they live on our roof. I live on a square off the main street, and there are 4 houses, terraced houses on either side of the square, and they live on our roofs, and they have kids up there. So 3-4 months ago, there were lots of babies wandering about on the roofs before they could fly. Although one sadly fell off and got caught by something. I think probably a fox, but they don't attack us, they're all right.
Into Roderick, who this time opens the face of the bat as he plays it to backward point. And a few months ago, I was actually in Brighton on the beach with my friends, and we were having dinner. I decided to get some Greek gyros, and unfortunately, the seagulls clearly decided they wanted to try the Mediterranean diet, and the gyros may have got nicked. I've never seen so many seagulls fly and flock towards us. It was quite terrifying. As Abbott is in now to Roderick, who's forward, and it's a beautiful delivery, and they think he's edged it, but I think that's just clearly beaten the bat, and Roderick rather dramatically drops his bat towards the ground and looks behind him as we conclude the end of the 4th over. 14 for no loss. And if I'm not mistaken, that was not maiden over. It was just 1 off the over.
Abbott wasn't interested in that. It was the
He
guys
wasn't.
behind the wicket.
It was the slip cordon who said, come on, let's make sure. Let's make something happen. Let's get involved. Yeah, I don't think living by the seaside where there's angry seagulls is probably one of my criteria when looking for a house.
Portsmouth is such a charming,
It is beautiful.
peaceful place, you see.
It
Even
is.
the seagulls are nice.
Abbas in, and this is defended by Libby to mid-on, or a silly mid-on. Just looking through the field, we've got 3 slips, a backward point, extra cover, no mid-off, and got a silly mid-on who's pretty much in line with the crease line.
If I walk down to the end of my road where the fishing port is, which is just off the harbour, it's quite a wonderful sight when the boats come in. The seagulls are everywhere then, looking for bits and pieces that might be around.
Abbas into Libby, lets this one go through. It just jags back a little bit, but nothing too threatening at the moment. And we do have a mid-wicket who is not your conventional mid-wicket. It's between square leg and where you'd have your normal conventional mid-wicket, slightly squarer, but not too square. And a short leg and a long leg as well. As Abbas makes his way back to the top of his mark. Uses the sweat on his forehead to give the ball a slight shine, and he's ready to go again. Charges in to Libby, who's forward and gets an outer edge as this runs down towards third. He'll come back for two, an easy two, a little bit of relay between the fielders to get the ball back into the gloves of Ben Brown. I wish I could see the numbers on the back from here. I'm going to need to use Dave's binoculars. Crowd enjoying themselves, sitting in the sunshine, soaking it all in. Take all that vitamin D.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. As in runs Mo Abbas now. It's a beautiful delivery. Oh, a bit of movement again. And Libby plays in the line through the first line of the ball. And that beats the bat, goes into Ben Brown's gloves. And I believe at the end of this over we will be due a little swap around as well.
I'll switch off and let Kevin come in now because there are 2 balls to go.
Oh, you could. Oh, I was going to say, Dave, you could still stay, but I'm sure we'll hear from Dave again very shortly. And there's 3 slips who are very close to each other once again. Take their position as Abbas approaches the crease now, and this is a straight delivery that Libby defends back to silly mid-on. And Abbas slowly strolls towards the top of his mark. Now, not many jumpers on display today. Slightly warmer than yesterday. There's a bit of a sun trap here as well. Not just where we are, but the ground itself. You're not in the shade. You're basking in the sunshine. As Abbas runs away from us now from the northern end. And this is a delivery that is straight. Libby defends into the offside. It's picked up at extra cover. And it does square Libby up a little bit. It will conclude the end of the 5th over. And Worcestershire are 16 for no loss with still the need to get 378 runs to win. And I believe Kev is here. So Kev, I'm going to make way for Dave. You can natter on.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Nikki Chowdhury there. Ralph Brooker has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Dave, in brackets the coffee drinker. Which one of you two is that? That'd be Dave Allen. Hope you're well. I know the United Service in ground well. Used to walk to and from the ferry to St John's College as a young lad. Does the ground still belong to the armed forces? He's nodding, saying yes. Yeah. That's assuming it ever belonged to them. A lot of Royal Navy real estate in that neck of the woods, says Ralph.
Yeah, I had that conversation with Dave earlier.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, right, here's Carl Abbott from the pavilion end. We're into the 6th over of this Worcestershire second innings. He's over the wicket, a slight leading edge from Roderick as the ball works out to point. So Worcestershire 16 without loss are just the mere matter. 378 runs from winning this game. Chris Hutchins has also emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great to hear Dave Allen. As always, his phone's going off in his pocket. The double being revised to 500 runs and 50 wickets certainly seems reasonable these days. I think that is the revised double, isn't it? Yeah. Only 2 players have got the 1,000 runs and 100 wickets double since County Championship was reduced in 1969. You were talking about this earlier, weren't you? As Abbott comes in, there's a leading edge, and it goes to backward a point where Felix Organ fields. Both were Notts players. Richard Hadley in '84. and Franklin Stevenson you were talking about. In 1988, that was the last time. Hadley got 1179 runs and won 17 wickets in 24 matches. Stevenson got 1,018 and 125 wickets in 22 matches. Nice to put a bit of meat on the bone. And the other email, so I'll just get through one or two of these. Stephen Clark, sunandcricket@gmail.com, he's at the far end of the ground, says, great about hearing, as forward is Roderick, goes up to mid-off. Great, delighted to hear the promotion for Sussex. That could be my first foreign visit. Well, yeah, make sure you take your passport. Don't let anybody in Brighton these days without a passport.
Get your euros.
Yeah, that's right. And take your pesetas off Dave Bradley. He's still got some to sell. One train, no changes, he says, will make it a very easy trip. Could be quite a party in Hove. Well, that's nice. Yeah, I think a few people are looking forward. And of course, it'll be Hampshire's luck that because you don't play everybody home and away. The one fixture will be here.
They've got to play those two, haven't they?
Here's Abbott. Oh, bowled! Forward prod for Roderick is beaten. Stumps clattered. And Abbott picks up the first Worcestershire wicket in this second innings. They are 16 for 1, and Roderick goes for 7.
Just a hint, I think. Just a hint. A movement there. Can't see on the screen. The sun's shining on it, but yeah, and yeah, Gareth Roderick basically, I think, on the Bakerloo, and the ball's on the central.
Well, he played superbly well in the first innings, Gareth Roderick, for his 94. Hampshire will feel that that's a very big wicket indeed.
Yeah, yeah. He rarely gives it away, Gareth Roderick. He's a gritty cricketer. Worcestershire, well, I was just saying, Tom Taylor will bat because he batted in the first innings, but he'll be batting with a hamstring injury. But what's the situation with the runners? Somebody asked me this at lunchtime. Can you have a runner if you're injured during the game? I didn't know the answer. I know they've changed it, haven't they?
Yes.
Because you used to get a runner for any reason. But
You did, yeah.
to be honest, I don't know. If anybody does,
Yeah.
let us know.
That has come up before, and somebody did tell me or explain it to me on a message, but I've forgotten. So yeah, you're right.
Well,
So-
he didn't have a runner in the first innings, so I would assume he won't have a runner in the second innings. So
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
yeah.
So the new batter to the crease is Kashif Ali, and he's on a pair,
He is.
having succumbed to Mo Abbas, caught at first slip in the first innings. No batter likes a pair, unless you are a pair.
Ah, see what you mean.
Do you like that?
A black pair. Black pears are actually, although, you know, the Worcestershire are the pears, and they're because of the black pears.
Yeah.
Black pears taste horrible.
Do they?
Oh,
Here's Ali then, facing Abbott. Just pushing that up to mid-on.
black pear jam is not so bad. I've had some of that,
Mm-hmm.
mainly because it's sugar added. But yeah, I don't think you would eat an actual black pear.
Right.
Well, you might. Depends how hungry you are.
I like pears.
Not a fan.
You're not a fan of pears?
No.
You should be,
No.
being a pear.
No. Well, there ain't gonna be two like me, so I'm not a pair, am I?
All this talk of pears.
Yeah.
Here comes Abbott. Into Ali. Oh, and Ali's beaten outside the off stump. Not sure that beat the stump by very much, or the outside edge. Even so, good over from Abbott. That's a wicket maiden. Just watching that again. Just straightened a fraction off the pitch.
Yeah.
16 for 1 Worcestershire.
I think the one that got Roderick didn't move a great deal, but just enough.
Yeah. I'm going to have a look at that. Dismissal again. Roderick, just to see if. But you're right. It's so shiny in here.
How many overs till tea? 3?
No, there is 5.
5. I can't read the board anymore. Sun's on it. Yes, I can now. 37, so 5 overs till tea. Mohammed Abbas to bowl from the north end. Umpire Newell is doing something with the stumps. And now we're ready to go. Right arm over to the right-handed Libby, who's struck on the pad. They'll run a very quick leg by here. And we're going to get overthrows as well. Some buzzers. Not quite. Yes, indeed it is. That's gone for 4. So 5 leg byes for Worcestershire because the batsman had crossed when the ball was hurled back in. So a bonus 4. Worcestershire are 21 for 1. If you have just joined us, welcome for starters. 394. Worcestershire was set to win at the Hampshire right for 204 in their second innings. It's that time of day when I'm starting to walk backwards for a bit of shade. Not that we are complaining. Abbas bowls. Libby pushes away on the offside. At least 1. I was going to say at least 2, but he hadn't hit it as sweetly as I suggested that he had. So 1 more to the Worcestershire total. Goes to 22 for 1.
I'm very quickly looking at the Surrey Durham game at the Oval. Durham bowled out for 177 in their second innings. Surrey are 4 without loss, trail by 20. So they are going to win imminently.
Excuse me.
Oh, hello.
Abbas is in, bowls. Libby pushes the ball out on the offside to mid-off. There is no run. Sorry about that. I actually switched the microphone off.
Yes.
And then switched it back on and sneezed.
It nearly knocked me off my seat.
I know. Yeah. Well, you stood up, so that's why they nearly knocked you off your seat. So.
I've not got very good balance. So, yes, looks like Surrey are going to win that. And I think I'm right in saying, I think it was Dave that emailed earlier today, that if Surrey win that and Somerset lose, then it's Surrey's title this week.
Yes. Abbas in bowls. Open the face of the bat here, Libby. Runs it down to third man for 4. Nice shot. Just played it very calmly, very sweetly. And Libby goes to 15, and Worcestershire are 26 for 1. And Nottinghamshire comfortably beat Kent. So it looks to me, if Lancashire don't win this game against Somerset, that it will go down to the last game next week when Lancashire play at New Road.
I can tell you, at Old Trafford, Somerset are 113 for 2 in their second innings, trailing by 279.
Here's Abbas in bowls to Libby, beats him outside the off stump. May well have... if you were giving the benefit of the doubt to the batsman, you might say he just threw the bat inside the line, but I'm not sure that he did. So that could still go either way, couldn't it? But if Lancashire win, they go above Nottinghamshire, who could be relegated next week. I'm not sure who Nottinghamshire play next week, but Lancashire I know play at New Road, so could be a bit tight. Could all be a bit tight. Abbas in bowls, pushed away on the offside by Libby. Comfortable single. And 1 more to the total. Which goes to 27 for 1. Kashi Valley has 1. Jake Labby has 16.
Nottinghamshire are at home to Warwickshire next Thursday.
Are they?
Durham at home to Kent. These are the final round of championship matches. Hampshire go to Somerset. Lancashire at Worcestershire, obviously, as you mentioned. And Surrey visit Essex. Those are the final Division 1 fixtures for 2024.
May already be champions.
Yes. Here's Abbott, looking for his second. Comes in over the wicket, down the leg side. Couple got excited.
Just looking at that table, which has now disappeared off my screen. It's very useful. Would Warwickshire still be in that mix? at the bottom. Let's have a look. Come on, machine. Okay. So Warwickshire got 146.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could be.
To Libby. He pushes that out to point.
So if Lancashire were to win this game and win at New Road, I mean Warwickshire are 36 points clear, so you would think, well, in theory, or is it in practice, one of the two.
Well, Lancs would go to 126, wouldn't they? So
Yeah.
20 points behind Warwickshire.
Yeah, it's fairly unlikely.
And 15 points behind Notts. Yeah, I think you said that earlier.
Yeah.
Abbott with 3 slips and a short leg to Libby, and Libby's playing a missing. Forward drive. Does look a time at the moment where driving on the up looks a little perilous. There's just a little movement out there off the seam for both these opening bowlers.
I was saying to Dave earlier that a very good friend of mine says it's the members' forum today at Edgbaston, having lost in 2 days. So it'd be interesting to see how many people turn up and what the mood is.
Well, I suppose they were hoping for about a half hour for them. Well, of course, there's no game constraint, is there?
No.
Length ball in behind that is Libby. Plays that back straight. Yeah, that'll be fun, that one.
Yeah.
So Warwickshire have only won 1 game all season, haven't they? That's, yeah, they're a bit down on what you'd expect from them, wouldn't you? I suppose 1 or 2 teams could say that. Lancashire, for instance,
Cool.
which have surprised everybody this year with how poorly they've performed. Dale Benkenstein, the head coach, former head coach here. Is Abbott, so that's a length ball, and Libby watchfully plays that up to mid-on. Well, there's not a lot out there for the seamers, but there's just a hint from time to time just to cause.
I think Abbott's bowling well.
Yeah, he's bowling a nice tight line, isn't
Yeah.
he? 3, almost 4 overs, 1 for 6. We're into the 8th over of this new ball. 3 overs to do until tea after this. Abbott in again. Bowls to Libby, and Libby lifts that one alone. He bounces in front of Ben Brown, who can't take it cleanly. There'll be byes. Just one. That was a wicked one for the keeper. I think there's an example of how this pitch loses pace as we go through the match, and certainly with the amount of sun that it's had to soak up. I think once that ball starts getting older, you'll see a few of those doing just that. 28 for 1.
Yeah, just died on him. Yeah. How close can Worcestershire get to this? I mean, they've had the sort of a season. And that game at Essex when they were 10 for 4 on the first morning, 150 behind on first innings, and came back and won. I think this is, well, it is a much stiffer target, but you wouldn't put it past them.
Oh, no.
They're a gutsy bunch.
It's gettable.
Oh yeah.
It's not an out of sight target that it probably should have been after day
There's
1.
so much time left in the game. Abbas from the northern end bowls. Libby forward, pushes into the offside. Kashif Ali hasn't faced much since he came in, has he? So he's only faced 3 balls.
That's the way to play just before tea, isn't it?
Yeah.
Play most of the deliveries from the non-striking end.
I do remember saying that once. Worcestershire, Lancashire, Hick here facing Jack Simmons was how long ago? Playing for lunch. Hit the last 2 balls before lunch for 6. But that was an exceptional battle. Here's Abbas in bowls. Interesting that it's gone through the keeper. 3rd slip moved wider.
Interesting.
They've been stood very close together, haven't they?
That's pressed, yeah.
Yeah, but he's suddenly taken
Interesting.
not a huge stride, but slightly wider.
Maybe that's indicative of the wicket getting a bit slower.
A blue Mayflower bus
You love those.
goes up. I do like those buses. goes up the hill. I may have to catch one. Jump on it. Abbas bowls. Libby's forward, pushing on the offside. Dawson fields. No run. 3 slips. Cover point. Mid off, mid on. Mid wicket, short leg. Fine leg. On the boundary. Deep fine leg, if you wish to be precise. Dawson's doing a lot of stretching. They give him one before tea. Possibly. Maybe he just doesn't want to get stiff. Abbas in, and Libby pushes this one up to Abbott, who's fielding at mid-on. There is no run. The crowd in front of us basking in the sunshine. 1 or 2 shirts have been removed. A glorious day.
1 or 2 shirts I wish would go back on, if I'm honest.
There's 1 or 2 that shouldn't. They really, really shouldn't. Libby waits. Bass bowls. Libby forward solidly. Dawson, who's in a position that's not mid-off and not extra cover. He's kind of in between the two. He's going to bowl, Dawson, isn't he?
He's going to have a little go before tea.
Yeah.
100 in the game. 50 in the game.
Yeah.
5 for.
Yeah.
He wants more. Hungry.
Yeah. Yeah. And you have to be, don't you? I mean, he's not ancient, but when you get to that age, you've got to want it. Here's the next ball from Abbas, pushed away on the offside by Libby. Couple this time, methinks. Yeah, it is 2. A comfortable 2, and that completes the over. At the end of it, Kashi Valley has 1, Jake Libby has 18, Worcestershire are 30 for 1. Are we off?
No, we'll stay on. We'll say 2 overs till tea.
Okay.
We'll let Dave and Icky have a bit more time in the shade. We'll sacrifice ourselves for the good of Nicky and Dave. Christopher Kimber is back on the emails. Now, he is the man who's been in Lanzarote this week.
Oh, well, we're getting his €2.
Yes, well, it does mention that in the email again. silentcricket@gmail.com. Christopher Kimber says, and Somerset have lost their 3rd wicket. That's good. Have to keep an eye on the Hogs End, Somerset. Can't wait for Ali Orr to hit a century against Sussex next season. 90 minutes till happy hour, he says. Just Chris and Annie baking in Lanzarote. I've never known anybody mention happy hour as many times as Christopher has.
Well, we haven't got happy hour, but you'd be baking here.
Yes, you would. Baking with no happy hour.
Yeah. Unhappy hour.
Yes.
Could have.
So Liam Dawson has taken over from Kyle Abbott. Well, is he going to find a little bit of turn? He said last night he was hoping that this pitch would start to do a little bit more for him. 30 for 1 Worcestershire in their second innings, 2 overs until tea. And here he is bowling to Kashi Valley, who's worked her way square on the leg side, and he picks up a single and moves on to 2. 31 for 1 Worcestershire. They have all the time in the world to knock these off. 363 they need from here. It is a long haul, of course it's a long haul, but as we said earlier, not out of sight. Especially if this wicket sort of holds up, which it has done, as that's driven up to mid-on by Libby. There's a little circle around Fletcher Middleton, silly mid-off, gets back to address the next ball. It's a little game he was playing there that I don't know about. Ring a ring of roses. Here comes Dawson. Libby's on the back foot, steers that down to 3rd. That should race away. In fact, Tom Prest knew it was racing away and hasn't really chased it that hard. And Libby moves on to 22, 35 for 1.
Well, he's a Cornishman, Jake Libby, so he was probably doing the floral dance as he went round Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, Libby's 22 from 37 here. Just that 1 wicket. Gareth Roderick bowled by Abbott for 7. Hampshire's sole success so far. We're in the 10th over. Dawson. Balls and It's worked on the onside. There'll be runs here, maybe even 2. Yeah, big gap at mid-wicket. 2 runs it is. Slightly over pitch there from Dawson. Now, I've got a longish email here from Mark Moody, so I will mention it over the next few balls because we are close to tea. Mark Moody, sunandcricket@gmail.com, under the heading of lunchtime visit to the pitch, which happened again today.
Yes, very good.
For the 3rd day running, and again, it was good attendance. Libby pushes that to extra cover. Got the earbuds in now, so we're listening to you guys. What a treat to be able to visit the hallowed turf at lunchtime, as I did on the first day too. It really gives a whole new perspective on the Utilita Bowl, looking from that level. It does actually, when you're out there in the middle and you look around, it's quite incredible, especially back to the hotel and the pavilion. Oh, that's just held in the turf a little bit, but Libby works it out to deep cover. 38 for 1, end of Dawson's first over. Plus one doesn't realise how dished the playing surface is. Dished meaning cut up?
No, does he mean there's a slight dome on it?
Ah, right,
from
yes.
the middle, and it runs off to aid drainage.
Yeah. Bruv, which I'd take to mean his brother, so wished he could face a few when he joined me on Tuesday. He plays for Totton and Ealing Fourths, that's a local club here, whereas I score for them. And when you compare the wicket with the council pitch that we play on at home at Turnpike down the road, it's like chalk and cheese. Have to admire the ground staff and the work they do, but understand the council do a great job with the resources that they have.
Yeah, unfortunately councils don't have money these days to prepare cricket pitches, so local clubs tend to suffer a bit.
Surrey have beaten Durham by 10 wickets. Thank you very much, Dave.
Here's Abbott on at the north end, pushed into the offside by Jake Libby, picks up a single, so Abbott switching ends. So if Somerset don't win, that's it. Is that right? Yeah. Somerset don't win, Surrey are champions.
Yes, that's right. Could be as champions by the end of this evening.
With a game to
Certainly
go.
by tomorrow. I think that happened last year as well, wasn't it? By about a week or two, Surrey were champions, but Hampshire actually beat them on the last week here, but they looked a bit hungover at times, if I'm honest.
Abbott bowls, Cashy Valley forward.
That's been slightly unkind. Obviously, you've got to beat the
Jaded.
champions. They did at times. It has to
Long
be said.
season.
The better win against Surrey here was the one earlier this season, which was an amazing result.
It's very still at the moment. We've had some breeze around the ground, although as I speak the breeze does pick up the tops of the trees, but as Abbott is in and bowls wide of the off stump through to the keeper, it's a bit of a somnolent afternoon, which means you could just doze off. I love the word somnolent. It's in a poem about Albert and the lion. Albert's doing about lions, how they were ferocious and wild, and to see him sat there so peaceful just didn't seem right to the child, because he was laying a somnolent posture with his head on the side of the vase. The Lion and Albert, Stanley Holloway. You know, learned that as a kid. As Abbott comes in and bowls, and that's going to be 4. Cashy Valley. Outside third maybe, or did he open the face and run it down to third man? Whatever he did, he got 4 for it. 4 more to the Worcestershire total, which goes to 43 for 1. Needing in total 394 to win. I had to check myself there.
Well, Hampshire are going to need to be patient, that's for sure. I'm sure they're aware of that as well. This pitch is still a pretty good one. Might be losing a little bit of pace here and there, but yeah, there's a little bit there with this new ball, which is into its 11th over. There's not a lot to get the ball in exactly the right areas.
Here's Abbott, races in. Ooh. Cashy Valley gets a bit tucked up there. Ball eventually ends up a third slip with Prest. Not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what happened from the time it left his bat till it got to the fielder.
Nipped back and bounced that one. Did too much that. That's why nobody shouted.
Abbott with red-soled boots. Are they red, or are they more of a salmon pink maybe than a bright red? Bowls to Kashif Ali, solidly behind this one. Round of applause for some reason. Oh, because it's tea. That was really weird, because nobody moved. I thought it was tea. I thought it was the end of the over. And there was a round of applause. The umpires and the players just stood there. Now they're off. Off they go. 20 minutes for tea. On my noddy watch, it's 20 to 4. So I reckon we'll be back about 4 o'clock. And you are most welcome to join us. Go and have a cup of tea.
Good afternoon and welcome to the evening session here at the Utilita Bowl, where we're just coming back from tea in Worcestershire with 43 for 1. We'd lost the wicket of Gareth Roderick, who was bowled by Kyle Abbott for 7 from 17. And at the moment we've got Libby and Kashif Ali at the crease. Worcestershire do require 351 runs to win. Hampshire were bowled out for 204 in their second innings. And of course, at the moment, to guide you through the next 20 minutes or so, the beginning of this evening session on this gloriously sunny day is myself, Nikki Chowdhury, and of course alongside me I've got Kevin James, the lovely Kevin James.
Oh, Nikki. Nobody's ever said that to me. Sorry?
Is there two?
Well, a horrible one and a nice one. Do you think Nikki's got them mixed up? Oh, nice, Mr. Bradbury, aren't you?
Mr. Bradbury's got a bit too confident this evening, hasn't he?
He's had an easy afternoon. I'm going to make him pay. I'm going to change that rota, make him pay.
give him a long shift. Well, the sun is shining as we're ready to resume. I believe it is going to be Liam Dawson with ball in hand, and he has got ball in hand, and in fact he's got his sunnies on as well, rightly so. As the sun is shining in its full glory, as we have Kashif Ali and Jake Libby at the crease, and it's going to be Jake Libby on strike. He's on 26. And looking at the field, I'll talk you through that as well. A slip in place as Dawson at the top of his mark is ready to skip in. And this one's a beautiful delivery, a bit of turn as well from Dawson, and it goes away from the right-handed Libby. It's gone straight into the gloves of Ben Brown. We've got two short extra covers right next to each other. It's an interesting position as Dawson in, flat delivery, and Libby's forward, defends into the offside. It's picked up by one of the scurrying extra covers. There's two of them, so we've got a slip, backward point, two short extra covers who are right next to each other and next on the side wicket on the square. Deep cover and a mid-off as Dawson is in from the pavilion end, and this is worked off the back foot to the second short extra cover. And then on the leg side we've got a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a 45 as Libby has his bat high in his stance, awaits. Dawson skips in and a bit of room, it's cut away, it's going to beat point, and it should go all the way down to the boundary, and it does, and that's the first boundary of the evening session here on day 3, and Worcestershire move on to 47 for 1, Libby into the 30s.
And 347 needed, which is a lot, let's be honest.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. It could have been more.
It could have. Glass half full.
Yeah, but
Always.
I think I'd rather be the fielding side in this situation.
Definitely.
At the moment.
You've got to break it down if you're the batting side. Look at it in small chunks as Dawson's in, and this one's pushed to mid-on, and Libby wants to take the single, but there is no chance of that.
Yeah, I think a good session for Worcestershire this evening is probably to lose no more than 1 wicket. Maybe 2 at a push.
I think if they've lost 2 in this session, it's going to be a bit of a scrabble as Dawson in, and this one, there's a shout. I believe he's got a decent bit of wood on that one as it's gone into the offside. 47 for 1 at the end of the over.
Just watching that again on the replay, and I think they felt that he was playing that with a pad initially. I don't think that's a bad shot. I think that's a better shot than I thought it was, actually. I don't know what you thought, Nikki.
If I can see it on the replay,
It is
we need
very
to
bright,
get one of
it's
those big
difficult.
boxes to cover the screen.
Yeah, here we go. Look, here we go. Just watch it again. It does look as though he's playing it with the pad initially, and
He goes to do it, and then I think it's
yeah,
turned a little bit more than he expected.
just in one. Certainly seemed to thrust the pad out at it initially. I think he may just have got the line wrong initially. Didn't line it up right.
Gone with the first line that he saw out the hand.
Yes.
It's going to be Kyle Abbott from the northern end, and I think this is your over before I end up talking over it.
No, you can talk over it as much as you want, believe me. It's no problem at all. So 31 overs left in the day. Worcestershire 47 for 1. Here's Kyle Abbott running away from us. It's a length ball to Kashif. He plays that back down the pitch, and there's no run. Well, fortunately for Kashif, he's off the pair. He was out for naught in the first innings, one of Mo Abbas's early 4 breakthroughs. 30 for 4 Worcestershire were in their first innings, all 4 of those to Mo Abbas, but it's Kyle Abbott that's taken the 1 wicket in this second innings. Gareth Roderick bowled, absolute beauty through the gate, prodding forward. Roderick out for 7. That was just before tea. Here's Abbott. Oh, inside edge there. And he finds the ball making its way down to Felix Organ, down at fine leg. 48 for 1.
The wicket of Roderick actually just went straight through that gap between his front leg and his bat. And the stump, well, off stump went absolutely flying. It was a photographer's delight, a bowler's delight, just a bit of misery for Roderick.
You always feel it's certainly in this game, that it would take a good ball to get him out, because he played superbly in the first innings for his 94. Here's Abbott. Ooh, that's beaten just down the outside edge there as the ball straightened off the pitch. Good delivery, that one. Well, there is little movement there still. This ball is into its 13th over.
You mentioned that one of our listeners had a really good camera this morning that could take a photo of us here in the gantry.
Jolie.
I assume if they tried it now, they probably wouldn't get us in the frame.
That's right, we're standing a long way back now. They'll do well to find us, you're right. We don't dare step up, do we? We'll be burnt to a cinder. Here's Abbott. Good length ball to Libby. Works that out into the covers. More suntan cream for Nicky, which is a good shout. If only there was a little breeze, I think that would make things a little...
That would make it...
It would, wouldn't it?
Very nice, but
Yeah.
I tan very quickly.
You lucky lady.
So, all the sunscreen that I can get on. Although I don't think that actually helps with not...
Do you not?
No, I don't think so.
What factor is it?
50.
Oh gosh, you can't go much more than that, can you? Here's Abbott. That's worked to mid-wicket. Fielded by James Fuller. So, we brought you some up-to-date scores and results just before tea. Let's just remind everybody of where we're at, because earlier today Surrey completed a 10-wicket win over Durham, and we will repeat that if Somerset lose their game, Hampshire cannot catch Surrey mathematically if they win this, and so Surrey at some point either today or tomorrow will be crowned champions. Length ball again from Abbott, and again it's pushed out on the offside by Jake Libby, who's on the 30. 48 for 1 Worcestershire. In their second innings, Nottinghamshire beat Kent by 10 wickets. Kent were, I think that definitely confirms them to be down, but I think they've been down for a few weeks now, let's be honest. And now Somerset, Lancashire, we are certainly keeping an eye on. Somerset 135 for 3, so still 3 down, requiring another 258. That is going to be a game to watch, that's for sure. Of course, not at the detriment of this one.
At the moment, we're going to be watching Liam Dawson bowl to Kashif Ali, left arm around the wicket. From the pavilion end, Dawson skips in. It's a straight delivery that Kashif Ali defends off the front foot into the offside. It's quickly picked up by one of the extra covers. And because they're facing towards us, I won't be able to put a name on it as Dawson's in again, and this one Kashif Ali works off the back foot down towards deep cover, opens the face of the bat beautifully and will take a single as the score moves on to 49 for 1.
We've had one ball turn from Liam Dawson since tea.
We had one, but that was slightly slower,
Yeah.
and it was a lot flighted delivery. You know that as long as he slows down the pace, there are chances of getting a little bit more turn as Dawson's in now. Another flat delivery, and defended off the front foot by Libby, into the offside. Just slow it down. Just maybe a couple mile per hour. Just toss it up a little bit. Again, flat delivery from Dawson. Off the back foot, Libby punches this down to deep cover. We'll take another single, and that brings up 50 runs on the board for Worcestershire. And you can hear on our effects mic, round of applause. It's 50 for 1. Cashafali on strike. It's Libby with the ball in hand. He's got an interesting little approach to the crease. He skips in and a flat delivery which Ali respectfully defends back to Dawson.
I bet he's relieved he's not bowling at Roderick and Brooks at the moment. They would have swept him several times by now.
I think we should have had £1 for every time they got down on one knee, as this one just comes back and it's got him. Dawson strikes. Cashafali will have to go. It's been struck on the pads. I'm watching it back on the replay. Dawson's in and Cashafali, well, he will have to go. He scored 8. LBW, Liam Dawson, from 15 balls. And, well, Hampshire have a very needed wicket. Worcestershire 50 for 2.
Just looked like he played down the wrong line there a little bit, almost as if he expected a little bit of turn.
There's a slightly more flighted delivery, though, there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Here we go.
I think he's using that one as his variation.
Let's watch this again. It's just come in with the arm, isn't it? And he's playing outside the line. Good bowling. Don't necessarily have to turn the ball to take wickets, but it's in the flight, as Nikki says.
I think it's a general misconception, especially through kids, when you've got young ones going through learning how to bowl spin, and everyone's so obsessed and fixated on getting the ball to spin, when actually it's not needed.
So there's the arm ball, isn't there? There's the.
It will come with time, and I think as long as you can bowl 6 out of 6 on the spot, that's going to create more trouble than maybe one beating the bat. And it does come a lot with experience and age as well.
As Liam Dawson's proving, let's be honest.
I didn't mean it that way.
Well, no, but
I meant experience-wise.
No, but he is. I mean, he is getting better and better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think 1 or 2 wickets away from 50 wickets last year. We heard Dave Allen say in the afternoon session, Liam Dawson has not taken 50 wickets in a season before.
But that's the beauty of this sport as well, I think. I think with cricket, players seem to mature and improve with age.
That's his 49th wicket this season, so he's 1 away from doing it for the first time.
You get so many different experiences that you learn from throughout the years that there comes a point when everything just fits together right.
It's me, isn't it? Yes, it is Abbott. And that's pushed to extra cover, and there is no run. The sun's got to me now, Nikki, I'm afraid. If it hasn't got to me today, it's got to me in the last 2 days, and yeah, I need to stay on the ball. Stay on the ball, Kev. So 344 runs required by Worcestershire here. We said, ideally, from a Worcestershire point of view, you have to bat as though you're going to win the game. You can't really go out there saying, well, this is going to be too difficult. And I know Worcestershire wouldn't say that anyway, but we said probably wouldn't want to lose more than 1 or 2 wickets this session. That's bounced a little bit. Well played by Libby, who's in behind it. So another wicket now, and there are nearly 29 overs left in the session, and an awful lot of cricket in which you don't really, ideally, don't want to be losing more than 1. It's going to be a tough ask.
It is. There's a long, long way to go, and well, Libby's on 31. Jones has to get himself in, but still, I'll have to look at this target in small sections.
You're right. Yeah, you do.
There's definitely the time is in the favour of the bowlers at the moment.
Here's Abbott into Libby. Libby just takes the bottom hand off the bat as he works that up towards mid-off. Again, it just a suspicion either the bowler's just stopped a fraction or just bounced a little bit, maybe a bit of both. Just subtle both. Hot you hot?
Yes.
Do you think this is worse than it has been yesterday, or are we about the same at the moment?
I think it's the same. It's just it is warmer than yesterday, but doesn't feel.
here we are in the 3rd week of September.
Global warming's real, isn't it?
Feels like it. Here's Abbott. I'm glad we didn't go. Well, I'm glad I didn't go away this week. Waste of money. That's pushed up towards mid-off. I know you had to go to Barcelona for a wedding. That's a bit different, but I think anybody taking holidays this week.
Although,
waste of time.
I think I mentioned it Friday when I left for Barcelona. It was 2 degrees in the morning, and I landed in Barcelona at 32 degrees.
Ah, well, there you are. In fact, our man in Lanzarote, Chris, he's already cursing me, saying, I'm in Lanzarote.
At a happy hour somewhere, I assume.
Yeah, that's right. He's enjoying it. 15 minutes into the happy hour, I think it is, looking at the clock. Here's Abbott, runners away from us. There's 2 slips and a short leg. Waiting, that's kept low. Wickedly low, but wide of off stump. And Ben Brown does well to just stop that. It's crept along the floor through to the keeper. As I say, we're going to see a few more of those. Sun-baked pitch. So probably as much sun on this playing wicket of any wicket on this square this summer. 50 for 2, Worcestershire in their 2nd innings. Libby's done well so far, 31 not out.
I'm glad we're getting the sunshine now, because we've had a pretty shocking summer, though, weather-wise, haven't we? It's been condensed into 2 weeks, an entire season.
It's quite sad, really. But also length ball as well. He's asking a few questions here, Kyle Abbott, and Libby's having to play dead straight. Maiden over, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12 for Kyle Abbott. And Worcestershire. In their 2nd innings, it's just disappeared off the screen here. Abbott has 1 for 12 from 7. Abbas, none for 23 from 5. Dawson, 3 overs, 1 for 14. 50 for 2, there we go, it's back on the screens.
Into his 4th over now, Liam Dawson.
So what are your plans this winter then, Nikki, when you've done your final game at Sussex next week? Oh no, you've got the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy on Saturday, but after that?
I've got some work lined up in October, doing a bit of a freelance gig as Dawson is in and Jones is forward, defends into the offside, and Dawson retrieves the ball. And then I am not actually sure. I'm just trying to figure it out at the moment. Something I should have probably done earlier, but it's been barely any time to think about it, as Dawson's in, and again Jones forward, defends to point off the front foot this time. Just taking a look at the score in the men's ODI, England versus Australia as well. England bowled out for 315. That's Dawson with shades on at the top of his mark from the pavilion end, skips through, flat delivery, and it's defended again by Jones. Just taking a look on who scored some runs there. Ben Duckett scored 95 in that men's ODI, 95 from 91 balls. And Will Jacks also contributed with 62 from 56. As Dawson has decided he wants a silly point. So we've got a slip and a silly point in for Jones, who crouches in his stance and is forward. Ooh, and it's beaten Jones, and it's gone straight into Roderick's gloves, and he's taken that very swiftly, but Jones, well, firmly in his ground, foot behind the line. It happened so quickly, so smoothly. And we're ready to go again for the next delivery off the back foot. And it's picked up by Silly Point.
Doesn't look particularly comfortable out there, Rob Jones.
It doesn't. That's probably why they've got the Silly Point in as well, just to play with his head a little bit more. Become a bit more cool. As Jones is in forward this time, defends, and this will conclude the over. A maiden over from Liam Dawson. That's his first maiden. 4 overs he's bowled, 1 for 14.
I'm just coming off commentary, Nicky Stain, but I must mention this because Woodsy's just messaged me saying, have you mentioned this yet? Woodsy, who's a plumber to the stars, as he's better known, it's a quiz night on Friday the 18th of October here in aid of Chris Wood's testimonial year and also supporting Abbey Heroes. It's £10 a person to enter. You can have teams of up to 10. It's at the Shane Warne Suite over the other side of the ground, and I'm involved in it somehow. Woodsy is as well, and there is a poster at the other end of the ground to get involved. So that'll be a good fun quiz night. I know quite a few people are going to that. That will be fun.
Yeah, love a good old quiz night. As in runs Kyle Abbott from Northern End, and this one's defended by Libby into the offside. It's picked up at cover. And looking at the Australian bowlers, Zampa picked up a 3 for alongside Labuschagne as well. So some leg spin in the wickets in the ODI.
What was the score? Sorry, I missed your...
The score was that England have been bowled out for 315.
Okay.
Ben Duckett scored 95. And over here the score is 50 for 2 as Libby taps his bat and crouches in his stance on 31. Abbott's in and is clipped off the legs through to deep square leg, and that will be 4 runs. He's timed that with perfection. Brilliant balance and head position there from Jake Libby, and that takes the score to 54 for 2.
Nice shot. Satisfactory shot.
I feel like you've done your job as a batter when you play that sort of shot.
Yeah.
Job done.
It's
Bowlers hate it. Bowlers absolutely hate it because...
He strayed a bit onto leg stump there, didn't he? Abbott, he would be aware that it probably wasn't his best delivery of the day. Probably looking for something to swing in a bit, but didn't quite get it quite right.
We have a short leg and 2 slips as Abbott is in, and this one's a slightly straighter ball.
Missing leg stump, methinks.
Yeah.
By the way that Libby played it.
I think I need to put my jacket behind the screen in front of us so we can actually make out if anything happens on the replay. But I'm actually very clumsy, so I might actually end up dropping the entire screen. I poured coffee over the table behind us earlier.
I noted that was
Yeah.
a nice
You're a little...
brown stain.
Kyle Abbott runs away from us at the northern end as Libby is forward and defends this to point.
54 for 2. Needing, what was it, 394 to win. And you only got 2 slips in, which I find a bit puzzling. There's a short leg, but do you need a short leg and then another fielder almost behind him, saving a single? I don't know. It's easy from up here,
but do you need the 3rd slip?
I would have a 3rd slip with this. Yeah. 54 for 2 with 390 odd needed. But I'm not captain of Hampshire, you may have noticed.
Kyle Abbott in, and this one's a straighter delivery and defended. And it just gets the outer edge into the backward point region. Libby looks to set off, but Jones is clearly not keen to take that single, and rightly so.
Is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, strange phenomena with the top end, because the sun is reflecting off the car bonnets.
It's like glistening, isn't it?
And the trees are rustling in the wind. It's like a series of Christmas lights going across the top of there.
Don't mention the C word, Dave. It's too early for the C word. Kyle Abbott in now to Libby, who's forward and defends to mid-on, and he will take on the single. And mid-on doesn't actually pick the ball up. Mid-wicket comes around, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 5 from it at the end of 17. Worcestershire 55 for 2, and they need 339 runs to win. And Dave has done the big mistake of mentioning the C word on the on the 19th of September.
No, because once that's out of the way, you're building back up.
No, because you've got so many things to go. Like now, you're going to have bonfire night. You're going to have Halloween, and then you've got to get through. There's Americans listening. They might even be celebrating Thanksgiving, and then of course, there's so much to get through.
See, a lot of those things are just for me. As Dawson bowls and just clipped away and playing and running at the same time, picks up a single, Jake Libby. See, all those things that you mentioned, well, a lot of those things you mentioned. Halloween is an American tradition, which has been built up over here. Originally Scottish, went to America, and it's
but it's still something that's celebrated here now, so
I'm not against it, as Rob Jones has gone down the pitch here and flicked this one. Nice shot through mid-wicket. Is he going to show a bit of intent here, just because he got a bit tangled up in the last over, so maybe he's thinking, I'm going to get down here and knock Dawson off his length of it. Give him something to think about. That was a nice shot. So Jones has 4, Libby has 37, and Worcestershire are 64-2. We have 25 overs left after this one in the day. As Dawson bowls forward, defensively comes Jones. So we are 25 past 4. So 25 overs left in the day. You're looking at past 6 o'clock really. Which, considering how many overs the spinners have bowled today, am I reading that figure right? It's 25, isn't it?
It is 25.
Yeah. Dawson in bowls, and that does a bit. That's a good ball. Rob Jones is reaching forward, and it goes past the outside edge of the bat into the gloves of Ben Brown, who whips the bail off just in case the batsman had strayed forward. Sitting mid-off, slipped the 2 close fielders. Dawson left arm round to the right-handed Jones, who's down the pitch.
He saw him coming there, didn't he? Dawson advanced a bit early there, Jones, and Dawson decided he was going to dart that one down.
Tight, tense county cricket this. Dawson's next ball, Jones forward, solidly behind this one. End of the over. 5 runs coming off it. Worcestershire are 60 for 2. Jones has 4, Libby has 37, if you've not been with us. Roderick bowled by Beauty from Abbott for 7, and Kashi Valley LBW to Dawson for 8. Hampshire in the end, 204 all out. Vince made 51, Brown made 44. Vardy with 4 wickets for Worcestershire, giving him 9 in the match. Hey, there's a cloud. Look.
I know, it's
an
like
official cloud.
But it's
official. Cumuloso. An official cloud. It's gone though already.
Here's Abbott in, and it's a beautiful delivery with a lot of carry as Libby decides to let this one go through outside the off stump, and my goodness, did Ben Brown have to take that Aussie style. So are you a big Christmas person? Now that you've mentioned
Christmas
it,
is family. Isn't it? Christmas is family, that's all. The whole Christmas thing, I'm afraid, leaves me a bit cold. But it's family, that's what it's all about. I'm stupidly old enough.
Abbott in, runs away from us and bowls the 5th stump line, which Libby leaves alone and watches it through to Ben Brown's gloves.
And I try desperately not to live in the past, but Christmas when I was a kid was just totally different to what Christmas is today. It was still on the 25th of December.
Okay,
me.
that's good.
but it's just, it's all the commercialism and everything else. A local store, which I shall not name, but it has initials of the alphabet, was selling Christmas stuff about 5 weeks ago. It's just daft, isn't it? End of August, September time.
Here's Abbott in now, and Libby forward defends into the offside. It's picked up at cover.
But we do, of course, have the Boxing Day test, don't we?
Oh, I love the good old Boxing Day test, and this year it's the one I'm looking forward to watching is India versus Australia.
When's that one?
In Australia, Boxing Day. I think
Oh,
it's
is
at
it?
the MCG.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realise.
That is on my bucket list,
India returning.
Watching India versus Australia in Australia is on my bucket list.
Okay. So will you have a big Christmas day and then watch that? Or?
I am in India for Christmas. We normally head over to India
right.
at Christmas time because pretty much all our family's actually over there. As in comes Kyle Abbott now, and this one's outside the off stump, and Libby looks to go fishing but decides that he will withdraw, and that's gone into the gloves of Ben Brown once again. So yes, normally we take a trip over to India at Christmas time. My grandma's over there, and
how hot is it going to be on Christmas?
it's actually not that warm. It's probably highs of maybe 18, 20 degrees.
Oh, that's good.
But
20 is plenty.
20 is plenty. In the daytime, it's fine, actually. It's probably like this. but in the evenings it can get a little chilly. And when I mean chilly, don't laugh at me, but 12 degrees in those houses, which are not made for cold weather, as Abbott is in and outside the off-stumpy bowls once again. A bit of movement away from Libby, taken by Ben Brown. So the houses, the way they're made, or the flats, they don't really contain the heat. And a lot of marble and all of that sort of stuff just means it's very chilly in the morning. If you wake up early, it is, and then probably by mid-afternoon you're all right. But it's really bizarre, I will admit. During COVID, it was the first time we didn't go to India for a very long time, so we had Christmas here. As Abbott, at the top of his mark now, runs away from us. 87 printed on his back, and his shadow follows him. As this one down the leg side, Libby looks to turn it down towards long leg, but misses, and this is taken swiftly by Ben Brown to conclude the end of the over. A maiden over here from Kyle Abbott, his 5th maiden from his 9th over, 1 for 17. So going to India at Christmas. So the year we didn't go when we were here, it was a very long time since I celebrated Christmas in the UK. And Christmas Day, when I looked out the window, it was pin drop silence. Okay, it was so quiet, like not a soul to be seen. Everyone had just taken refuge in their homes. But Christmas Day in India is the loudest thing you'll ever hear. Firstly, it's a normal working day. So people go to work as normal.
Dawson to continue from the pavilion end, 60 for 2 Worcestershire. And Jones is forward, defensively pushes on the onside. So is that because of the religions, or?
It is. I think it is predominantly because of the religion, but then again you have a lot of people who...
Dawson to Jones, and Jones turns on the onside. No run.
You have a lot of people who do follow Christianity and do believe in Christmas, but it is a general normal working day. If they decide to take it off, they can take it off. But it's a big excuse for a party, that's for sure.
Jones tries to cut. Quicker delivery outside the off stump, goes through to the wicket keeper.
Christmas Eve is a big excuse for a party. So many places hold a Christmas Eve bash and a do, and everyone goes. That's like I think Christmas Eve is actually bigger than Christmas Day.
Dawson in. There's an appeal, but I thought that came off the bat. Let's see what the umpire thinks as they've run through for a single. Yeah, off the bat it was. One more to the Worcestershire table, 61 for 2. Yeah, Christmas morning I shall go for a long walk with my dogs.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Are you on cooking duties on Christmas Day?
No.
Far away from the kitchen, is it?
Yeah. As forward comes Libby. I'm not a bad cook, but I'm not allowed to cook too often. I cook a wonderful dish called a churri, which is a mixture between a chili and a curry. Very tasty. It's a chili with no chilies in it, basically, if there is such a thing. Here's Jake Libby facing. Rob Jones has got away from Dawson for a while. He's been facing him for quite a time. Libby, off the last ball of the over, pushes into the offside. And the total is 61 for 2.
And because I was so used to having those loud, noisy Christmases, the year we didn't go, it was a bit of a shock, really, because it was so quiet, and it was just the 3 of us as well at home, which normally we've always got people coming in and out the house when we're in India, people visiting or whatnot. And the looks of it here, we're going to have a change in bowling from the northern end. Mohammed Abbas is coming back into the attack to replace Kyle Abbott.
And that'll be the pattern of this innings, the rest of this game, I suppose. Dawson, or well, maybe Felix Organ will have a few overs from the pavilion end, and the medium pacers will rotate at the north end. Seems a fairly obvious way to go about it.
Oh, Abbas just at the top of his mark, talking to Kyle Abbott, who's putting on his short-sleeved jumper. And now decides he's going to roll his arm over to mid-on, which is Liam Dawson fielding there. So next to him, we've got Kyle Abbott on his left, Liam Dawson on his right, and now he's running in towards Jones. 2 slips in place. Jones is forward and is defended, and it runs along the ground. It's a second slip.
Just come back into my memory. I once played cricket in this country on Boxing Day.
Really?
Yeah, it was mad. It was freezing cold. It was obviously on a synthetic wicket. There was no snow on the ground, and you couldn't do a run up because the ground was too wet, so the ball came in off
Face plant.
2 paces. It was good fun, and it got us out with some fresh air on Boxing Day and
To burn off all the calories from those roast potatoes.
got us into licensed premises by lunchtime.
Abbas in to Jones. He looks to turn this round down to the long leg, but that's gone through to Brown with the gloves. The sun's getting to me, Dave. I'm starting to mix up the fielders.
It's brain fuzz that afternoon. It's got to that time of day, mate. It's just. Sorry, folks, that we keep on going on about this, and
we're not complaining though.
no, it's
We're
nice
not
to have this
complaining.
weather at
It's
the end
beautiful.
of the season, but cheap as it's hot.
But I would really appreciate a small cloud, so that the sun can hide behind it.
There's one approaching, but I don't think it's going to go over the sun.
It's not that nice to us as Abbas is in now, and this is flicked off the legs through mid-wicket, and there's a beautiful shot there by Jones. Rob Jones has held his balance beautifully there, timed it to perfection, and that's going to race away down to the boundary. 65 for 2 Worcestershire, 329 to win.
Yeah, doing good, Rob Jones. Been struggling a bit. I think he's quite happy to be away from Dawson's end.
Yeah, Dawson seems to have been creating a little bit of discomfort. But at the moment, it's Mo Abbas who's got ball in hand now. It's been retrieved from the boundary, and he's running in, all determined. And this time, Jones is forward and defends into the offside, off the front foot.
Apparently, I'm sounding miserable about Christmas. I don't get visited by 3 ghosts, says our correspondent. I'm not miserable about Christmas. I like Christmas. But Christmas for me is just about family.
I just like it. It's all festive and everyone seems to be in a happier mood. It's like summer as well. When the weather's actually good and you go out and about, I just feel that people smile more.
Yeah.
And at Christmas, everyone seems to be in a joyous mood as well, as Abbas runs in to Jones, who's in his stance, is forward and turns us into the leg side. It's fielded by a long barrier at short mid-wicket. And it's Middleton at short mid-wicket who decides he's going to shadow a shot from his batting dictionary. But, yeah, beautiful time of the year. Summer and Christmas.
Of course, if you go to certain places, you could have both at the same time.
You could, if you go down under. If someone gets to live my bucket list wish, as Abbas is in now. And this one's down the leg side into the gloves of Ben Brown, and that will conclude the over. Just 4 from it at the end of 21 overs. Worcestershire is 65 for 2. Yes, if someone gets to ever live my bucket list wish, of one of the things on my bucket list.
A very good friend of mine was on his list, and he went to the Boxing Day test. It was the coldest Boxing Day in living memory in Australia.
Really?
I think they had a hailstorm. Yeah, and there was no cricket, so that was he was only there for 1 day.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So, yeah.
It's when you build it all up and it becomes a complete anticlimax.
Yeah. Liam Dawson is continuing the Hampshire attack. Now the silly mid-wicket has gone to silly mid-off rather has gone to a shortish mid-off on the drive, as it were. Libby across the crease gives himself an angle and pushes the ball out to extra cover. Who's that down there? Tom Prest, I think it is.
I'm going to take your leave, Dave. And,
Okay, mate.
I'm going to be back in a bit. Let's hear from Kev James for a bit.
Go and find some shade. Now for Jones, the silly mid-off is back in, and forward comes Jones, plays the ball down into the ground, and that's silly mid-off, who is Fletcher Middleton, who, I'll tell you this story now, folks, is just turning to pick the ball up. There's some excellent bit of cricket appeared online last night on social media.
Right.
From the county cricket official website of a commentator as Dawson bowls a quicker delivery, Jones is forward, plays up the pitch, describing how Fletcher Middleton had gone from short leg to silly mid-off, and he caught the ball the very next ball.
Was that your good self?
Sadly it was, yeah.
Oh, that's why it was excellent.
It was a mere coincidence. That's Dawson bowls, Jones gets a ball sort of angling more towards leg stump, plays it on the onside out into the cover area. Who's that? Toby Albert in there? Yeah. 66 for 2.
Can I say that bit of commentary would have been fully deserved?
Well, yeah. It did get some comments from one or two people saying lucky guess and stuff like that. Jones forward defensively pushes on the onside and there is no run. I just thought it was,
Is that ones that know you?
Oh yeah. Well, and one or two who don't. So. That is the downfall of social media, isn't it? Whatever you put on there, somebody's always got not so much a negative comment, but a Mickey taking comment. There we are.
But fortunately, you're above all that.
My ancient skin is quite thick.
Here's a Bass bowling to Jake Libby. It's a length ball that's come back a fraction. It catches the inside half of the bat. It goes down towards, well, not fine leg, it's more deep backward square leg, which is where Felix Organ is. And that's a single. Libby moves on to 39. 67 for 2, Worcestershire. Need from here another 327. And again, for me, Liam Dawson just getting the odd one to turn, but it's not consistent. And it's not through his fault, it's just the pitch maybe just not accepting a bit more turn that everybody thought, including Dawson himself.
Got a leg slip in here.
For Rob Jones, who's on 9. Slip and a leg slip. 2 on the drive on the leg side. Jones gets one, it nips back and it hits him on the glove. That was a wicked delivery, and that will have hurt.
Well, he was looking originally, it appeared, he was going on the back foot, he was looking to cut that, or certainly play it off the back foot, and it jumped up at him.
Nip back quick. Very quickly. There's been 1 or 2 this afternoon. Both batters are prodding an area just outside off stump short of a length. We've seen 1 or 2, haven't we, sort of kick on.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen one that's quite nipped back and bounced and gone that sharply, but is there a wearing spot there?
Well, it's nearly a 4th-day pitch, isn't it? Yeah. And the sun's been on it.
It certainly has. That's wrapped him on the pad. Leg slip in play there. So yeah, keep it around that sort of area, and one from time to time does just misbehave, which you wouldn't not expect at this stage. I mean, this pitch, as I was saying before, T has probably had about as much sun on it as any pitch cut this year.
Yeah, and hot sun.
Yeah.
I'm not wishing to sound stupid, but it's been baking. It's baked.
Yeah. I'm medium to rare at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, getting towards medium. Here's a Bass. That's a length ball which Jones pushes up towards mid-on.
I think I'm well done. or maybe sautéed, I'm not quite sure.
You better be careful, because I like my steaks well done. So you're going to have to, any cutlery in the vicinity, you better look and get rid of it. Because actually, to be fair, I had a good lunch. So, but I think if it was a lunch where I'd either not eaten it or just skipped it altogether, yeah, you might have been in danger.
Cannibalism is alive and well in southern England, folks. You don't have to go to the jungles of New Guinea.
You'd have to pop on a plane. A Bass, come back a fraction to Jones. Somehow works it towards 3rd slip. Definitely a little spot there. Bowling from this end towards the pavilion end. The Bass I'm sure, will look to exploit that. Just coming slightly wide on the crease. That's all you nearly need to do, and he does that a lot anyway.
From Worcestershire's point of view, I know this sounds stupid and obvious. They've just got a bat, haven't they?
Oh gosh, yeah.
You know, they're still there tomorrow lunchtime, and they're 3-4 wickets down. They've probably got a chance.
Well, there's 116 overs left in the game, minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an awful long time. But of course, batting a long time on day 4, not the same as batting a long time days 1 and 2, as that's pushed out on the offside. But it has been done before, and I'm sure it'll be done again. But as I say, and I've said this many times here, the wicket never breaks up as much as you think it will do here, even with conditions that would suggest that maybe other wickets would more, but it never seems to here. There will be a bit of turn, yes. There might even be a fraction more turn tomorrow, a bit more regularly, but it will not be ripping on a regular basis.
No, it's not turning square. No. Here is Dawson, hoping it will turn square.
He has for 2 days.
Yeah. Mohammed Abbas is signalling for a drink, but nobody's taking any notice of it at all. Next ball pushed away on the offside. So Libby does not have the close company of a silly mid-off, or a silly extra cover if you want to call it that, but he does have a short extra cover. As Dawson bowls Libby off the back foot, big shout of catch, but it appeared to me that he hit it into the ground, and Vince, who is the lone slip, just watched it dribble down behind him. No run. Dawson's next ball finds Libby defensive, pushing away on the offside. No run again. Jones 9, Libby 39, 67 for 2, Worcestershire. Dawson ready to go again. And this time Libby just taps on the onside. Nothing to be had there. Albert is the fielder in there. This is tense, tight stuff, this is. Libby, bat held high, waits, forward he comes. Pushes to the short extra cover. Now, Jack Libby is on 39, and he'd be quite happy if he was still on 39 at close of play tonight. Trust me. He might be a bit bored, but he'd be happy. Dawson off 4 paces, bowls, Libby forward, pushes on the offside. And that is the end of another Dawson over. A maiden, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21 so far.
Email here from Steve Jenkin, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi Kev, you may have already mentioned this." Actually, I haven't, because I've just read through the email. But Hampshire's second 11 recorded a big win over Somerset's second 11 earlier today. Good to see the young talent doing so well. There were tons for Joe Weatherly, also Joe Eklund and Ali Orr. That's good to hear.
Right.
Yeah, with Dom Kelly scoring a 50 in each innings, and wickets for Dom Kelly and also Eddie Jack. Promise for a good future for Hampshire. So thank you for sending me those details. Great commentary throughout the season, says Steve, from you and your colleagues. It's much appreciated. Thank you very much. Very nice. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Good win. Let's hope the first team can do it again next week against the same opposition. Let's nip back a fraction to Rob Jones, but it looks like it's going down the leg side. Start of a new over from Mo Abbas.
Came up and did a bit of commentary with us down at Sussex last year, Ali Orr, when he was injured. Very likeable young man.
Yeah, he's a good lad. Yes, he's been playing in the second 11 now, I think, for 3 or 4 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks certainly. I know his first game, well, one of his first games back on the road to recovery was his club side Eastbourne. He got 100 then, and that felt a little while back now. So. Feels like he's not too far away, but unfortunately the season is just about to end for him. And that's edged, and that's called second slip. And Abbas has got his reward, and that is James Vince taking a 2-handed catch there. And Rob Jones, who I have to say at times never looked totally at ease, he goes for 9, 67 for 3.
Yeah, good catch, low down to his left. And as you say, actually Rob Jones looked more comfortable, I thought, against Abbas. He did not look at all comfortable against the spin of Dawson. But he goes, so not a great game with the bat for Rob Jones. 4 in the first innings, 9 second time round. And Worcestershire 67 for 3.
Yeah, and for me, that's as many wickets, I think, as they wouldn't want to lose tonight.
Yeah.
But there are still nearly 19 overs left in the day.
Yeah.
So, a blow. But nevertheless, not one that Worcestershire can't overcome.
They're doing a bit better than they did in the first innings. Yes. 16 for 3. Adam O's on his way in. He was an Abbas victim in the first innings for just 1.
Yeah, and his dad was here, wasn't he? First couple of days, so
He was, yeah.
well, he probably had a great opportunity of talking to him, but obviously off the away from the playing area. I don't think he's here. I think he said he was only here for the first 2 days, so he's gone back to the island. His dad.
We were actually on the Isle of Wight when Boris declared lockdown. My wife and I, we were in East Cowes on a holiday, and Boris came on and said country would be locked down from Wednesday. This was 5 o'clock on a Monday night. We were on the 6:30 ferry.
That night.
That night, yeah. Packed it, just threw everything in the back of the car, which did not really please the 2 dogs that we threw in there as well. Yeah, just jumped on. We just drove down to Cowes, to the ferry, and said, can we go on the next boat?
Wow.
And they put us on the next boat.
Well done, you. Oof, that was a close one, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah. If we'd have still been there on Wednesday, we would have been
Struggling.
well, there's worse places to spend 3
Well,
hours.
that's true. Here's Abbas to Hose. That's right on the money, and Hose is forward, pushes that up to mid-on. Doesn't want to get out LBW to the same bowler in the second innings. 30 for 4 when he went in the first innings. Yeah, 61 for 5 they were in the first innings, Worcestershire. So they're doing, well, at the moment they're doing better.
I was going to mention to Dave when he was here, because he was talking about Hampshire playing on the Isle of Wight, which they do again now. Our club team.
Abbas to Hose. And Hose gets an inside edge. And it rattles past the leg stump for 4.
Well, at least 2 people in the ground, Mohammed Abbas and me, thought he'd bowled him. Yeah, very streaky 4, but 4 it is. Yeah, so we arranged this tour, and I was like the tour secretary, whatever, you know. And we were playing at Ventnor, and the guy there was a nice chap. He said, "Yeah, you'll be playing on the Ventnor Bowl," and we thought this was this great big, you know, like the Hollywood Bowl or something, like this ground there. It's called the Ventnor Bowl because the pitch, the wicket, was actually in a bowl, and it went up each end. And you could sort of hit it with the one side. You could wait for the ball to come back down. Almost.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
A ball can be rolling towards the boundary for 4, but actually in the end rolls back to you before it's gone over the line.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A unique cricket ground. Yeah, but we all thought, oh, that's going. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a cracking ground. Yeah, well, it's a nice ground and
Yeah,
lovely
it is.
people, but very unusual.
Left alone outside the off stump. Bit of a wide one there from Abbas. Yeah, it's crazy. So as a fielder, you can be running after it, and normally you'd be chasing to make sure you got it and pull it up before the white line. But if the ball was hit in such a way, you stop
Yeah.
and wait for the ball to come back to you.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. It's not the weirdest ground I've ever been on.
No?
Cockington, just outside Torquay. That is a weird ground. The actual square is lovely, but everything else slopes up, down, sideways.
Hose is forward to Abbas, and that's the end of the over. 71 for 3, 39 Libby, 4 Hose. Worcestershire from here need another 323.
Nice round of applause for Mohammed Abbas. What's he done? 8 overs, 1 for 32. What's the strangest ground you've ever played on?
Well, I mean, Ventnor wouldn't be far off just because of that, and that's very unique.
It is.
I think. I don't think there's any other ground that would be quite like that. Others may say differently. You'd have to play. And I've played a lot of club cricket over the years, so it would have to be a club ground, wouldn't it? Because obviously county grounds are different.
Yeah. Here is. Well, I'm not. You could ask me 10 times what happened to that ball. I think it beat the edge. Did it, Jake Libby get an inside edge on that?
Yeah.
Flew down to just backward a square on the leg side. Still the slip, the only real close catcher, as Libby goes forward and plays defensively. Wicketkeeper Brown comes from behind the stumps, but he's gesturing to all sorts of people as he's doing it. But it appears to me that nobody has moved or changed position. Dawson bowls again, and this is Libby off the back foot. Nice shot out through mid-wicket. That's going to race to the boundary because, as we've said all through this game, this outfield is lightning quick, and timed that nicely. So between mid-wicket and mid-on, Libby picks up 4 and goes to 43. Dawson with a little bit to think about, maybe. Was a slightly quicker delivery. Forward defensively comes Libby, covering any spin that was possible. Shadows beginning to lengthen. Dawson again turned off his thigh pad this time by Libby for a single. Out across the somewhat bare parts of the square now. Groundsmen all over the country digging up the square, reseeding, topping the square, whatever they call it. You can tell by the nonsense I'm talking that I don't really know what I'm talking about. Well, I know they do, so they take the top off and put soil on and put seed on. There you go, it's that simple. Fletcher Middleton is back in at that silly mid-off position. End of the over, says Rob White, and I for one believe him. And at the end of it, Worcestershire 76 for 3. I know people are coming in from work. People still work, I'm told, in this country. Hampshire were away for 204, of which Vince made 44, Dawson 51, 4 wickets for Verdi for Worcestershire, setting Worcestershire 394 to win. Roderick went for 7, Kashif Ali went for 8, and Rob Jones has just gone for 9. Abbott, Dawson and Abbas taking a wicket each.
And Abbas it is to bowl over number 27 of this innings. Email from Darian Boyd here, sunandcricket@gmail.com. Come to that after this delivery from Abbas. Bowls and it's driven out into the gap, square on the offside. They will turn for 2. And Ben Brown extravagantly picks up the ball, and with his gloves on, I think he was trying to whack the stumps down, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, 2 runs it is. Libby moves on to 46, 78 for 3. Darian says, as it's the last home game of the season, could thoughts turn briefly to next season? What do you think? With the utmost respect to Messrs Keith Barker, Brad Wheel and James Fuller, of a potential 4-pronged pace attack comprising of Kyle Abbott, Mo Abbas, John Turner and Scott Curry. Well, yes, he's on loan at Leicester, doing very well up there apparently, and that's driven off the back foot to backward a point. They're very impressed with him. I think they would love to have signed him, but he's not available because he'll be back here next year. Would it end 51 years of hurt, says Darren. And a great debut from Nikki Chowdhury. Commentary. Well, it's not a debut commentary, but it's a debut here on the ground. You're right, she's done particularly well. She's back here tomorrow as well. I think we'll all be back here tomorrow.
That doesn't really fit in the song, does it? 51 years of hurt.
No, it doesn't. I think, is it 51? It might be 52. Was it 72, Hampshire's last one? I should know. Where's Dave Allen when you need him? I can look it up, of course. Length ball to Libby. And there is no run. Well, I wouldn't disagree. I must admit, Mo Abbas, I don't know what the contract situation or offers of contract situations for next year are. Mo Abbas, would people have him back next year? I don't know. For me, he's got better as the season's gone on. He's always been good. I just think he's got a lot tighter in the second half of the season. Kyle Abbott has run in all season for me. John Turner, certainly. Scott Curry, yeah. Improving all the time. Will benefit from a whole season with Leicester, that's for sure, as it's pushed out to extra cover. I think Scott Curry would, yeah, well, there's a battle for places, and that's what it's all about. 78 for 3. Nicky Chowdhury's about ready to come back in at the end of this over, which is 2 balls away. Libby 46. Hose has 4. 46 for 91 deliveries for Jake Libby. Abbas turns. 2 slips wait. One's away from us once more and bowls. Length ball worked up to mid-on. Certainly makes the batters play straight, doesn't he, Mo Abbas? Even when there's not a lot there, he's...
When he first came on, when he first came on today, he didn't.
No.
Which was worthy of comment, but now he is.
Yeah, you notice it with him, don't you? If there's a couple of balls outside the off stump and you go, Mo. But he does bowl it a very, very tight line, and as I say, even when things aren't doing so much, as a batter, you just can't take a risk. You have to show the full face of the bat. He's working hard on this ball, is Mo. Trying to find something. Turns and comes in again. And bowls. That's outside off stump, and he's had a little waft there, Libby. Oh, we'd have been really disappointed if he got out to that. End of the over, 78 for 3. Dave Bradley's taking a bit of a break. Nicky Chowdhury back in. And we have 20, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong column. 16 overs left in the day's play. So we've probably got an hour, maybe, just under an hour. So I think we're going up to somewhere near 6 o'clock this evening. Welcome back, Nicky.
Thank you very much.
Wicket since you were off. Rob Jones.
Yes, it's like me going off air suddenly brought Hampshire a little bit of luck.
Yeah, maybe you should just go off now.
We'll see what happens.
Say hello, everybody, and then...
Hi, bye.
Off. Yes, then we'll get another wicket, and then we'll invite you back.
There's a silly point and a slip in place for Dawson. He's going to be bowling his 10th over now. As he's in now to Hose, who's forward and defends. And Dawson will pick it up as he finishes his action. Just during the break, I went to touch my laptop and it is absolutely boiling. I think I could fry an egg on it, so I've had to put it in the shade and hopefully it cools down. It doesn't help it. That machine's on its way out anyway as Dawson's in, and this is lofted and driven. Beats the diving cover fielder, and it won't go all the way down to the boundary, but enough to let them come through for a 2 as deep cover comes round to do the fielding. And the score moves on to 80 for 3.
I think it was half stopped at extra cover actually by Nick Gubbins. May just got a bit of a fingertip on it.
Hose on 6. Taps his bat as Dawson's in, and he looks to make space off the back foot, and it's just angles back towards him as it's fielded at extra cover. Really likes just throwing some flat ones in, doesn't he, Dawson, Liam Dawson?
Yeah, he does, yeah. Ones that come in with the arm.
Yeah. He plays around with his arm slot as well. Some slightly higher, some slightly lower. This one higher, and this time defended by Hose. And they go up for a little stumping, but it's nothing to really worry about as Hose is firmly in his ground.
Again, it's just that one that just turns from time to time.
Dawson at the top of his mark, skips in, and this one off the back foot. Hose pushes back down the line of the wicket. Dawson picks the ball up, gives it a flick as as he walks back to the top of his mark now. Just note that the umpire is now at point as opposed to square leg. Presuming it's because of the sun as well, perhaps. As Dawson in and Hose gets an edge on it, and it's caught at slip. Oh, it was a spectacular catch. Absolutely brilliant. Dawson's in. A little bit of turn, and Hose goes to play with his hands. He moves his front leg out of the way. He's got himself into a bit of a pickle, and well, he is definitely on his way back to pavilion now. He goes for 6, caught by James Vince in the slips. And well, Hampshire, they have another wicket.
Oh, I tell you, he's almost going the wrong way there, isn't he? His body weight is going completely the opposite way to his hands. Watching it again on the replay. Dawson bowls, it grips, and he's going the wrong way.
They say that's one of your cardinal sins when you're playing against spin as well, that you need to make sure the last place you want to take your front foot is outside the line of the ball, outside leg stump, because that is not going to help you, no matter which way the ball is going. Taking your front foot outside leg stump and then trying to rely on your hands to play with the spin will only lead you into tricky positions like this one. 4 wickets down now, Worcestershire, 80 for 4.
And we shouldn't let this moment pass without saying that that is Liam Dawson's 50th wicket of the season, and that's the first time that he's done that. So well done to him.
Brilliant achievement for him.
And Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, makes their way in. Update from Lanzarote from Christopher Kimber.
We're so invested
we
in
are.
this Lanzarote holiday. It's like we're already there.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Nikki. Silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, great to see us making some progress through the Worcestershire innings. Somerset are 5 down now. So thank you for that update. I'll just come have a quick look at that one. Somerset 166 for 5 against Lancashire. Require another 227. So second place is on. As Christopher says, he says, I'm not going to mention happy hour again.
He says mentioning happy hour.
He does, yeah. As Annie is miffed that ice cream costs almost twice as much as a beer, and I'm on my way to the bar with my €2 coin. See you tomorrow, says Chris and Annie. Well, love it. Mo Abbas then to start a new over. Comes in and always beaten on the outside edge. Jake Libby. Good stuff here. Good spell. 3 wickets since tea. Kashif Ali for 8. Rob Jones for 9. And Adam Hose for 6. 2 wickets for Dawson. 1 for Abbas. And Worcestershire 80 for 4. Need another 314 from here. Just under 15 overs left in the day. We should, even if Worcestershire lose another wicket or 2, we'll be back here tomorrow morning, I think. But we are rapidly getting to a point here where Worcestershire would be thinking, this is a little too much. They probably thought that anyway, but you always believe you have to. Down the leg side, good diving stop from Ben Brown. So of course, and Steve Jenkin has just emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, don't forget Sonny Baker in the bowling lineup next year, who's joining Hampshire, which was announced a few weeks ago from Somerset. And of course, he also says that Scott Curry maiden century today for Leicestershire, which we mentioned earlier, but nice to mention it again. Liam Dawson's having a chat with with Mo Abbas. Oh, is there a little bit of a breeze there, Nikki, for a moment?
I think it's just me fanning.
It might be. It's down the leg side again. Another diving, tumbling stop there from Ben Brown. So 167 for 5 then Somerset, 226 needed from there. So Lancashire could just pull off a victory there. Nottinghamshire, we mentioned earlier, have already beaten Kent by 10 wickets. Surrey, we mentioned earlier, have beaten Durham by 10 wickets. Those are your Division 1 scores and results such as they are.
And of course the highlight from Div 2 is that Sussex have been promoted.
Yes, and Nicky's joining that promotion party next week at Hove. That's outside the off stump, and that is left alone.
They better be celebrating. Expecting extra special treatment. Not that the treatment isn't very nice down there as well, but with a promotion on the cards, and
yeah,
you're expecting some extra cake at tea.
Is that how they're going to celebrate, with cake?
Well, When I was last there, we had a volunteer from the Sussex Museum at the ground come in, and she had baked a fruit cake, and I think her name was Margaret. Margaret made her way over to the comms box and brought us a lovely fruit cake.
The Bass bowls, and that's driven to backward a point where there is a deep fielder, and Libby moves on to 47, 83 for 4.
And occasionally the media officer down at Sussex suddenly will surprise everyone and bring different types of candies and biscuits and leave them in the commentary box, which Adrian Harms always ends up enjoying and taking first dibs to, and ends up making it a competition to the biscuits.
Sounds lovely.
But yes, we had some lovely cakes brought down. It was very nice of them. I think I might even end up baking myself, I feel.
Are you going to take one down there?
I might take one down. I feel like I should.
I think that's a really good idea, you know.
I was going to bake one for here, but then I realised I don't really have much time, given how much I'm spending in the car.
Bass bowls, another length ball to D'Oliveira this time, playing straight as you have to. Well, we quite understand, because it's been a bit of a round trip for you, isn't it? Here and back in a day, and on top of this. So we will forgive you that one.
Next year. I'll make it up in 2025, don't you worry.
Look forward to it.
Sorry, Nikki will be back.
Sorry, Nikki. Yes, I think everybody doesn't mind that, really, do they? They've sort of... I think some people could come here and say they're sorry, Ed, or somebody, I don't know, and they might not have taken to them, but they seem fine with you, Nikki. Here comes a bass. That's outside off stump. It's a nice shape, but it's left alone. End of the over. A Bass has completed 10 overs, 1 for 37. Worcestershire then 83 for 4 in their second innings, with Libby on 47. D'Oliveira's faced a couple of balls yet to get off the mark, and with 14 overs left in the day, and of course all tomorrow, if we need all of that, Worcestershire need 311 from here. We promise it won't be as warm when you come here next year.
Oh, I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
I'm happy with it.
Good.
Don't you worry. Dawson has got ball in hand as he awaits D'Oliveira and Libby to leave their little meeting in the middle of the crease to return to their respective positions. And Libby takes guard now. As Dawson is in, and this is a straighter delivery, a little bit of bounce. It kind of, he's bowls as hard into the surface as Dawson, as Libby plays that into the leg side. It's fielded by mid-wicket. He's already at the top of his mark, really speeding through this over. In he comes, skips through, and Libby forward and pushes this through the offside, and it will go down towards deep cover. They'll come back for a single. The score moves on to 84 for 4. And now, with D'Oliveira on strike, they've decided we are going to take a silly point in. As D'Oliveira just does a little bit of gardening and takes his guard now. He's low in his stance, taps his bat. Dawson skips in, and this is a straight, faster delivery that skids on and stays low. D'Oliveira hits it straight back to Dawson along the ground. My goodness, that was a bit of an effort ball, I think. If there was anything as an effort ball from a spinner, I'd like to say that was it. Really came down hard as Dawson's in again, and down on one knee goes to sweep D'Oliveira. This is running fine. And it shouldn't go all the way. Oh, it does go all the way. As adds another 4 to the total, taking it to 88 for 4.
Just flicked off the pad. Leg buys.
Run really fine.
D'Oliveira out in the first over, caught it silly mid-off for 19 off the bowler he's facing now.
But he's yet to get off the mark now, as he's in his stance as awaits Dawson from the pavilion end. His forward defends as the ball rolls along the ground for extra cover. The sun is starting to make its way around the ground and on its way down as well, as a shadow is peering across from the Shane Warne stand onto the ground. Dawson in again, and D'Oliveira looks to cut it away, and it's gone straight to point. Looks to make a lot of space on the offside, and that will be the end of the over as well. 30 overs gone. Worcestershire 88 for 4, requiring 306 runs to win.
Keep updated with that Somerset score. It could be over tonight.
Which other games would potentially still go into tomorrow then, apart from us?
In Division 1, well, yeah, Somerset Lancashire may finish tonight, and we're the only other game going on in Division 1. Division 2, of course, Sussex have already beaten Gloucestershire, we know that.
I think news from Div 1 as well is that Kent have been relegated.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, not a total surprise, really, Nikki, is it? Let's be honest.
Not the best season for them, has it been?
No. Division 2, Yorkshire Glamorgan. Glamorgan need 292 to win with 5 wickets remaining. They're 104 for 5. Well, that could also finish tonight, I guess, but I'll squeeze that into tomorrow morning.
Change in bowling as well from the northern end.
James Fuller. It's me, isn't it? Sorry. 88 for 4, worked out on the onside. 89 for 4, I tell a lie, by Libby. He moves on to 49. Sorry, I was looking at my screen. I can't do 2 things at once, actually. It's absolutely hopeless.
You can't multitask.
I can't, actually, Nikki. I can't. I
Come
try.
on, Kev.
I'll try. I say what I'll try for the last few overs. England against Australia in the one-day international. England 315 all out. Australia 77 for 1 in the 11th.
Oh,
or
wow.
after 11. Yeah. Strong start again. 239 needed from 39. He's Fuller, right arm over to D'Oliveira. Bowls, and it's a bit of shape away from the batter, but D'Oliveira lets that one go by. So just under 13 overs left in the day's play. I think all 3 days here have not been a bad crowd, considering. It may have actually been slightly lower today, I don't know. But there's not a lot in it.
I think some people have probably decided to
Probably.
head back by now, but yeah, it's been pretty good.
It's
actually.
been alright, actually, isn't it? Yeah, it's been good. Weather's been absolutely ideal, though. It's a little closer to off stump. Good carry, but again, it's left alone. I'm just going to double check my weather app, because we did say earlier that there was a chance of thunderstorms yesterday in the afternoon tomorrow. That seems to have changed to just maybe a couple of showers in the afternoon tomorrow. That seems to have been downgraded a fraction on my app. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to happen, but it's still showing showers for a little while tomorrow afternoon. Fuller. I think Hampshire will be hoping to have wrapped it up by then. That's pushed out to extra cover. Foolish delivery from Fuller. Is your app saying the same sort of thing? Have we probably haven't got the same app, which is probably just as well, because if yours does say the same as mine and they are different apps.
Which app are you using? The phone app.
Yeah, I think I am actually. No, Met Office.
The Met Office. I was looking at the BBC and they said apparently there's a 40% chance of rain from 2 o'clock, and then at 3 o'clock it's meant to be 80% chance of rain. And it had the double cloud picture.
It's not a million miles away from what I've got. That's pushed to backward a point. So yeah, we're in the same ballpark. So I think we can almost say with some confidence that we might get a shower or so. In and around play. I don't think we're going to have too much to worry about.
If anything, it should be wrapped up.
Well, you'd think so. By lunchtime tomorrow, you would think so. But you never know. These guys, as Dave Bradley said many times, and he's true, these guys do battle hard. Here's Fuller. Balls, and what's bounced? That's bounced at D'Oliveira. Keeps it down well. That's hit high on the bat from a length. And that's the end of the over. Fuller's first over has just cost her 1 run. And with 12 overs left, Worcestershire are 89 for 4. Libby has 49. D'Oliveira's faced 11 balls yet to get off the mark. And from here, Worcestershire need, I think it's about 395 if I can read the board correctly.
305, I believe.
305, thank you, Nikki. I didn't read it correctly.
It's all right. I blame the sunshine as Dawson at the top of his mark is ready to go, just waiting for 45 to get into place. And here he goes through now, and it's a full delivery which Libby blocks out to short mid-wicket off the front foot. I think what's been really good about Dawson and his bowling is how he's A, varied his trajectory, and B, varied the pace at which he's bowled at, and the pace that he has slightly slowed down at has got him the wickets. In this one, Libby off the back foot takes on the single as the ball's hit to cover, and there's a shout for a run out, and he's been run out. D'Oliveira is run out. That was a tight single to take. And some brilliant fielding by Fletcher Middleton at cover. He's picked it up cleanly and was quick to get the throw into the keeper. And unfortunately, D'Oliveira will have to head back after failing to get off the mark. Worcestershire lose another wicket. 5 down now, and this 5th wicket definitely not in the ideal way. I'd say that was a pretty tight single to take on, and maybe, just maybe, Jake Libby will be wondering the same. And unfortunately, it's too late for that now.
Had to be a direct hit, isn't it? He's got one stamp to aim at.
It was brilliant. You could just see by the reaction, though, from the players. It was, everyone was just completely thrown by surprise. It was a brilliant piece of fielding.
So, a real setback there for Worcestershire. Nikki Chowdhury staying on. And from BBC Hereford and Worcester, it'll be Dave Bradley.
Thanks very much, Kevin. My goodness, what a brilliant piece of fielding from Fletcher Middleton at cover. Jake Libby decided to play that ball into the offside and take on a single. Perhaps cover was a little deeper. Oh, he thought it was slightly deeper than what you'd imagine. Well, Fletcher Middleton has clearly been on the ball this evening. Hasn't been affected by the sunshine. Quick pick up, quick throw. He had one stump to aim at, and well, he knocked it down completely. And Brett D'Oliveira didn't get his bat through one time. He was a few feet short.
It's what they practice day in, day out, and thrown at one stump. And they've just, every now and then, it comes off.
And it's for those occasions every now and again. It's not.
Oh, yeah.
It happens all the time, but on these moments where it really counts, like today, 89 for 5. Now suddenly.
Well, we've got 11 overs and 5 balls remaining this evening.
A lot can happen in 11 overs and 5 balls.
I mean, the possibility is you can have an extra 8 overs tonight. Is a possibility.
Dawson in to Brooks now, who's forward, and a bit of spin off the surface, goes straight into the gloves of Ben Brown as the ball spins past.
I'd say a couple more wickets went down. The umpires might think there's a possibility
they may
of the
consider
game
a couple more.
You never know.
Never know. Dawson in now again. This one off the back foot. Brooks plays to mid-on. Straight delivery from Dawson. Slip in place. A short extra cover. Backward point cover mid-off. Dawson just sending mid-on a few yards to his right.
What are we doing here?
Don't know what we're doing here, but there's a little bit of a discussion between the umpire and
Are they checking the number of balls in the over with the scorers? They've just signalled, he's just looked up to the scorers, so I think it must be, who knows? A mystery, another mystery.
That will never be found out. As Dawson skips in now, and this down on one knee is Brooks, and it's swept away, and it's not going to go all the way. Man out at deep square leg will come round, and they'll take the single though. Brooks gets off the mark. Worcestershire move on to 90 for 5. Libby on strike. He's on 49. Deep square leg comes in to mid-wicket.
I think Hampshire have got a 12th man on. Whether that was anything to do with the discussion, I don't know.
Dawson into Libby, who's forward and an outer edge along the ground, runs to short third. There'll be no run, but it will be the end of the over. 32 overs gone in Worcestershire, and 90 for 5. Brooks will be on strike as everyone seems to be walking to their position to the next over, with their shadows alongside them. It seems a lot busier out there in the middle than it actually is. There's twice as many people out there.
There's the shadow of the floodlight pylon, the actual pole of the pylon, if you like, is across the wicket. It's not interfering with the batsman's view or anything, but it's that time of year. I think that floodlight was almost to the boundary on the opposite side of the ground when we finished last night. Could well be tonight with 11 overs remaining. James Fuller from the north end bowls, and Brooks, well, he looks as if he's playing it, then he looks as if he's leaving it, and then in the end the ball, I think the ball more hits his bat, it more hits the bat of Ethan Brooks than he played at it. It just bobbles away on the leg side. Yet to get off the mark, Ethan Brooks did rather well in the first innings, getting his maiden century. If he was to do that again, it would be a remarkable achievement considering the state of the game, or the position of the game. Fuller in again, and this time Brooks is forward solidly, pushing up to mid-off. One or two have picked up their bags and their cool boxes. Perhaps they've got to catch a specific bus.
Oh, me and the bus don't go well.
Yeah, 5-4, catching the 5:45 to Basingstoke.
Had some disaster stories on the bus.
Oh,
Ended up standing on the wrong side of the road.
oh, what, here?
No, by my house.
Oh, right. Fuller in, bowls. There's a run there. What are they doing?
Why have they not gone for that?
I don't know. There was a misfield, and the ball ran down towards third man, and well, it would have been Jake Libby's call because the ball was behind Ethan Brooks. Maybe they referred to the old adage, "You don't run on a misfield." But there was I thought, a comfortable single. But as we've said many times, it's an easy game from up here. Fuller, right arm over to the right-handed Brooks, who gets a full length delivery, goes off a pad, beats Ben Brown and races to the boundary for four-leg byes. Just checking that umpire Newell was going to raise his left knee and indicate thus. So Worcestershire go to 94 for 5. Lots of folks coming in, maybe not been with us all day. Hampshire all out for 204, leaving Worcestershire 394 to win. And apart from Jake Libby, no Worcestershire batsman has got into double figures yet. And the first innings was a bit weird because we had Roderick made 90 odd, Brooks made 100, and the next highest score was 19. Here's Fuller, bowls solidly forward. Brooks plays the ball up to mid-on, where I think that's a 12th man on. I'll have a look at my colleague, Mr. Kevin James. Is there a 12th man on? 12th man? A mid-on? He's burst into action like a highly tensioned spring in a watch. He just burst up there. Away goes Fuller. Dabbed out on the offside. To backward point. No run shall come of that action. And at the end of it, Worcestershire, that's a maiden over from James Fuller, well bowled, have moved on to, I'll tell you shortly. No, yeah, there we go.
You think it might be
94 for 5.
Tariwal, but not 100% sure.
Okay.
But I am sure that Liam Dawson is going to be bowling his 13th over. And Jake Libby is on strike for that. There's Dawson. Through from the pavilion end, Libby forward and plays this to mid-on off the front foot. Caught the sun a little bit? Have you, Dave?
Yeah, I think everybody has. You
all have.
can't avoid it up here, can you really?
Dawson in, and this one a bit of width up the offside. It's cut away down to deep cover, and it will be a single, and it will also bring up the half century for Jake Libby. 50 from 106 balls. And he really needs to play an important knock for his side. A long, long way to go. They need 299 to win. 95 for 5 at the moment, Worcestershire. As this one's Down on one knee and looks to sweep. It does Ethan Brooks. Has missed and gone straight into the gloves of Ben Brown.
We haven't seen many sweeps, have we, in this innings? Well,
Not yet. Don't speak too soon.
no, we only had the spinner on at one end because Organ hasn't bowled,
But Ethan,
whereas we had them both ends yesterday.
but Ethan Brooks, we saw yesterday, was enjoying playing that sweep shot, and now he's gone for the reverse sweep, and it's gone down to deep point, and it'll be a single. He played that shot plenty of times yesterday, and I'm sure we will see it again and again this evening, and maybe into tomorrow. But as of now, 96 for 5, Libby on strike. There's Dawson at the top of his mark, left arm round the wicket, and this is defended into the leg side, and it's picked up at short mid-wicket. And short mid-wicket just decides to take a few yards. There's Dawson in once again, and Libby forward and defends, and there's a shout for LBW. But I think this is outside the line. The angle that Libby's gone forward to play that, I believe it's outside the line, and perhaps we'll get a better view on our replay. And that will also conclude the end of the over as well. 34 overs gone, Worcestershire 96 for 5, and Libby still at the crease, currently being the highest scorer for his side with 50 not out. Next highest score is Rob Jones with 9.
A hint of breeze coming into our gantry this evening.
More than welcomed as well.
Oh, yeah.
It can bring its friends.
With the proverbial open arms.
I think this is your over, Dave.
Yes. It's all right. I'm just looking at the amount of battery I've got on my phone. Fuller in and bowls off an edge, goes one bounce into the slips.
Are you a good multitasker?
Doing what?
Just multitasking.
Oh, well, it depends what the tasks are. You know, I can't mow the lawn and cook a souffle at the same time.
I'd be very impressed if you could.
I'm all right.
But could you make a souffle?
No,
Oh.
I can mow the lawn. And probably will have to when I get home tomorrow. Be my Saturday morning job. Fuller bowls. I nearly did the stupid comment of Fuller bowls a fuller length, which indeed he did.
It's hard to resist though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's like if someone had the surname Short. Short bowl's a short ball. And
Oh
it's
yeah. The shadows are creeping from the Shane Warne stand towards the middle. Fuller bowls, wide of the off stump. Bat taken away at the last second by Brooks.
He waves it away as he decides not to throw his bat at it. And now would not be the right time to try and go fishing outside the off stump.
It's funny, you look around this ground and it's not big crowded, but decent crowd today. And spot a gentleman I know on the far side. Not from around these parts, I have to add. A good Worcestershire man. Fuller's in bowls. Puff of dust comes up as that's driven through the offside. Lovely shot. Fuller over pitching on this occasion and punched away through the covers. Worcestershire's 100 is up. Hooray, hooray. Bank holiday tomorrow and an open top bus ride. And the 100 hours actually come off 34 overs, so going along at 3 and over, just under, considering they've lost wickets. Although, on the other hand, you could say fairly attacking fields leaves gaps.
It's a beautiful drive, though. He found the gap indeed.
It's one of those that gives you a bit of confidence. Fuller's next ball is a shorter delivery. I think Ethan Brooks has dropped his wrists on that. But it's still going. That goes through at a good pace, and Ben Brown takes that front of his chest. What have we had with this ball? 35th over, so Fuller bending his proverbial back to bowl that one. $100 for 5, Worcestershire. Away goes Fuller, and this time Brooks is forward solidly defensively. Glamorgan looks as if they're going to lose to Yorkshire. They need 277 with 5 wickets remaining. And Northamptonshire have beaten Leicestershire by 9 wickets. Now Northampton sacked their coach a couple of weeks ago, and I think they've won their 2 games since. Maybe it's a coincidence. 137 for 1. They've beaten Leicestershire by 9 wickets. The other game that we're keeping a weather eye on, Somerset 181 for 5 now. They still need 212 to beat Surrey.
Here's Liam Dawson. Bowling to Libby, who off the back foot cuts this, and it's misses the man at point, and it's going to miss the boundary rope as well, because a brilliant piece of work out in the deep. They will get a few runs. That takes the score to 102 for 5. I believe there was a couple there. I think it was actually, was that 3?
2, wasn't it?
2.
Libby played the shot and he's facing, so I think it was just 2.
Look very similar in stature, both of them. Similar stance as well. And they bend their backs over, slightly curved, as Dawson is into Libby. Just manages to play this one with his hands. A bit of turn from Dawson away from the right-hander. Doesn't move his feet much, but just manages with his hands. That's dropped into the offside. Here's Dawson through again. Straight to delivery, and this one's punched off the back foot straight to point, where it's fielded by Tom Prest. Libby taps his bat, keeps his bat in the air once he's in his stance, ready to go as Dawson is through, and Libby forward, defends into the offside. Once again, it's with Prest at point, who does the fielding. Dawson standing next to the shadow of the floodlight, skips in from the pavilion end, and this one off the back foot just cramps Libby a little bit as he defends it back down the line of the wicket. Dawson picks the ball up and returns, giving the ball a shine on the front of his right thigh, and he's ready to go again. Sunglasses on. And he comes, left arm round the wicket, wide of the crease, and it's a straight ball, a bit of bounce off the back foot. Libby defends, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. Just 2 from it. 36 overs gone. Worcestershire 102 for 5. Libby on 52. Brooks with 6 to his name, and that was the end of Dawson's 14th over. He's bowled 2 maidens, 2 for 34.
7 overs remaining this evening. And what time is it? So should be Dawson stays on, finishing just after 6. It is one of the great conundrums of cricket that spinners bowl for quite a few overs in the day and it still doesn't finish at 5:30. But we are not venturing into the world of over rates. Here's James Fuller bowling to Ethan Brooks. Puff of dust comes up as the ball lands there. No great surprise, as it's almost a 4th day wicket. But first time I've really noticed a puff of dust from the ball. There's been lots of dust from the bowler's feet and the batsman's feet. But Brooks has gone down to have a psychological bit of gardening, because I'm not sure it ever makes any difference to the pitch. Fuller races in again, and this time Brooks drives, but straight to mid-off, who is Kyle Abbott.
It's a good looking shot. for no run.
Yeah, slightly frustrating for the batsman. The breeze that we had around the ground, looking at the trees away to our right, hardly moving the tops of the trees. And there's that haze in the distance has been there all day. Those trees have never been distinct. Fuller bowls. Forward. Bat pad. Was it John Arnold would have said bat pad, faith, open, charity behind that one? The wail of a siren in the distance. Sirens always wail, don't they? You know, there's only one way to describe a siren. It's to say that it's wailing. Here's Fuller turning. Trundling in. Turned by Brooks off his pads down to fine leg. Only going to get a single. But at this time of night, you'd probably be happy to get off strike, wouldn't you?
Definitely. Yeah. The less opportunity to face the ball means less opportunity to probably
Yeah.
walk back to the dressing room.
Let somebody else do it.
And they're both probably thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. She's done only 2 slips in. Puzzles me, but slightly. Fuller in bowls. Another puff of dust comes up as the ball pitches. And Libby plays this one out to a backward, slightly backward point position. Fletcher Middleton finds himself out there.
Yeah, the slips are now hiding in the shadows of the Shane Warne stand as that's covering half the ground. Now you can breathe a sign of relief.
103 for 5, Worcestershire. Brooks 7, Libby 52. Fuller bowls. Just takes his bottom hand away there, Jake Libby, as if that one leapt a bit more than he expected.
Popped up a little bit, didn't it?
It's guided down into the gully area. That is the end of the over. Brooks has 7, Libby 52, Worcestershire 103 for 5.
And I think that's also the end of me for the day. So
Oh, you're away. Oh,
I'm
yeah.
away.
Yes, there's only 6 left, so
only
yes.
6 left, so I'll let Kevin
Okay.
join you for the last 6.
We'll see you bright and early in the
See
morning.
you bright and early in the morning.
Mr. Kevin James will join us at no cost to the taxpayer, I am allowed.
You've seen my paycheck.
No cost to the BBC licence fee payer either. Yeah. On a slightly technical note, you couldn't plug my phone in over there for 5 minutes, could you? Or are you?
Well, I need it at the moment. Can I just
Yeah,
give
yeah.
it? Can I give it another 5 minutes?
Yes,
and then
my
I'll
friend.
let you.
We'll work it out between us.
Yeah. Because I need it. That's Dawson. Cut away on the offside by Brooks, who hasn't got the sweep or the reverse sweep out nearly as much as he did in the first innings.
No, well, he really swept Felix Organ to bits, didn't he?
Yeah. Libby facing Dawson, who's forward. That's beaten the outside edge. Just the odd one from Dawson that just bites. A few gone past the outside edge in the 14.5 overs that he's bowled in this innings so far. From the pavilion end, in again, and Libby's forward. Goes out, trickles out towards extra cover. Just hasn't been quite enough pace for any of the spinners, really, both sides in this pitch, and not enough. A bit more bounce this ideally with what they would like. Oh, he's playing a missing again there. Libby pushing forward. It kept a little low for Ben Brown to take. Just watching that again, and yeah, there is some turn there. There's no doubt about it. It's just not every ball, but maybe 1 or 2 more than there have been over the last day or so. Not much though. Comfortably forward this time, Libby. So 5 overs to do in the day. 290 from here. Worcestershire, you'd think that's not on now. It's about how long now Hampshire can claim these last 5 wickets.
Yes. Well, if Worcestershire do get these runs, we're going to have a hell of a day's cricket tomorrow.
Everybody will have the freedom of Worcester, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Paul Williams has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, so work in the garden complete and the shopping completed, and it is time to sit on the patio watching the clouds roll in and open a can of beer. There's a few people having a few drinks while this game's going on, and which are 33 pence each here. That's in Portugal. And the price of beer is being discussed quite a lot.
Fuller in bowls and attempting to play that off the back foot, but goes straight through to wicketkeeper Brown. Yeah, we're not encouraging the consumption of alcohol by any means.
But we are comparing prices between Lanzarote and Portugal. Looks like the game's going to continue tomorrow, says Paul. Yes,
yeah, spot on there.
The disclaimer is, what's the word? Be drink aware or something.
That's it, absolutely. Yeah. James Fuller is the bowler. Ethan Brooks is the batsman. And Brooks is forward. Plays the ball to mid-on, where Abbas is the fielder, and there is no run. Oh, it's the Creator State till the end tonight. Pleasant evening, why not?
So it's too nice not to be sitting out in the sun, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Drinking in that. Oh, sorry, here we go, drinking again. Taking in the last few days of sunshine. Which is free.
Yeah. Fuller's in and pushed up the pitch. So is slightly cloudy, cooler weather is free. You know, I'd quite like some of that free, slightly cloudy, cooler weather if there's any about.
Who knows what tomorrow will bring? It does suggest there might be the odd shower in the afternoon.
Good song.
We might be done by then.
Who knows what tomorrow brings? Who knows what tomorrow brings? Yeah, welcome to Radio 2. There's Fuller makes his way in. Forward comes batsman Brooks. Obdurate is a good word. Whether it describes the way he played that, well, it remains to be seen, but it looked fairly obdurate to me. The sun glinting off the roof of the Shane Warne stand away in the distance. We did have a little incident last night when the umpires were a bit concerned with the sun reflecting off cars on the top of the car park, but I can't see that that's too much of a bother tonight. Next ball, it's wide of the off stump, steered by Brooks down to third man.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
There's the pace and the width. Very good shots indeed.
Brooks goes to 12, Libby 52, Worcestershire are 108 for 5. With 4 overs remaining in the day after the next delivery. Excuse me.
Oh, hello. Missed the button.
Sounds like a diesel engine on a cold morning. Here's Fuller's next ball, driven back down the pitch. Bowler misses it on his follow through, sticks out a right hand but can't stop it. It's not going to go for 4. I think he took the pace off it, but they will come back for 2. Brooks to 14, Worcestershire 110 for 5.
Somerset still 5 down.
Yeah.
In their game with Lancashire, they're 190 for 5 and require another 203 with 5 wickets remaining. Remember, if Somerset lose and Hampshire win this, Hampshire will go 2 points clear of Somerset, and it will confirm at the same time Surrey as champions. At the crease, James Rue 17 not out, and Casey Aldridge is 12. Archie Vaughan got 68. You see at the top of the order. He's had a good all-round game, hasn't he?
He is the man, isn't he? At the moment.
He is. We've got some. Sorry.
Young Flintoff playing in that game as well, isn't he? For Lanky.
For Rocky. Let's have a look. Lancashire's second innings, Flintoff, yeah, 27 in the second innings. Seems to have dropped down the order a little bit. He's batting at 4 against us, which seemed a little high. Actually, he came in at 5 there. Right, we've got some Felix Organ, who, to be honest, had a little bit of treatment dished out to him in the first innings. I'm not sure he bowled that brilliantly either, but he seemed to be under pressure very early on, especially from Brooks and Roderick, who swept him and slog swept him, and just about every other shot that brought a few runs here and there. He was very expensive. May just find things a little different in this situation. We'll have to wait and see. He's bowling to Libby. He's round the wicket. He's got a short leg and a slip in. Libby drives. That looked fairly over pitched. Not really timed by Libby as it goes out towards extra cover. Run scored. 111 for 5. Worcestershire lead 283 from here.
There's a big gap on the offside, so he's got to get it right.
Yeah. The field is set for the sweep and the slog sweep. Will Brooks revert to type from the first innings? Hasn't really done yet.
No, I think he's played one sweep.
Yeah, it's amazing. Shot that brought him so many runs in the first innings that we've hardly seen it. He's on the back foot, steers that nicely through extra cover. That'll be 4. That's nicely timed. Don't need to play too many sweeps and reverse sweeps playing shots like that. A little bit short there from Felix Organ.
This was a field that Worcestershire employed for a while. Basically, one in front of the bat on the offside, which does leave a big gap and a bit of pressure on the bowler to get in the right place.
It does. Yeah, Organ 18 overs, 1 for 108 in the first innings. Field stays the same for now. 115 for 5. Organ bowls. Brooks just pushes forward. Goes back to Organ. So there are 3.5 overs left in the day's play. So we're going to be pretty close to 6 o'clock today. Maybe just a fraction after. Organ. Brooks is forward. Not showing any inclination to sweep yet. It was routine, wasn't it, that partnership, 190 odd between Roderick and Brooks. It was, if there wasn't a sweep one shot, it certainly was the next.
3 overs and 2 balls left in the day. Yeah. Maybe that's in his mind as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. Pushing forward there as well into the ground. I think you're right. I think he's decided he certainly wants to be back here tomorrow. 5 runs off the over, 1 ball left. In from the pavilion end, sort of kicks that away really, does Brooks, and that is the end of the over. 115 for 5 then, 3 overs left. Libby has 53, he's played well, and Brooks is on 18.
I see Dawson at this end. The last few. We are indeed. Can't be any problem with an over rate, can there, for Hampshire?
I'm just having a look on the board. It seemed to be all right when I looked earlier. Dawson, you're right. So we might get some spin at both ends here to finish off with. I think the over rate was plus something the last time I looked on the board. It's just disappeared for the moment. But I think they're all right.
So, in goes Dawson, on left arm around the wicket, comes off a inside edge, just dribbles away on the leg side. There is no run. Dawson again, pushed away on the offside. There is no run. I think that says +4 on the board, doesn't it? Over rate. Your eyes are better than mine, mate.
+4.
Yeah.
That's good, isn't it? I don't know why I've suddenly gone blank on that. Yeah.
Dawson in bowls, pushed away. They're going to go for a quick single here. They've had 1 run out in this innings, Worcestershire, but that was fairly comfortable. Jake Libby's passed 700 championship runs for the summer. So he's had a good summer if he's got 700 runs. +4s were, of course, trousers, aren't they? +4s. Golfers used to wear. Is that right?
Yes.
Golfers and grouse shooters. don't they, wear +4s?
Yeah.
Not that I've ever grouse shot or played golf with any success. Not that I've ever played anything with any success. Pushed away on the offside. And there is no run.
Wrong fitment. Right, he was just trying to pinch my charger, but it's the wrong thing. Sorry,
I'll
Dave.
be alright. No worries. Next ball from Dawson. Played very defensively by Brooks. In fact, the ball just about rolls out to Gubbins. It was a short extra cover. Dawson's next ball. Once again, getting a big stride in there. Ethan Brooks. Once again, Gubbins picks the ball up rather than Fields because it's not going at any great pace. Dawson 2 for 36 off 16 overs. Brooks has 18, Libby has 54, 2 overs to go, and Worcestershire are 116 for 5.
12 balls in day 3 then. We'll be back here tomorrow certainly. 278 runs from here. Overs remaining minimum 98. It's all on the printout on the scoreboard, keeping everybody on the ground informed, as we have been on the ground commentary. It's only 2.8 runs required from here. That's all.
Per over.
Over 98 overs though. Drive from Libby out to point. Start of a new over, the penultimate over from Felix Organ. Libby 54 not out. Here's Organ again, work to mid-wicket. Fielded by Tom Prest. And there is no run. A few people starting to make their way out now of the ground, which is understandable. It's been a good day. Good day's cricket. Good day for watching. Penultimate day of the season. I guess for many people here today might have been their last day of watching cricket on this ground for 2024. On the whole, hasn't been too bad. Perhaps a little disappointed with the T20s this year, but it can't be good every year. There's a drive from Libby out into deep cover. And that'll be a single. Moves on to 55, 117 for 5. The 50 overs have been okay here. They were good here. They weren't quite so good away from home, but they did just about make it through to the quarterfinals, but came a cropper up at Leicester.
Well, the crowd's like, Kev, for the quarterfinals? For the 50 overs?
It was all right, actually.
Yeah.
I guess you guys were all right. Well, we came to you, didn't we? It was a good
That's
crowd
right.
for the
Good
Sunday.
crowds, yeah.
Championship cricket has got better as the season has progressed. That's played quietly out on the onside. Certainly started very slowly here, weren't very entertaining at all, the first 2 championship games. But they've got better, that's for sure. So I think overall, I don't think we can be too disappointed with what we've seen this year. The expectation, of course, is high. That's pushed out on the offside. Could yet sign off with a victory here, probably should do.
Oh, I think something strange is going to have to happen.
Yeah, I agree. And fielder at deep, Fuller comes up to point. And Brooks is on the back foot, plays that into the ground, and we get to the final over of day 3 with Worcestershire on 117 for 5. From here they need 277. Libby has 55. 18 to Ethan Brooks, and this partnership now came together at 89, 28. Quick calculation from me, which makes a change, and without a calculator.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm improving.
313, I remember that. I've no idea what it represented, but I remember the number.
Follow-on figure.
That was it.
Yeah.
Which wasn't enforced in the end anyway, so all our calculations and brain work and headaches is Dawson in bowls pushed away on the offside. This will be the last over of the day. Even if a wicket falls, it's the last over of the day. That sun glinting off the top of the Shane Warne stand is now becoming a little bit of a nuisance. Dawson's next ball is pushed away on the offside. I suspect that most deliveries and strokes from the batsman in this over will be similar. 4 balls left in the day. Dawson bowls, forward, defensively, pushed into the offside. Gubbins fields, no run. A cold shower, I think, awaits me.
And a cold beer?
No.
No?
Don't drink beer, mate.
Cold Coke?
Yes.
Other makes of soft drinks available?
Delicious. Diet Coke.
Other diet drinks available?
Yes, I usually have the 58 Diet Coke, you know, from the Western Slopes. It's very nice. There are other drinks available, yes. That was another push the ball out on the offside. We've got a silly mid-off in now. Fletcher Middleton is in there. And to this ball. Forward comes Brooks, plays it into the ground. Last ball of the day, the final instalment of day 3. Brooks standing in the shadow. It's pushed away on the offside. There we go. Not far out. They were pretty much the same shots to the same deliveries. That's the end of the day, and at the end of the day, Worcestershire have got a lot to do. Hampshire know exactly what they've got to do. They've got to take 5 wickets tomorrow to finish the season at home with a win. Worcestershire end on 117 for 5. Whatever happens tomorrow, we shall be here to describe it for you. Well, we'll be here to tell you what's going on. Whether we actually describe it accurately is another story. But we'll be doing our best. So join us tomorrow morning, 10:30, the start. From my very good friend Mr. Kevin James, from Nicky Chowdhury, and myself, David Arthur Bradley, licensed to kill and sell tobacco. I wish you a very good evening.